If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 476. I nearly kicked the door to the house off its hinges. I'm home. I shouted for anyone that was here. Welcome home, Yasaka responded from where she was lazing around on the couch. Thank you. It was Venelana who answered for me, as her head peeked over my shoulder because I was carrying her on my back. Rough weekend. Yasaka raised an eyebrow at us. Oh, definitely Venelana, and she shared a knowing smile. I'm glad you're back. Yasaka got up, and gave me a quick kiss. Do I get one of those? Venelana giggled, obviously joking, but Yasaka quickly moved and placed her lips against Venelana's, initiating a rather deep kiss. I sort of just stood there, silently watching them for a few moments before they broke apart. Well, that's a welcome surprise. Venelana's expression didn't change much, and not a hint of displeasure. Yasaka just had a smug look about her as she noticed my expression. She grinned mischievously, patting my cheek. My girls were the best. I heard you had a fun dinner. She finally said. I walked over, letting Venelana slide off onto the couch. That's one way to put it. Well, I was 100% sure she knew the details, so I didn't really feel the need to recap. At least you had a fun weekend. Her eyes lit up with amusement. Tired. Venelana practically fell over. Been a while since I've been this exhausted. She wasn't the only one. I can honestly say that after spending nearly the entire weekend with Venelana, I was also tapped out for the moment. The funny thing was, despite all the ridiculousness that's inside of me, that really should elevate me to levels beyond her ability to handle in such a way, she kept up without much issue. But damn if that wasn't a good problem to have. Yasaka just giggled at her response. Her tail wrapped around me happily. I almost thought I would have to drag you back home. You were cutting it close, time-wise. Oh, come on. I nudged her with my shoulder. You know I wouldn't miss something so important. Is it time to go meet the people at Kunu's new school? Venelana perked up. With everything else happening, I nearly forgot. That's a lie. Yasaka rolled her eyes, looking at me. You should see the messages she's been sending. Pretty much hourly updates so our schedules wouldn't conflict. Don't give away my secrets. Maybe I should just let Venelana run my harem? She seemed to be really good at it. Though it seemed to run itself already. When you get back, how about we talk about setting up a play date? Venelana offered. I think Milikas would love to have a friend. He's sort of stuck in the same situation Kunu is. It's hard for him to make friends when his dad is a Satan and the others don't have kids his age. I was certainly not against Kunu having more friends. And, after the fiasco of that dinner, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try and mend bridges in some parts outside of the ones I couldn't bring myself to actually like. My half-brother was by no means guilty of any negative feelings I had for much of his family. All right, we can talk about that after. I nodded. Nearly as soon as I said that, the door opened and a fluffy missile shot right at me. Daddy. I caught my little fox in a big hug with Reika right behind her. Can you tell she's excited? Yasaka smiled. I guess after the knee-jerk abandonment reaction wore off, she hyped it up a bit in her head. If I were in her shoes, it would certainly also be an exciting thing to me as well. I rubbed her head and gestured for Reika. My servant accepted the side hug since Kunu was wrapped around me. Followed by a quick kiss, she smiled happily and sat on the couch next to Venelana. Was she hard to deal with today? I asked. I was good. Kunu immediately denied. Right, Auntie Reika. She is always wonderful. Reika chuckled. No burnt down building. Dad, that was only one time. Only one time so far. Venelana snorted with a bit of laughter. Auntie Venelana. Kunu pouted. I don't know how it happened, but she started calling Venelana Auntie as well. Honestly, I think Kunu was a lot like me in that aspect. She really loved having a big family. She's happy to take it in any form it came in. A new auntie? Sign her the hell up. Just another person to dote on her. She had them wrapped around her finger and everyone knew it. But I digress. How about breakfast? Then maybe we can do some paperwork? Also, I have some errands to run. No, Dad. Kunu started pulling on me. What? I wanna go look. She whined. Really? Do you wanna see it that bad? Yes. Alright, stop teasing our poor daughter. Yasaka nudged me. We already planned to head over right away after your auntie Venelana decided she was done with your father. Venelana's smug smile didn't disappear even as Yasaka shot her a little grin. I suppose. I said with mock reluctance. The little fox all but bounced around the room with another burst of excitement. There's no way this school was going to be still standing by the time she graduates. But seriously, anything we should take care of before we go? I looked towards Yasaka. She held up her hand, then started lowering fingers. Artoria is handling that, Skadik is handling some other things. Oh, then there's the person coming from. I'll handle that. Reikao suddenly spoke. I appreciate you so much. Yasaka's expression softened. Thank you. It's no trouble. Reikao dismissed. But I still need to send someone to investigate I already talked to Jin, she's handling that. Venelana interjected with her phone in her hands as she lazed on the sofa. I saw what you said a few hours ago and started arranging things. Don't worry about it, go ahead. A few hours ago she was very much preoccupied, so I'm genuinely confused as to how she was keeping up with Yasaka's schedule and arranging things. Not that I'm complaining at all, but I am very much impressed. Then I guess I have nothing but free time for the next few hours. She finished with a smile. Let's go, Daddy. Yes, Daddy, let's go. Yasaka giggled. Well, a nice relaxing outing with my two fluffy girls would be a nice reprieve in comparison to the last few days. Kunu, I want you to be on your best behavior. Yasaka said rather sternly as we walked out of a portal. I know you're excited, but we'll have time to look around and have fun. Promise me that you won't run off. I'll be good, Mama. Kunu nodded. I let them have a moment, but we were getting quite a few looks. Perhaps our method of arrival, or their unique looks compared to the people around, but we were clearly the center of attention. Well, fuck 'em. I didn't really care to hide myself that much. And I refused to tell my two beautiful foxes to hide themselves either. Especially if Kunu was going to be attending the school here for several years. There's no way I would force her to hide her features for that long a period of time. Yasaka briefly mentioned before that it's not difficult to appear more human, hiding her ears and tails. But that it become exceedingly uncomfortable the longer it's held for. After a few hours, it's an annoyance, a few days it would be unbearable. Given the years that Kunu would be learning here, that wasn't really an option, especially in a boarding school. Nope, either everyone here deals with it or we find an alternative. If anyone wanted to give her shit, well, I was more than happy to teach them a lesson. Once they had a little hug, I led them inside. Rather, we were at the entrance to Diagon Alley from the inside, and we were walking back out to the little tavern. And again, the people only seemed to stare for a few moments. I guess the magical people here were used to a bit of stranger sights, so Yasaka and Kunu didn't elicit too great a response, but there were obviously people looking longer than they politely should have. But there was one person who got up and approached us. You must be Mr. Wilhelm Schweinorg and Miss Yasaka. The older woman seemed to slightly stumble on the name. It wasn't difficult by non-Eastern standards, but then again, they're a very insular society. I am Deputy Headmistress for Hogwarts Minvera McGonagall. She introduced rather bluntly. There was also a certain sternness to her. Tense, maybe? But she didn't particularly look enthused by our presence for some reason. Before we could speak, Kunu poked out from between us. Hi, I'm Kunu. She smiled brightly. Ever so slightly, that cold exterior of the deputy headmistress cracked as she looked at the fluffy fox. I don't know what misconceptions she began with, but at this moment, those seemed to be thrown out the window in front of the strategically deployed fox. Yes. She seemingly settled on, a touch of softness was now found in her tone. We were expecting you three. If you don't mind, we can proceed immediately to Hogwarts. That would be lovely, thank you. Yasaka answered. Normally, we would use the flow to directly go to the headmaster's office, but in this circumstance, I believe you wish to see the school. I had no idea what this flow was, my investigation into this place was not horribly conclusive yet, but I just nodded my head. Very well, would you like to side along apparate, or follow along? We'll follow along. I nodded, having only a vague idea of what she was talking about now. I was aware to a certain extent that wizards and witches here had a method of teleportation, as some of the books barely touched on the topic, but I had yet to investigate it. The deputy headmistress nodded again. Very well. Hogwarts has anti-apparition wards throughout the castle, we will need to appear some distance away. Please wait a moment and follow along. With that, she disappeared with a strange mixture of a pop and a crack. I couldn't help but scrunch my face as I watched what she did. What? Yasaka looked at me. Is something wrong? Imagine being a blacksmith, working on your craft for decades. You tirelessly honed your skill and after many long years, you consider yourself a master and take pride in every work that comes out of your forge. Then, you see someone swinging around a piece of bent and rusted metal that was grinned down so it has an edge, and they claim it's a good sword. I did my best to articulate my current feelings. That's what I'm feeling right now after seeing how she teleported. Yasaka rolled her eyes and swatted at my shoulder. Let's go. I sighed, opening a portal by following the traces she left. And by traces, it was basically a big neon-lit sign that said this is where I went. I'll have to fix that shit if Kunu ever wanted to learn it. Unfortunately, learning the kaleidoscope wasn't just a matter of effort, but a certain inherent talent that can't be replicated without some absurd circumstances. Ignoring the patrons in the bar, my family and I appeared on a cobblestone road, right in front of a long brick bridge that led to a rather impressive castle that stood over a body of water. I admit, I was left a bit breathless by the scenery. If nothing else, I would praise the first impression I had of this place. That was not apparition. The deputy headmistress spoke as we were suddenly jerked back to her presence. Pardon. I blinked. Nothing. She thinned her lips with an indiscernible look in her eyes. She cleared her throat and put back on a natural expression. Welcome to Hogwarts. She said with a hint of pride. Daddy, it's so big. Kunu exclaimed. This is really the school. It certainly is impressive. Yasaka spoke with a bit of awe. I'm a little jealous that you can go to school in a castle like this. I let out a whistle myself. And the magical protections here are equally impressive. I wasn't just blowing hot air either. I would genuinely be hard-pressed to break through the many bounded fields that I could just catch with a glance without resorting to certain destructive means. Let's see, an intent-based recognition. Another one that parses for certain unknown parameters, but, oh, is that for throwing out alarms for non-students and faculty? Neat. N.A. Dear. Yasaka gently nudged me. I awkwardly cleared my throat. Apologizes, I get carried away sometimes. The deputy headmistress pursed her lips as she looked at with a strange look again. Yes, Hogwarts has a long and proud history with many impressive witches and wizards who have graced these halls. It seems that with every new generation of headmaster, the safety of Hogwarts is further enhanced. Why was there a sharpness to her tone? I had the distinct feeling she was not particularly fond of me. Though, she seemed to quickly change gear. This is the south entrance. If you look off to your left you can barely see the north one along with the Quidditch field a bit further beyond. She pointed off. We have a very good Quidditch program here, and professional teams often scout upcoming talent from the house teams. She preened as she said that, but got a little more serious as she looked down at Kunu. However, only second years and above are allowed to attend tryouts for the team. We want first years to acclimate themselves to Hogwarts first before branching off into various hobbies and extracurricular activities. Kunu's tail swayed and she had that same big smile on her face. What's Quidditch? The woman nearly stumbled over herself as she heard what my daughter said. With slight wide-eyed she looked as if she was making sure she wasn't the butt of a joke. And honestly, I wanted to know what Quidditch was too. I mean, I heard about it offhand when I was walking around and assumed it was some kind of sport. But details would go a long way here. Then, she looked at both Yasaka and myself as if to glean anything from us, but we both had blank expressions in return. It is the most popular sport in the wizarding world. She said with a strange tone, like she couldn't believe she had to explain this to us. Oh, I wanna play. Kunu's eyes lit up. Can I play too, Daddy? Yes, can she play too? Yasaka giggled, looking at me. Once you're eligible, you can make decisions like that yourself, sweetie. While you're here, you're also responsible for yourself in things like this. I put a hand on her head. Maybe she's just been told how and where to walk most of her life that decision-making was something she left to others. No matter, some independence will be good for her. And beyond we have a small town that older students are allowed to visit on the weekends called Hogsmeade. The teacher continued. It's less than a 30 minutes walk from the castle. Sounded almost like a college and accompanying college town. Honestly, impressed so far. The facilities looked very good on the surface, we'll see how they hold up under a bit more scrutiny. And how far does the school's property extend? You said that kids aren't allowed to go to this town, right? Are they also not allowed to leave the castle itself? I asked. The school grounds extend to the forest you can see in the distance. She pointed. However, that forest is forbidden, and your daughter will learn more about that later. And it is obvious where the grounds end on the other sides as they are marked by a pathway. We do not allow younger students to venture beyond these points without being accompanied by a teacher, and without a reason. As for venturing beyond even Hogsmeade itself, without a proper reason, students are not allowed to leave without express approval by the administration. I nodded, not perturbed by her words. It was a boarding school, kids were supposed to stay at the school. Randomly going home whenever they wanted went against the whole concept. Exceptions were made for obvious reasons. But we wouldn't be able to simply pull her out for a weekend to visit or what have you. It was both an experience for them and a place of learning. Let us not tally. She said promptly, pivoting on her heels. Please follow me. Silently, we paced along across the brick bridge. Kunu marveled as she quickly ran to look over the edge and nearly jumped around to get a good look at the massive castle. We couldn't see most of it from this angle, but it was a marvel of engineering if nothing else. Coming up to some large wooden and metal doors, they seemed to open by themselves. A person waited beyond for our arrival as the deputy headmistress came to a stop for them. An older gentleman sporting some rather colorful and painful to look at robes. He also had a remarkable beard that went down to his waist. Albus, I thought you would be waiting in your office. I found myself fancying a walk. The older man chuckled and his attention turned to us. Greetings, I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. I am Albus Dumbledore. He held his hand out and Yasaka took it first. I am Yasaka, leader of the West Kyoto Yokai. She introduced professionally. Thank you for allowing us to visit. Oh, it's certainly no trouble. The headmaster quickly exclaimed. I admit I am excited. Rarely do we get visitors from your side of the world. His eyes twinkled for some reason. Welcome to Hogwarts, I hope that regardless of any discussions, you enjoy your time here. Well, he seemed nice. He then looked at me and I took his hand. But before I could speak, there was a flash of flames, and a very familiar-looking bird appeared and perched gently on his shoulder. Birdie. Kunu's eyes flashed. The headmaster chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, Fox here likes to come and go as he pleases. The bird in question let out a soft squawk at him. It's nice to meet you, headmaster. I shook his hand politely. I am Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself with a very well-practiced ease. You have a wonderful school here. Yes, I've heard your name in recent days. His eyes twinkled again. Good things I hope. I smiled. That depends on the perspective, I suppose. He said with a strained smile. And who is this wonderful little lady? His tone shifted to a bit more grandfatherly as he hunched over slightly to address Kunu. Hi, I'm Kunu. Kunu introduced herself. You have a pretty bird. Why thank you. He smiled good-naturedly. Fox here has been my companion for many years. And he loves when people compliment him. Don't you? He gently rubbed the mythological bird. Can I pet him? Kunu asked, a little bashfully. Well, that depends on Fox. While he may seem almost like my pet, he is actually my familiar and a partner. He is no less intelligent than you or me, so you need to respect his opinion on the matter. As if to answer, the bird flapped his wings and almost dropped to the ground to get more level with my daughter. It appears that he said yes. The headmaster chuckled. Fox tilted his head slightly and Kunu silently, but excitedly, began to rub him gently. I mouthed a thank you to the bird that looked at me from the corner of his eye. Well, so far, I wasn't getting any bad vibes, and my instinct was spot on for most things. Thus, I was being skeptically optimistic so far. Well, this is wonderful. Dumbledore clapped his hands. I have been looking forward to this meeting for several days now. He turned his gaze to me. I had the most interesting news arrive not long after I received your original letter. My good friend Ollivander regaled me with an interesting tale about a rather particular customer of his. I paid for all the damages. The corners of his lips curled up. Yes, yes. He had to reassure the Auroras that there was no malicious intent regardless of the substantial damage to his shop. Yasaka stared at me. And then there was an incident that occurred that brought the entirety of Diagon Alley into a chaotic hazard. Seemingly, there was a strange spell cast that disrupted a significant amount of wards that hid the alley from the Muggles. The Auroras scrambled to fix the issue without alarming the population. How peculiar. I forced out. Yes, quite. His eyes twinkled again. After investigation, they said that it was a simple Lumos spell amplified to a degree unheard of. Quite the conundrum. Yasaka's eyes drilled into me. I can only hope that the proper authorities handle the issue with haste and due diligence. I said with a completely straight face. Indeed. The headmaster stroked his rather impressive beard. Then, I heard one last piece of interesting information. Oh. Yes, and I find myself confused. He stated. I have some good friends in the lovely Auroras from the ministry that are working on a rather strange case. You see, a masked man and a bird, reports say a phoenix, were seen accosting a rather prominent member of the community. He looked at me, then down at Fox. Fox squawked and disappeared in a flash of flames. They say that the bird in question was, oh yes, painted blue for some odd reason. The headmaster informed me. And that the masked stranger bludgeoned several people. It sounds like a strange tale indeed. I was an expert in keeping my cool. The headmaster continued to stroke his beard. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you? I have never met a phoenix before in my life. I responded with my expert lying ability. Fox already reappeared with a flash of flames, landing up my head and nodding to confirm my statement. I could tell by the look on his face that I successfully fooled him. In a completely unrelated matter. How about we talk about that sizable donation we wish to make towards Hogwarts? I definitely wasn't changing the subject. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty under the same name for people who can't use the above. Chapter 477. Albus. The deputy headmistress leveled a rather intimidating glare. The kind that only a teacher could do. Minerva the headmaster seemed to want to say something but he quickly shrunk down under her intense gaze. Funny enough, I felt Yasaka's tail tightened around me quite a bit and she was looking at me with a similar kind of look. I wisely kept my mouth shut. Oh, if it isn't our groundskeeper. The headmaster suddenly declared as another figure came into view, seemingly having nothing to do with us as it looked like they were going about their business. Hagrid, why don't you come on over here? It was enough that the deputy headmistress stopped looking like she was about to shave his admittedly impressive beard off. Well played, headmaster. The newcomer himself was large. To put it politely. No way he was fully human. The large man awkwardly trotted over at the headmaster's command. Headmaster. He greeted back with a jovial tone and a big grin on his face. Now that I got a better look, he was definitely large. Shit, I looked like a child next to him. Even his clothes looked handmade because there was certainly no way he was shopping off the rack. Big and tall sections had their limits. Oddly enough, he had this really gentle vibe to him. I would almost compare it to Jean, if to a lesser extent. Whereas Jean was bright, warm, and welcoming, he felt more of a duller gentle, but still enough that I almost instinctively felt at ease around him and felt no threat whatsoever. Hagrid, my boy, come, come. The headmaster held up his arm. Introduce yourself to our guests. We have a potential student coming from afar. Ah, I'm just the groundskeeper. The name's Rubius Hagrid. He smiled happily. You're big. Kunu blurted out. Ah, that I am. He chuckled in amusement. And you're a wee little lass, ain't ye? I'm not small. Kunu puffed up. I'll be as big as Mama when I get older. That you will. He humored her. He obviously noticed her features, but there wasn't any change in his expression it seemed, so, points to him so far, it was looking good. Not that I would be upset that someone was surprised or perhaps even startled to a certain extent. But for him to not even bat an eye made a really good impression. I have a bold suggestion. The headmaster rubbed his beard. How about letting our groundskeeper give your daughter a tour while we talk about the finer details of enrollment? He offered. Hagrid here knows all the best spots around Hogwarts. Let Kunu play around the castle instead of being forced into a small room while we negotiated for her to attend it. Well, that wasn't a bad idea on the surface. Yasaka looked at me and then at Kunu before her eyes fell on Hagrid there. I'm okay with this, she's been a bundle of barely contained energy ever since we came over, I'm fine with letting her explore a little bit. Yasaka smiled lightly. Dear, can you let your familiars out to keep her company? That's a good idea. With a thought, I held out my hands and let Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles pop out onto them before handing them over to Kunu. Sir Wiggles already knew what to do, the dutiful bunny that he was. Kunu, of course, let out a happy cry, hugging both of them happily. Well, I was on my way to feed the owls, I suppose we can go see them first. Hagrid didn't seem to mind. Owls. Kunu's eyes lit up. Can we pet them? I'm sure there will be a few that don't mind. Hagrid assured her. Right, let's send my 2 rabbit familiars into a place that normally treats small rodents as food. Well, with our blessing she followed the big guy off. And no one had a word of complaint, so I kept my mouth shut as well. Well then. The headmaster clapped his hands happily. Shall we? He gestured to the large doors leading into the castle. Yasaka and I both accepted his invitation to enter. And immediately, we were greeted with a rather immaculate sight. Beautiful stonework meeting an elegant and well-crafted tile flooring up to a large staircase. Hundreds of paintings littered the walls, each one unique enough that there seemed to be no actual theme to them, however, there was movement. I would say in about 90% of them, there were images moving. Which, might not sound weird, but they greeted us politely or acted indifferent. There were people walking from one of the painting's edges and appearing in another. People were having a feast in one painting, and a battle in one on the opposite side. A snake slithering across a branch that fell down to a lower painting and nearly got attacked by an startled elephant. It was obviously magic, but that didn't detract from the whimsical scene that unfolded before our eyes. They were probably just animated through magical means and repeated certain actions and phrases based on input, but still, it did elicit a sense of fantasy that a school built around magic should have. Welcome, to Hogwarts. The headmaster said with a bit of flair, arms spread out. As you can see, Hogwarts is not like most schools, even at first glance. That's an understatement. Yasaka noted. Indeed. The headmaster agreed with that same amused look of his. Come, let us go to my office to continue our chat. Minerva, if you would be so kind, perhaps a brief history of our school. Of course. The deputy headmistress nodded as we walked up the stairs amidst the constant looks and whispers of the paintings. It all begins just before the turn of the 11th century. 4 powerful witches and wizards had an idea, to gather the magical children of the country and build a school to teach them and house them from the growing unrest around Muggles. You're talking about the advent of the church in the lands and their growing presence. I hazarded a guess. Her lips tinned, not quite at me or my questions, but more the circumstances. Quite. She said curtly. Some people like to cite the witch burnings, but that was merely one of many extreme examples that pushed magicals away from their Muggle cousins. I nodded in understanding. It seemed like they weren't separated at this point in time, which was about the same back home. The Mages Association got started only a bit prior to that themselves, and they still mingled with regular folk, and the concept of magic, while mythical and ethereal, was still something that most considered to exist in the right places. The 4 founders gathered upon this very spot, finding it the most magically abundant spot in the Isles. Ah, that makes sense. To support the amount of magical protections and sheer amount of magical power that's infused even in the air here, this spot must have rather abundant ley lines. I mused. Pardon. The deputy headmistress looked at me strangely. Did I say something wrong? I blinked, and even Yasaka was confused. The headmaster even looked at me with a strange look, but different from her. You speak of something not many know about. Albus. It's all right, Minerva, it's nothing bad. Nor is it much of a secret. Simply one of those things the ministry is happy to not talk about nor propagate willingly. He waved it off. Ley lines are old magic, something we don't much use these days. I'm curious, however, how you know so much about the subject to immediately see through it. Was it not obvious? Were ley lines such a nebulous concept here that people don't know about them? I'm honestly surprised, and while they aren't much used by the average person back home, they were still a consideration and something taught by all. Part of my duties is to watch over the ley lines of Kyoto. Yasaka answered for us. Which was true, but it wasn't the whole truth. Ah, how interesting. He simply said with a smile. Okay then. There's always going to be some kind of disconnect between world normal logic. Ley lines seem obvious and rudimentary to someone such as myself, but to them, it's something old and unknown. Oh well, I wouldn't dwell on it too much. As I was saying. The headmistress awkwardly cleared her throat. The four founders Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, and Godric Gryffindor. She introduced. They created this school to protect and educate the magical children of Britain. Along with the school, they each created a house that embodies one of their ideals. Gryffindor for the courageous, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Ravenclaw for the knowledge-seeking, and Slytherin for the ambitious. Each student will go through a ceremony to be sorted into one of the houses for which bar extenuating circumstances they will remain for their entire time at Hogwarts. And what significance do these houses have? Yasaka asked. They dictate your housemates, of course. She began. Also your schedules, and for whom you will share a common room and dormitories with. There are rivalries, as to be expected, as well. And as well as which teams you will be a part of should you be interested in certain extracurricular activities. That sounded odd. Not the idea of helping kids form their own groups to help integrate into the school, but the segregation seemed a bit systematic. I couldn't help but feel that would foster certain insular social groups within each house and the school at large. But as long as it didn't reach a certain point, it was Kuna's job to navigate all of that. One of the major points was for her to handle things like this on her own and experience some semblance of independence. We barely turned another corner as something whipped by. Perhaps it was instinct that everyone made way for it, but I was honestly surprised enough that I sort of paused and didn't immediately do something as it nearly ran into me as well. There was a ghost floating in the air. I wasn't unfamiliar with ghosts, but to see one so blatantly was odd. He sort of reminded me of a jester with his attire. Peeves, what mischief are you up to? The headmaster looked at the floating spectre. Peeve isn't doing anything. The ghost did a little flip in the air with a smile that seemed to contradict his words. And his grin grew wider as he inspected us. Ooh, new icky visitors, I'll be on my best behavior. He floated down, flying around us rather haphazardly. Where do you think you're trying to touch? Yasaka's hand shot out as the ghost's own fingers were about to make for one of her tails. The deputy headmistress let out a small gasp for some reason. Why you retouching me? The ghost spoke in confusion as Yasaka's hand wrapped tightly around his ethereal wrist. Yasaka tilted her head at this surprise. Where I come from, we have been exorcising spirits and demons for thousands of years. She narrowed her eyes and released his hand with a harumph. The ghost metaphorically backpaddled far away from her into the air. Ahem. The headmaster cleared his throat. Peeves, you know the rules. Don't disturb our guests, your behavior this time was not acceptable. We will be having a conversation later and I will give you a suitable punishment. Now, begone. He waved his hand and an invisible force pushed the ghost through the ways away with a small cry from the spectre. It seemed like the magical energy of the castle moved at his command. Well, it made sense that the headmaster would have all but complete control of a place that had so many magical effects woven into its foundation. I wouldn't be surprised if he could activate all the nasty defense mechanisms I detected by just walking inside with but a thought. Why do you allow a ghost to run rampant? Yasaka asked. Surely you could properly exorcise it. Ah, that is an interesting dilemma. Headmaster let out a small sigh. You see, Peeves isn't a normal ghost, he is a poltergeist. I'm making this distinction on behalf of our true ghost residents. We have a few hundred ghosts that roam the castle as the castle's magic sustains their existence. They are just as much a part of the school as any of the staff. They have been here far longer than any of us, and this is their home just as much as theirs. Who am I to tell them they must leave, for they will be here far after I'm gone? That made an odd amount of sense. It's an interesting take on ghosts, however. I'll just make sure to keep Meridia far away from here because just her presence alone might accidentally force them to move on. In any case, this probably will only excite Kunu even more. And here we are. He finished as we approached a statue of a gargoyle. Gumdrop. He seemed to randomly speak, but the statue shook and trembled before a screeching sound arose and it began moving across the tiled floor, revealing another staircase. It was only a short walk up the stairs until we arrived at his office. A desk sat at the front with two angled staircases behind up to an observation deck that looked over something, but I couldn't quite see from here. And it was worth mentioning the plethora of books that decorated the bookshelves all around. And I suppose the few portraits that hung on the walls that silently observed us even if they didn't move overtly, their eyes didn't stay still. "Please, have a seat." He gestured to the 2 chairs on the other side of his desk while he took his obvious seat and his deputy headmistress stood at this side. "I believe it's time to get down to business. Fox, how much longer are you going to stand there?" I looked up at the bird that had been on my head the entire time. He let out a low noise and sort of leapt off my head and glided to the perch on the side of the room. "Well, where to start? You have a beautiful school." Yasaka began with the pleasantries. "Thank you, I take great pride in the school. Out of my many positions, I believe my office of headmaster is the one I am most proud of." The headmaster smiled. He didn't seem like a bad person at all. "I suppose we should cut to the chase then." Yasaka relented quickly. "We," she corrected, looking my way. "Have the desire to enroll Kunu into your school as we've already informed you." "Yes." He stroked his beard. "As I relayed to Mr. Schweinorg here, I admit this situation isn't normal. Not to say we don't get foreign students, but none so politically volatile." Yasaka offered in a bit of self-deprecation. I was going to say unique." He chuckled. "My knowledge of your culture is minimal, so please correct me if I am wrong." "She is, akin to what we would consider a princess in standing among your people." "That's a good enough approximation." Yasaka nodded. "We have hosted members of the royal family in the past centuries, so we are not unwilling to concede certain requests due to her status, but you must know that we treat all of our students fairly." "I assure you, that is exactly what I'm hoping for our daughter." Yasaka quickly replied. "We want her to experience a rather normal time at school. For her to learn magic and make friends without the weight of my position scaring away or muddying the waters, so to speak. Normal for what a magic school would offer anyway. If I may, is Mahout Okoro not an option?" I couldn't imagine that she would have a hard time at the Japanese wizarding school even so. I have not had much contact with the headmistress over there in some years, but she runs a very tight ship and would handle all matters professionally. I had no idea what that was, and neither did Yasaka, but the context clues were rather obvious. Yasaka shook her head. "There are circumstances that we would prefer Kunu not be in Japan for a while for our peace of mind. A safe place for her to go to school, make friends, and have a bit of independence are what we need." "I see," he said, though I doubted he actually did. But I could imagine he was making some wild guesses in his head. "It's not like we had to overly lie here. A bit of truth in our vague answers would go a long ways. If you are set on your choice, then there should be something you are aware of. While Hogwarts is perhaps the best magical school in the world, at this moment, we are a bit short-handed." He frowned slightly. "Due to a series of unconnected circumstances, we are down a handful of teachers for this upcoming year and we will do our best to fill the roles. There is every possibility that we will have to stretch ourselves a bit thin to accommodate." He was being rather forthcoming. "Since you're being frank, so will I. While I care about Kunu's education, it's not the primary reason for her attending here. I can't claim to know much about your human society, but there's every possibility she stops caring about magic down the road. Or even if she does not, she will live much longer than a human would. We want her to enjoy her childhood properly." I joined in. "And I can say with some confidence that anything she's missing in terms of education, we can quite easily fill the gaps if she pursues this path further." An odd perspective, but not one I can argue. I will also value our students' education foremost, but I agree that the lessons learned in these halls do not always come from the classroom. The headmaster smiled. "If you view our current predicament without a problem, then I will not speak of it further. However, there are certain requirements for one to attend Hogwarts. Some I agree with, and others are out of my hands. The ministry is very particular on the heritage of our students," he said with no small amount of disgust in his tone. "You're talking about if she's human or not?" Yasaka said dryly. "Unfortunately, the ministry places a large emphasis on such things." The headmaster nodded. "Regardless of my will, I cannot change those facts. Technically speaking, Kunu's father was a human." Yasaka responded, "The same thing I said before to the goblin. I believe they allow half-humans, by that definition, yes. That is the case." He smiled, not rejecting her. "And how old is she?" "She will be turning 11 in a little over a week." I answered this time. Just in time for the new school year. He looked contemplative. As for the other regulations, everything would appear to be in order. There are no laws or rules that prevent your daughter from attending, I merely need to register her with the proper paperwork for a foreign student. With that settled, what do you want? He did say they could accommodate certain situations. Speaking of heritage, Yasaka emphasized with the same tone he used. I am led to believe that your society here is very racially motivated. How much can I expect my daughter to be bullied? For emphasis, Yasaka swished her tails for the obvious insinuation. We do not allow discrimination. He also emphasized. However, children will be children sometimes and we cannot police them every moment of every day. They are mostly left to their own devices outside of class. I will not lie and say that there isn't a portion of the students that agree with the ministry's policies. We want Kunu to be able to learn how to deal with bullies herself. I continued where she left off. As much as it goes against my instincts as a parent, she needs to be able to deal with difficult people in life. That being said, children can be cruel. Kunu can protect herself, and she will do so if she is threatened, headmaster. However, if someone crosses a line that shouldn't be crossed, it won't be a matter of some disciplinary action on the school's part. There was a hint of something as I said that, like a tense moment where he almost rose to show off his hardened side. Was it a threat on my part? Perhaps. But it wasn't meant to be a threat, in that regard. I was acting in the capacity of a parent warning that if their child was harmed, there would be hell to pay, and I doubt any other parents would fault me for my protectiveness. I will make sure to express to the students what should and should not be done at school, was the headmaster's vague answer. Speaking of non-humans, I would like to make it clear that certain aspects of our biology are not there for random people to touch. Yasaka immediately stated. No more should a person touch another on their rear or privates should anyone be grabbing at her tails or ears. The deputy headmistress looked the most startled by what she said. Perhaps startled might be wrong, but she sort of had a realization as Yasaka said that. I will take personal care to remind the students about boundaries of personal nature. She just as quickly reassured her. It has been a very long time since we have had an incident that involved unwanted advances. And they will be dealt with as harshly as possible. I'm glad that Yasaka brought it up because that's something that would have slipped my mind. But I'm glad they take a very firm stance against any kind of physical harassment. And I think there were unspoken things there that could only be understood between women. May I ask, how strict are the punishments here? Yasaka didn't speak up again, so I was assuming that the delicate topic was settled. Kunu is a good girl but, she can be a bit of a hellion when she's in the mood. She won't have any malicious intent, I can promise that, but I can't say for sure that some chaos might not ensue. The somewhat awkward atmosphere that developed only a moment prior evaporated quite quickly. We have had our fair share of chaos, Mr. Schweinorg. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in amusement. It seems that every generation we have some pranksters that liven up the school years at their own discretion. As long as no maliciousness is involved and no serious harm is conducted, we will handle things lightly and properly. Detentions are the most common form of punishment, but we also have a system of points dedicated to each house. If one of the house's members causes a problem, we can deduct points before attempting further disciplinary actions. And what's the purpose of these house points? Yasaka asked for clarification. The winner at the end of the year wins the house cup. And what's that? A trophy. That's it. Quite. So you use peer pressure to keep the students in line. I blinked. That's devious and oddly impressive. Thank you. The headmaster took the compliment quite happily. I was starting to like him. With that being said, I would like to have a guard accompany Kunu. A guard? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Yes, I can't feel at ease unless someone is here just in case. I'm afraid that won't be a viable option. This is a school for children. The parents would be in an uproar if they found out that there was a guard following her around and skulking the common rooms and dormitories. He rejected. What about outside? She shouldn't be in trouble while she's in her room. But simply to have him on hand around the castle. It would cause a similar problem. If I allowed it once, many others would desire the same thing. I assure you, Hogwarts is a safe environment and no harm will come to her within these halls. You have to understand, headmaster. Kunu isn't a normal student, as much as I want her to have that experience, she needs someone close by at the very least. Yasaka was standing firm. I'm sorry but we cannot accept such a thing. It would be protection for your daughter, yes, but for everyone else, it would be a strange person in the school that's not tied to our staff. I may have a solution. I interjected into their argument. If you wouldn't mind, what exactly were the positions that needed filling for the school year? The headmaster looked at me. Care for magical creatures, Muggle studies, magical theory, and defense against the dark arts. We have a potential teacher for defense against the dark arts, but we are still considering the others. A second question, are familiars allowed in school? I asked as well. They are allowed under school rules as long as they are not a danger to the students and do not cause a distraction. He nodded. So here is my thought, I have some people I know that might be able to fill a couple of your positions. I glanced at Yasaka and she realized who I was talking about. A friend of mine, a very accomplished witch. And she has a mundane Muggle fiancé who is a history teacher with years of experience and the proper degrees outside. A Muggle to teach, Muggle studies. The headmaster mused. That's not a bad idea, Albus. The deputy headmistress chimed in. We can't deny that the class itself has fallen to the wayside in the last couple decades and we usually have to resort to finding a Muggleborn that may not even be a proper teacher. Merlin knows the magical-born children need to know what's going on outside of our society. She muttered something under her breath about an Arthur Weasley. And he knows about our wizarding world? The headmaster asked. He's aware. I nodded. For what it counts as being aware. The headmaster looked thoughtful. I can't say I'm against the idea. A family friend, you say, would be within acceptable parameters for acting as a guardian for your daughter. And if they are truly competent in their job, I would have no reason to reject them. However, I can't merely accept them based solely on your word. If they are willing, we can arrange an interview. Yasaka then tugged on my slightly. Do you think she'll agree? Maybe, worst case, it falls through. I said openly for the headmaster to hear as well. I haven't talked to her yet, so I can't promise anything, this is mostly hypothetical. So, worst case as I said, she declines. Then we're back where we started, everything is sorted but we want someone to watch over Kunu. We could always have someone stationed off school grounds, they said there's a small village or town nearby. Let someone stay there, and Kunu can carry Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles with her just in case. I'm sorry, did you say Sir Wiggles? The headmaster asked. Yes, is there a problem? No, please continue. He said with a very big smile for some reason. Yasaka bit her lip, and she looked like she was struggling with herself. Maybe I'm just being too protective. She finally relented. We can make ample preparations even if we can't have a guard nearby inside the school for every moment of the day. It's not like she wouldn't have a vast amount of protection on her. Combined with Sir Wiggles, and someone stationed that can arrive in a timely manner, well, I think it'd be fine. I'll ask Meridia to lend a hand there as well. A little surprise in case anyone tried to actually harm her and somehow gets past everything else. Wonderful. The headmaster clapped. Now that the matter of enrollment is sorted, let's talk about the situation that arose some nights ago. Fox has been very tight-lipped, I would like to know the finer details. So, is a million galleons a good starting point? I immediately offered with a straight face. As even that wasn't much to me in all honesty. You know what? Our illustrious aurors can handle it, I'm sure. Albus. The deputy headmistress squawked. Don't worry, Minerva, there's finally a budget for the Transfiguration Club you wanted. Dante tried to bribe me. Though, it seemed to work fine. Now, Mr. Schweinorg. He expertly diverted her attention away from the donation I promised. What is the name of this witch you want to refer? Medea. I said simply. Of Calcas. He went oddly silent. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty for people who can't use the above with the same name. Chapter 478. Albus Dumbledore POV. It's an odd feeling. Having questions answered and finding myself with even more than when I started. Oh, I wasn't unfamiliar with not knowing things. It's the concept that drove human innovation, to see the unknown and question it rather than simply accepting. I always relished questions and happily sought answers by my own hands. But at the moment, I was unsure of how to proceed because I usually found my answers after having the source of them sitting in front of me. I expected. Well, I'm not quite sure what I expected in hindsight. Perhaps a more subtle game of wits. A polite conversation on the surface as we attempted to glean each other's motives and navigate a negotiation. It would not be the first time, nor would it be the last when it came to handling the more predominant members of the wizarding community. The older Malfoy always preferred such methods when we engage in any kind of discussion even as mundane as his son's recent schooling. But alas, I was thrown off initially by the forthcoming and forthright answers and questions I received. The name Schweinorg was an enigma, one I wished to unravel and hoped to understand more in this encounter, but instead I entertained a concerned pair of parents who wanted to enroll their daughter into our school. I admit, it's hard for me to correlate the rumors and facts surrounding the apparent grandson to the almost mythical figure of his grandfather. Was he dangerous? My many years of life led me to answer yes to that question. An undeniable yes that made me cautious even at the mundane topics of our discussion. Not just him either, his wife? Odd, I don't believe I asked if they were married, nor did they clarify their relationship beyond the nature of lovers if the intimacy they displayed wasn't obvious. The woman herself was also dangerous, even if it had a different flavor. I had not spent much time in the East and my knowledge of their culture was minimal, but I'm surprised that such a person was unknown until now. I would need to have correspondence with the headmistress of Mahout Okoro and ask her opinion. But despite this, despite all the concerns and hesitation I had, I found myself with significantly less worry than when I began. There didn't appear to be any deception, no underlining scheme. Simply, two parents who wished the best for their daughter. It was a lovely thought. Albus. Yes, Minerva, did you say something? My attention was snapped back into place. You were quiet and staring off for a few moments. She informed me. Ah, apologies, it seems old age catches up with me in some unfortunate ways. My mind tends to wander these days. I hummed, collecting my thoughts. What did you think of our guests, Minerva? They had merely departed a handful of minutes ago, so I wished to hear her fresh opinion. My former student pursed her lips, looking unsure of herself. I'm not sure. Yes, quite the conundrum. I stroked my beard with a small smile. I find myself reminded of a certain child of the Black family when he first entered our school. Minerva immediately scowled, even if there was a softness now present. I hardly think that comparing them to Sirius Black is proper. She huffed indignantly. Especially after what he did. Perhaps, but I remember the boy that caused mischief with his friends fondly despite what happened later on. An unfortunate thing, truly. I thought that Sirius was well and truly on the side of light and he loved and cared for his friends. I don't know where it went wrong, because that same boy who ran around these halls was not a Death Eater. Unfortunately, I was proven wrong as he admitted to it to the Aurors at the scene of the crime. Still, Albus. Minerva. I looked at her the same way she did with her own students. One never forgets that I'm disappointed in you look that you cultivate while teaching. Don't hold on to prejudices based on circumstantial rumors. I couldn't wholeheartedly blame her however. She, along with many others, experienced two Dark Lords that started significant wars nearly back to back. Her generation were skeptical, understandably so, of anything that didn't fall in line with what they knew. I was not one to propagate the dark arts and even dissuaded people from delving into them, but I was not too blinded to know that there was dark and then there was evil. I did not agree with the former, but I would fight against the latter with everything I had. A nuance that many in our insular society seem to forget. The current divide in racial and pureblood ideology did nothing to help those assumptions either. He named his rabbit Sir Wiggles. I added. The corners of her lips curled ever so slightly. Truly the most nefarious wizard to ever grace our halls, wouldn't you say? Oh, stop patronizing me, Albus. She rolled her eyes with another huff. Fine, I admit it. I was holding on to a cultivated image in my head. Are you happy? She said with some exhaustion in her tone. Despite my misgivings. She said pointedly. They did not appear to be the bad sort. She sniffed. I'll take the wins where I can. And don't think I forgot that you accepted a bribe right in front of me. She pointed her finger. You let me. I countered. She stuttered to form some manner of rebuttal, but failed much to my continued amusement. Albus, just because I accept that I was judging them inappropriately, that does not mean there are no concerns to be had. Yes, I agree. I only hope that this mysterious vigilante can be brought to justice. I found myself smiling. Albus. She said in a warning tone. Come, Minerva, it's not so much of a problem that the Daily Prophet is making it out to be. He bludgeoned several innocent people with a brick. She exclaimed. It doesn't matter how amicable they were moments ago, how can you turn a blind eye? Fox seems to like him. I looked at my familiar who was looking rather cheerful for some odd reason. He let out a noise in confirmation. See? I offered to soothe her anger. Her eyes narrowed at the phoenix. I have not yet started with you. Fox wisely departed with a flash from the room. And certainly it was a big mark in their favor that Fox seemed to adore the young man for some reason. He would not tell me why, but through our familiar bond, I could feel that he was happy around him. Would it help if I told you that the ones that suffered under this mysterious person's wrath were not the nicest wizards in our society? Albus, we can't just dictate. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Goyle, Lord Not. However, it isn't our duty to assert the law. She quickly changed her tone. Our Aurors can handle the investigation. I completely agree. I smiled. I would never suggest violence as the immediate answer to any problem, but I will say that it was much easier to reject the vile legislation proposed under the pureblood faction in the Wisengamot because a good portion of the supporters were sent to the hospital for head injuries the night before voting. Albus. Minerva's tone turned quite a bit more serious. You know what concerns I'm speaking about. Yes, she only had a passing interest in the supposed brickening that seemed to happen to some of the illustrious members of our society. Matters outside of the concern of the school usually did not faze her. I know, Minerva, I know. I let out a tired sigh, standing up from my chair. It's getting harder and harder to sit for long periods of time now without my back aching. Not the least of which is how they were able to ignore the school's wards. How is that possible, Albus? She asked, clearly concerned. These wards are probably the best in Europe, maybe even most of the world. By modern standards, I would agree. It's hard to argue the point, however, when there are ancient tombs discovered in Egypt that are uncrackable even after years of dedicated study and attempts. But I digress. I can honestly say I have no idea. I answered truthfully. Our discussions ended on a rather cheerful note and I personally handed the prepared letter to their young daughter. I didn't follow, but that doesn't mean I didn't watch. They left from within the wards. Not even I can apparate from within the castle, but what they did was clearly not apparition. I had never seen nor heard of such a method of travel before, and clearly, none of my predecessors had either because not a single ward triggered to block them on departure. Oh, the wards certainly registered something, I could tell that much. But it was merely to say that someone left, rather than stop them. Not even the house elves had an idea of what occurred, as I broached the idea that they somehow used a similar method that the house elves used to pop into places. It was certainly a concerning line of thought. But, would it not be more concerning if they hid it for malicious use? Once more, the enigma of their family name reasserted itself. What's more, the woman Yasaka was able to casually grab hold of a poltergeist without any of the noticeable signs of necromancy. Was that simply the methods of the East that I was familiar with, or did it indicate something else that should further concern me? I would be true to my word when their daughter attended, but I would also keep a certain eye out for anything else that may appear. Who knew, with the return of Voldemort maybe we might have an unconventional ally if I played my cards right. I will reach out to my contacts and ask around. I told her in an attempt to reassure her worry. Granted, I did not believe anything would turn up. Without blowing hot air up my robes, I was one of the foremost experts on spellcraft in the country and I was utterly ignorant, thus my confidence was non-existent. I guess there's nothing left to do but prepare for the coming school year. Minerva let out a sigh of her own. I will make a small speech concerning our newest student and respecting different cultures during the opening feast. That would be best. I nodded, thankful. It would be very bad if something unsavory happened due to ignorance and an apparent princess of another race was harmed on our watch. I am not aware of the power wielded by them, but the way they talked about our ministry was irrelevance bordering contempt. One more thing I will need to reach out to my fellow headmistress to ascertain. She should surely be able to shed some light on these yokai and their influence for me. Before I go, Albus. Why were you so surprised at the name they mentioned, the witch for teaching magical theory/studies? You don't recognize it. Should I? Minerva's lips thinned. Maybe, maybe not. The name originates from the same era as your own namesake. I walked to the bookshelf, looking for a certain tome. Here we are. I took it off the shelf and put it on the desk. Ancient Tales of Sorcerers. Minerva, read the title. Albus, I'm not ignorant of the name. When he mentioned her I thought it was something more relevant than old legends. Minerva, Colchis hasn't existed for nearly 2,000 years. Oh. She said softly. Yes, oh. Wilhelm POV. We're home. I announced after entering the house. Immediately, several heads turned towards us. How was your trip? Medea sat at the dining room table with her fiancé. I told her we were on our way home and asked her to meet us here. On to Medea, look. Kuna ran up and showed her the letter. I'm going to a magic school. It wasn't just Medea that was curious, Artoria and Rin were both here as well and looked over the witch's shoulder to see it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Medea began to read. Dear Miss Schwinorg. She stopped looking at me as were the others. What? I asked. It's weird for them not to have last names over there. Why can't my daughter have my last name? Not that I didn't ask beforehand, I didn't want to assume, but both Yasaka and Kuna were both more than willing for it to happen. So as far as that place was concerned, she's Kuna Schwinorg. A funny combination of Japanese and German naming conventions, but who cared? Yasaka, for some reason, wrapped her tail very tightly around my waist with a big smile on her face. Dear Miss Schwinorg, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizard. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Blah blah, starting date. Medea finished and went to another page enclosed. Dragonhide gloves. She suddenly exclaimed. No idea. I shrugged. I'm gonna be a witch just like you, auntie. The little fox grinned. Medea was conflicted at that statement it seems. She didn't like being called a witch, but at the same time. You sure are. She quickly hugged the little fox as it was obvious which side won over there. No one can defeat the little fluffy fox. Dang, you're really going through with this, hey. Rin looked at me. She seems to like the idea. Yasaka responded. I take it the meeting went well. Artoria asked. Despite the circumstances. Yasaka sent me a look. Yes, things went about as well as expected. Only one small hiccup, which is why we wanted to talk to Medea and Kyuzuki about something. Not just me but hubby too. Medea looked at us as Kuna climbed into her lap and the Greek woman was more than happy to rub her head and spoil her. If he wants, it's more an opportunity if you are willing. I responded. Consider my interest piqued. She glanced at the stoic man sitting at her side. What do you think, dear? I am interested as well. He said plainly. Talking to the headmaster, there seems to be a few openings at the school for teachers. I didn't want to presume anything, so I merely floated the idea as a possibility, and emphasized I haven't asked your opinions first. If you would be interested, they would have you interview for some teaching positions. I cut right to the chase. Medea and Kyuzuki both blanked for a second. And I can understand, it was a sudden thing I just tossed in their laps. Let me get this straight, boyo. You're offering us jobs? Medea asked. Not me, just ran into the opportunities and wanted to inform you of them. And please don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to pressure you into anything nor coerce you. I'll be upfront and say that it would be super helpful to us because we would want someone to watch Kuna from afar in case of anything happening. Honesty was the main thing with Medea. She would rather you tell her to her face anything bad and be blunt about it rather than try and scheme or make plans around her. If you wanted her for something, just straight tell her and you would have significantly more of a chance than otherwise. So, I was honest and told her the purpose of us telling them about it, about how it would be beneficial to us in the long run. What position? Kyuzuki asked, still keeping a straight and expressionless face. Muggle studies, which translates to mundane history and basically covers their non-magical counterparts. The magical culture there is very insular, and they're ignorant about a lot of modern conveniences while keeping to an era several decades behind. I briefly explained. Books. I have plenty if you are interested. I nodded as he was mostly wanting an idea of what he was supposed to teach from the source material. He nodded as well, but without confirming yes or no. It was right in his wheelhouse, mostly. He was a history teacher, so it's not something foreign to him. What about me? Medea asked. Magical theory. I answered, not needing to go into detail. And you know I'm unfamiliar with their magic, right? I have enough books and you'll be a master in a week. I rolled my eyes. True. She said smugly. That's a big thing to suddenly throw into our laps. I know, but we literally just found out too, and the idea was worth bringing up. You mentioned a place you wanted to live previously, this ticks all of your boxes. And I would like to say that this isn't contingent on you becoming Kunu's guardians while she's living over there. Yasaka chimed in. We have a backup plan, and while we would be thrilled with your help, this is also an opportunity for you both. A place you can build a true home and live if you desire. Medea and her fiancé shared a similar look with one another. How long do we have to think it over? She asked. We're going back in a few days to shop for Kunu's school supplies, and that's when we told the headmaster either he'll receive you both for an interview or we'll send a letter with a rejection. I replied. We will discuss it. However, we will require the material to form an answer. Kyuzuki answered for them both. No problem, Jin already sorted the stuff in the library, you can go there whenever you want or ask her for help. Which covered everything they'd probably want to know. And I would also answer any questions they had, but they were probably a bit overwhelmed at this moment, and suddenly going in depth on the details might not go over so well. Best to give them a little bit to settle down before delving deeper. I perked up suddenly, because someone was approaching. A knock on the door indicating I was correct, which was odd because I don't think we've ever had a stranger knock on the door ever since setting up the house. The bounded fields actively dissuaded people from approaching. I got up and went to open it because the presence felt familiar. Oda-in. I greeted with a bit of surprise at him being here. Hey, a brat. He walked right past me and through the threshold without any offering of him to come in. If I didn't already know his whole attitude, I may have taken offense. And he wasn't alone. A woman in a suit was apologetically standing outside still. I gestured for her to come in and she looked very thankful. Hope, I'm not interrupting anything. He said, looking at all the faces in the room. You were. I answered. Well, that sucks. He didn't seem to care all too much. Anyways, how you doing, kiddos? He inspected the place. Nice home, lots of defenses, not bad. Might have been able to stall me for a couple moments. Anyways. He stopped, looking at Kazuki of all people. He tilted his head in contemplation, and sort of moved his whole body to follow suit. Hey, you ever consider being a Viking? The stoic Japanese man merely raised an eyebrow in surprise but otherwise, barely reacted to the All-Father's sudden question. He rubbed his beard. It's rare to see a warrior like this out of nowhere. I don't sense any magic, nor any toki or anything on you. What's your game? I apologize, I am merely a teacher. He responded bluntly. Yeah, and I'm merely a handsome and charming grandpa. He snorted. Anyways, that's not why I'm here. But introductions for you kiddos, I'm Odin, All-Father, blah blah. Since you're the brat's people, you probably know everything already, so I won't explain more. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Odin. I said dryly. I need to call in that favor, brat. He clapped his hands. Oh right, my babysitter. He pointed at the silent woman who looked like she wanted to hide in a corner. Introduce yourself. He said almost dismissively. I am Ross Weiss, Lord Odin's Valkyrie. She awkwardly stated. Well, may as well go around the room. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I tried to smile politely because it must be super difficult being under Odin, I didn't want to make it harder for her. Hello dear, I'm Yasaka. Yasaka picked up on it too. Rin. Our resident Magus suddenly blurted out next. I mean, I'm Rin. She corrected. Rin Tosaka. It's nice to meet you. Oh, it's nice to meet you too. The Valkyrie smiled. Was Rin blushing? A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty with the same name for people who can't use the above. Chapter 479. I found myself utterly still. Almost like, if I moved too suddenly, I would accidentally do something to disturb the unusual scene unfolding in front of me. Had I ever seen Rin act like this with someone before? The Valkyrie was, objectively, extremely beautiful. She had long, silver hair. She was tall and with generous proportions, and also, she had a certain gentleness to her. For some reason, she elicited almost a subconscious desire to pet her head and tell her she was doing a good job. Maybe it was just the result of the perceived hardships I imagined came with working with Odin on a full-time basis? I certainly had sympathy for that alone. Regardless. You're a Valkyrie? Rin asked, even after hearing her introduction, but I guess small talk had to start somewhere. Yes, I've passed all of my exams and graduated Valkyrie school. The woman nodded. And I was surprised they had a streamlined process like a school. I've been serving Lord Odin for a few years now. That's pretty impressive. I'm a magus myself. Rin puffed up, and she snuck a hand up, pushing her hair behind her ear. The Valkyrie flushed ever so slightly. Oh, is that like a human magician? Her eyes lit up in excitement. That's right. Rin smiled. I inherited my family crest and everything. She proudly said, even though that's something that the Valkyrie probably had no context for, but I wasn't going to interrupt. A crest. The Valkyrie tilted her head and her eyes widened. I didn't know humans had crests too. She exclaimed excitedly. What magic do you specialize in? My family has specialized in jewel craft for centuries. She put her hands on her hips with a little smirk. Jewel craft? The Valkyrie said in confusion. What's that? It's a form of magecraft that lets someone imbue spells into the geometric structure of jewels, and they don't require the user's magical energy to activate. She gave a very brief description which was about what everyone knew on the subject back home that didn't practice jewel craft. That sounds wasteful, why not just use a magic circle? I looked at Odin and he noticed my gaze and he looked back at me with a strange look as well. I think he was also kind of taken back by what was happening before his eyes. Because it certainly didn't come off as a simple exchange. Secondly, I looked towards Medea who had a growing grin on her face, and she also noticed me looking her way. Her smile grew into something a bit more mischievous. I quickly and subtly shook my head. She frowned and nodded. I again shook my head impassively. She let out a silent sigh and rolled her eyes, relenting. It was obvious she planned on doing something to mess with Rin, and I wanted to nip that in the bud. Rin was having a moment and I didn't want it to be ruined. Because jewels hold spells far better than a magic circle can. Rin answered. And using a magic circle still requires the caster to tap into their own reserves. With enough time and preparation, as long as I never run out of jewels, I can theoretically cast spells forever. The Valkyrie looked utterly starstruck for some reason. Because jewels come from the planet. She blurted out. They're untouched and uncontaminated by any kind of outside influence normally. They're basically a natural magic circle. That's exactly right. Rin stumbled for a second as the Valkyrie hit the nail on the head. Well, back home we consider them as a simplified magic crest, but the concept was close enough. That's amazing. Who thought of such a fantastical idea? I need to find some jewels now and compare them to my own spell circles and figure out if I can't modify mine to match the natural constitution. Maybe if. Stop being a nerd. Odin smacked the Valkyrie on the head with his hand. Lord Odin. The Valkyrie whined, rubbing the spot where she was hit. Go do something else, the grown-ups need to have a chat. He huffed her way. Wah. Odin glanced my way, and I could take the hint. Hey Rin, why don't you take her to see the library? I'm sure you should find some things there she might find interesting to keep you guys preoccupied. I offered. It seemed like at that moment, Rin's awareness of where she was, and who was around here came falling back into place. She looked at me once with a strange look, and an adorably embarrassing pink hue on her cheeks. Right, why don't I show you the library here, while they deal with their own crap? I would like that. The Valkyrie smiled rather beautifully. Why yet? Rin swallowed noticeably, and she quickly led the other woman down the hall, disappearing from sight. Well, that was interesting. Yasaka commented. That was nice of you. Artoria was swiftly at my side, putting a quick kiss on my cheek. Ooh, you're so wonderful, why don't I give the big hero a kiss too? Odin made little kissy faces at me. Can you act your age? I rolled my eyes. Never. We're leaving, boyo. Medea stood up along with her fiancé as Kunu climbed out of her lap. If you're not going to let me tease that brat, then I don't care to stay. Well, I couldn't blame her for her abrupt departure. She really was uncomfortable around gods. She was a little bit better around Izzy and even Meridia because I think she trusted me, but with Odin suddenly popping in she was definitely feeling antsy. Especially with how Odin was fawning over her fiancé. Odin, to his benefit, didn't say anything to her. Nor did he go out of his way to antagonize her like he seemed to enjoy doing to most people in his proximity. After she left, Odin took a seat on the couch as we all settled in. "Thanks for not poking her," I said. "Bah, I'm not stupid," Odin harumphed. I could see her fidgeting as soon as I entered the room. "Who is she?" "She's like this one." He jerked his thumb towards Artoria. "Medea of Colchis." Odin stroked his beard for a moment as if trying to recall. "Ah," was all he said in response, and it was enough for him to understand. One did not become a god of knowledge without being able to put two and two together. "Mama, I want my candy." Kunu grabbed at Yasaka's sleeve. "What candy do you want? You only get a little bit." "I want the candy beans." Yasaka took out a rather large bag of candy beans. Rather, it was a random assortment of flavors that claimed to have every flavor in the world. Every flavor. Even the bad ones. We couldn't leave that place without stopping and letting Kunu pick out some treats in Diagon Alley. We only stayed for a few minutes, with the promise of coming back in a few days to do her real shopping for school. She cheerfully took one out and handed them all around. "This one is for you, Mama." She handed her a brown one. Yasaka forced herself to keep her smile. "Thank you, sweetie." "Daddy." She handed me a green one. "And Auntie Artoria." She handed her an orange one. "Make sure to give one to your guest too." I poked one of her tails. "Here you go, Grandpa," she casually said, handing the great god Odin a piece of candy. "What a magnificent offering, I am thrilled to accept it." He played along. He threw it into his mouth and began to chew and, almost in slow motion, his chewing ground to a halt and he just had a blank look on his face. "Something wrong, Odin?" I asked and Kunu looked at him too. "Nothing." He forced a smile even worse than Yasaka. "It's delicious, thank you." The god slowly swallowed what was in his mouth. Was I going to tell him the specifics about the candy? Nope. I tossed my own into my mouth and began chewing it. Ick. Seaweed. It could have been worse, I suppose. Strangely, it had a smidge of a salty flavor to accompany it. "So, what do you need, Odin?" I finally asked. Kunu settled down next to Yasaka and seemingly didn't care about the conversation, she was happily munching on her candy. "I need you to help me go hunting," he replied. "You mentioned that before, you want me to go with you through Yggdrasil." I can't say the idea didn't appeal to me. I would love to explore the branches of Yggdrasil properly. He grunted. "It's about time I do some pest control." "Got any leads?" "One or two." "You don't sound too confident. Do you think they put up a sign?" He snorted. "We're dealing with Loki's tricks, we will be lucky if these leads don't turn out to be false and meant to mislead us by him." "True. And I had a score to settle with the trickster god. It's going to have to wait for a few days." I leaned back, putting an arm around Artoria. "I have a few things I need to settle. Basically, I planned on visiting Nuwa, then I needed to finish Kunu's school shopping. Unless, there's a pressing time concern." Odin leaned forward, interlocking his fingers. He was silent for a moment. "Immediately, no," he answered. "But it needs to happen soon. If it's only a few days or a week, it's fine. But any longer and I don't know what things will be like." "Have things escalated over there?" What had been probing attacks by Jotunheim and Muspelheim have taken the first step beyond. My son finally ordered a state of war barely a day after the meeting. A wise move then, to use the initial excitement and morale to lessen any voiced opposition in regards to cooperation. Artoria chimed in, clearly keeping up with the happenings going around. Odin smiled happily. "My son has a good head on his shoulders," he said with clear pride. "I'll make it a priority after I'm done. I just need to go visit Nuwa then take Kunu to shop for her school supplies in another place, then I'm free." "Nuwa." Odin ran a hand through his beard. That makes sense. She's probably going to give you a nice gift as thanks and to build a rapport." "That's what Izzy told me." I nodded. "Don't take the cougar with you if you go." "Pardon?" I ignored his nickname for her. "If you bring her, it will escalate things outside of visiting the goddess. You're a hot commodity right now, it's unlikely that the Jade Emperor isn't aware of who you are and your sudden presence will alert him. If you bring a god from another faction, it will give him an excuse to force an audience. If that's what you want, Do whatever. But you're going to get caught up in all that divine court crap for a while. Honestly, I hadn't considered that. Truthfully, I would rather not get involved with the celestial bureaucracy at this point if it meant being tangled up with divine red tape. That's unfortunate because I wanted to take Izzy with me. Fine, thanks for the heads up. I responded. Yeah. He waved it off. I'm going to walk around Kyoto for a bit, tell my Valkyrie when she comes out to find me. What went unsaid was that he was sticking around nearby so his Valkyrie would have time to spend with Rin, for whatever happens. One more thing. He stood up, stretching his back. I'll give you the teleport coordinates to one of their cities that gets a lot of foreign traffic. It should be a good place to hitch a ride from there to Nuwa's place without too big of a commotion. Once more, Odin definitely comes through. Now I just need to figure out who's coming with me. Are you both ready? Yes. Artoria nodded. I have nothing else to concern myself with. Skathik replied. Basically, mostly everyone else was busy, and Artoria and Skathik were more than happy to accompany me. Where's Jean? I also intended to ask her, but she's been noticeably absent. Mordred took her to play somewhere. Artoria answered. That's cute. Oh well, if she's enjoying herself, I won't bother her. No Rin? I asked. She's busy. Artoria said carefully. Ahoy. I couldn't help but grin. Busy with anyone in particular? Artoria pursed her lips. Please don't tease her if you see her. And no, Ross Weiss has not reappeared after the time Rin and her spent together. Don't worry, I'll wait until something is firmer before I give her a hard time. I wasn't going to potentially compromise any relationship of hers just for a laugh. If there's anything. I clarified. I'm not going to overtly stick my nose into it and all that, and I don't want to presume. But I haven't seen Rin act like that before. Artoria couldn't help but smile. Yes, it is nice to see Rin take an interest in someone else in such a way. She was noticeably a bit more cheerful afterwards. Just tell me when she's ready for double dates. Artoria ever so slightly flushed. I believe Rin does not yet recognize any extra feelings herself, so you will wait for some time. If anything developed was unspoken again. It just means we needed to help out in the background when we can. Operation Valkyrie Seduction was a go. I'll ask Odin to drop by randomly and bring the Valkyrie with him. I suppose it'll just be us three then. I smiled. I would never be upset about going out with two women I dearly loved. Do you have any knowledge about the culture we are going to experience? Artoria asked. I admit that the knowledge I possess does not seem applicable here. I have read many books when I was younger. I said proudly. Student, for some reason, I have the urge to pinch you. Skathik narrowed her eyes. They were fiction. I coughed. But I'm sure there's not much difference. I may or may not have read many novels about certain fantastical elements of Chinese mythology. I felt prepared enough. Anyways, let's head over. I clapped my hands and mentally filled in the calculations that Odin gave me. A portal opened up and we quickly stepped through, an entire new world greeting us. There was sort of a hub, a space for people to come and go without any fanfare, which was why we didn't need any significant notice or anything like that. Around us, plenty of other people, many of which weren't human, were teleporting in and out of the area. But we were more taken with the entire change of scenery. The hub itself was a floating pagoda. Seeing out the many windows, and there were oceans of clouds, along with literal oceans blanketing the horizon. There were also mountains floating in the sky, and I was assuming we were on one such mountain at the moment. Further above, there were floating islands with waterfalls that spilled over the edge, yet didn't fall on top of our heads. There were bridges that connected them, and wonderful buildings that decorated each one. It gave off a very ethereal vibe. And it was undeniably a beautiful scene. And every so often, we could see people flying above. Some on some strange beasts, others on some sort of vehicles without any discernible method of proper movement, and rarely, someone flew on a sword. I would admit, my inner teen was smiling big right now. What should we do first? I looked at my companions who were also silently marveling at the surroundings. Go straight to our destination, or maybe get some proper clothing, maybe some food, and explore for a little bit before going over. Artoria, she immediately twitched a little at the thought of food, while Skathik was seemingly interested in exploring. I may or may not have intentionally touched on things that would interest them specifically. Excuse me, my lord and ladies, may I have a moment of your time? A youngish man stopped us, clasping his hands and bowing rather submissively. I dare not presume, but if you are new to the city, I have lived here my entire life. For a small fee, I can take you anywhere you desire. Hey, was it that obvious we were new here? I guess we did gawk a bit as we first arrived. And taking a quick look around, he wasn't the only one that looked like they were waiting for newcomers to propose their business to. Everyone needed to make a living. I glanced at Artoria and Skathik and they didn't seem put off by the idea. We don't have any local currency, I replied. Any currency of value can be exchanged. He put on a polite smile. I held a handful of gold out. And his eyes flashed as he very quickly made it disappear into his sleeve. You are wise, my lord. I dare not say that I am the best guide, but you would find it difficult to find one better than I. This one's name is Ren Song, please call me Guide Ren, I will lead you anywhere you desire and help you to the best of my ability during your stay. My girls and I want to explore for a bit. Specifically, we want somewhere nice to eat, to buy some local clothing, and anything else of interest. Lastly, we heard that there's some sort of transportation that's used to fly to other places? I'm not quite sure about the conventions used here. The young man clasped his hands again. If you wish to move from one city to another, the teleportation pagoda can be used. He gestured around us. If you wish to go somewhere else, then you will need to move from normal means, my lord. Certain sects and clans don't allow teleportation onto their territory, so regular means must be used. That makes sense, I suppose. Just out of curiosity, what if I wanted to go to the heavenly court? The young man froze briefly before recovering. My lord, you must be joking, very few are allowed to venture into the heavenly courts. If anyone dares to trespass, they will be executed on the spot. No manager will allow their mounts to fly anywhere near such a forbidden zone. Amusing, let's go anyways. Skathik suddenly spoke up. We are not here to cause trouble. Artoria rejected. And I think Skathik pouted a little. Then I will make do with mundane. Child, tell me, are there any interesting things in this city? Yes, Fairy, I know every interesting point in this city. If it's for entertainment, I know the best places for those who wish to fight. If you want to test your luck, we house many casinos. If you desire the arts, we have performances that even the court officials will descend for. He answered rather fluidly. Skathik nodded. Well, we can't waste too long, but we can hit the best places before leaving. Do you know about Nuwa's palace? I asked. Again he looked taken back. Everyone knows about Goddess Nuwa's palace, my lord. He replied quickly. However, if you are thinking about visiting, you will be disappointed. It is not listed such as a forbidden zone like the heavenly courts, but it is off limits to outsiders and no one dares to trespass. It's fine, we're invited. I waved it off. My lord, may I ask your name? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself. But I may or may not have felt giddy saying this. Call me young master. Non-canon Omake, learning a new spell. Why are you all standing around? I was apparently the last to enter the room, because all my girls were just standing around looking at a box on the table. You have a box from your grandfather. Izzy was kind enough to say. And she shrugged. We had nothing else to do. Jin helpfully added. Well, boredom can strike everyone. Why not just open it? I asked. It would be rude to open a package addressed to you. Artoria stated. That's sweet, but honestly, what's mine is also all of yours too. But, I guess sometimes it's more uncomfortable for other people even if I wouldn't care, so I didn't make a big deal out of it. Without any fanfare, I ripped open the box. To my dear grandson, have fun. I read the note that came along. Then I pulled out an odd-looking piece of parchment. As soon as I took it into my hands, it disintegrated and foreign knowledge entered my brain. Student, what happened? Skathik spoke the cumulative concern for everyone else. Just had a new spell download into my brain. I did my best to describe the sensation. Come. Meridia held out her arms, more like she quickly grabbed hold of me and I felt her warm presence. You are well, there are no problems. Other than what you already had. Funny. I deadpanned. Though, seeing her smile was always pleasant. What spell did you learn? Jin eagerly asked. Show me. I looked around and had the idea to pull a gold coin out of my ring and I tossed it to Artoria. Hold that please. Very well, do you need me to do anything else? No, just stand there. The spell is called Steal and it's exactly as you would expect. I held my hand up. You focus on an object someone else possesses, and you simply steal it away from a distance. I can see many uses for such a spell. Perhaps. Steal. I didn't wait for her to finish. And she went deathly silent, as did everyone else. The gold coin was still in her hand, but the spell was apparently still a success. Because, a pair of white panties with a cute little blue bow fell into my hand. I do not believe the spell worked correctly. Artoria said softly, a cute red hue creeping up on her cheeks. Yet. I agreed. May I have my panties returned, please? No. W will. She squeaked, tumbling over the edge of what was bearable before she finally reacted. Well, that is certainly an interesting spell. Yasaka grinned. I think it was just an accident. Let's try again. No. Steal. Oddly enough, another pair of panties landed into my hands. Black and frilly, I held them up for everyone to see. A very red Izzy quickly swiped them from my grasp. She spoke no words, but her face said everything she needed to. For some reason, I felt myself growing a rather large smile. Student. Skathika's eyes narrowed. Was she good to give me a beating? Yes. Was I still going to do it? Also yes. I held my hands up. Steal. 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 I had no idea why the spell was working this way, but I didn't care. Clothes went flying and life was beautiful. So begins Wilhelm's very short Xiangxia adventure. Don't worry, it'll only be like 3 chapters he's in Xiangxia land. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above with the same name. Chapter 480. Skathik dragged Artoria off somewhere. Apparently, they weren't as interested in clothes shopping as I was. But, it's their loss, because I looked fabulous. I wasn't upset, we would reconvene in a couple hours or so, and I wasn't going to tell them they weren't allowed to go have fun without me. Besides, the main point was a brief visit Nuwa's palace, this was just a small side stop for a bit of fun. I looked at myself in the mirror and couldn't help but smile. How do I look? Young master, you're like a dragon amongst mortals. The guide praised. Did I know it was fake? Yes. Did I care? Not at all. I had some white robes which, I wasn't quite sure the name of. They were based on traditional Chinese garb hanfu, but I wasn't sure if there was a specific name for these in particular. Basically loose-fitting and elegant Daoist robes. And of course, there was one piece of my ensemble missing. My guide handed to me the last piece. A decorate fan. I was sufficiently ready to court death. Now, I just needed to get into situations that caused this to occur. But I'm sure that won't be too hard, I already had some things in mind. Regardless, I handed the guide another handful of gold. As a proper young master, I have to be generous with gifts to my subordinates. Maybe I should find a fatty to follow me around and praise me for everyone to hear? And when they inevitably get beaten up, I could go take revenge. I'm sad that I didn't have more time available, thus I had to make do with what I got. What's on the agenda? I adjusted the collar of my robes a little to make it comfortable. Young master, I know the best restaurant in town, if you're interested. He offered. Well, that's what Artoria wanted, but Skathik pulled her away for God knows what. May as well check it out, might even find Artoria there. Anything fun on the way? We can pass through the market to see if anything catches your fancy, young master. He stated. Oh, that sounded fun. Lead the way. I gestured, making sure to leave a sizable tip for the shop owner. As a proper young master, I needed to flaunt my wealth. As soon as we stepped outside, however, I had a question that popped into my head. Guide? I asked, making sure to use his title because that's how a young master would. I'm curious about where this city is located. Regular humans can't access this place, what's this realm called? Honestly, it seemed similar to Kyoto in a sense. Like, a pocket dimension slapped on top of the regular world. I would almost call it something like the underworld as well, but it's not that shut off. We simply call this the immortal realm, young master. He answered helpfully. The heavenly courts sit atop in the heavens, we, the immortal realm, are below, then the mortal world is below us. Long ago, when immortals and gods retreated from the world, they cut off a section for us to continue to live. Ah, sounded about what I guessed. They made their own pocket dimension not dissimilar to Kyoto, but on a far wider scale. I could imagine that the 9 realms I'll be visiting were something in the same breath as well. Are the people that were born and live here, do they know about the mortal world? My guide pulled out a phone, holding it up for me to see. Way to ruin my immersion. Are you just playing a character? I had the sudden realization. He coughed awkwardly. Of course not, young master. Just as you are the brightest star in the sky, I am but a humble guide. Right, he's just fucking around to earn money. You know what? Who cared? Here we are, young master. He said as we walked through the crowded street, opening up to a wide bazaar full of many different shops and street stalls. Many strange and interesting trinkets can be purchased here. All that matters is your own luck. Almost immediately I bumped into someone. And honestly, it wasn't on purpose. This place was just packed to all hell and I was gawking every which way because it was honestly fun to see. My head snapped to the person who I bumped into, and it was a man, perhaps a few years older than me with rather sharp features and cold eyes. Next to him was 2 people with covered faces and black robes that looked a lot like bodyguards, and they were giving off a hint of killing intent as the younger man in the front stared at me. I may have felt some semblance of excitement in my heart. My first encounter. I snapped my fan closed and stared at him, waiting for him to say something provocative so I could respond. After a moment, he suddenly relaxed, and his expression softened. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. He offered an apology with a genuine smile. And like that, I deflated along with all of my excitement. No, it's fine. With how many people are walking around, it's inevitably going to happen. I waved off with a small sigh in my heart. There was nothing else and they went on their way. How lucky, young master. It's rare to meet the son of the mayor on the street. It's said that he's one of the most kind and approachable masters in the city. He often volunteers at the academies to teach younger children in his free time. My guide spoke excitedly. Yeah, lucky. My lips thinned. Of course I would run into the saint amongst the city's population. But I'm not distressed, this was a big city, I'm sure there are plenty of people who will make me court death here. Mr. Guide, point me at something lavish to spend my money on. He wasn't befuddled by my abrupt request, instead he pointed at a stall. The owner of which, immediately noticed. He quickly pushed his more expensive goods out as I came close. My lord, look at these, the stall owner began to speak, but I held a hand up to stop him. Ahem. The guide cleared his throat. My young master, would like to see your wares. The owner looked at me blankly, but quickly recovered. Of course, young master, I have rare and exquisite. Don't care, I'll buy it all. I let out a bunch of gold onto the counter, enough that it began to spill over and roll across the ground. Without another word, I swiped everything on the counter of his stall into my ring without another look. My low young master, look what I have. A woman nearly fell over herself running towards me with some vases in her arms. I'll take it. I didn't even look again. A young master must be prodigal with their money. As if the floodgates opened, dozens of people now rushed over. I have a rare 1000-year-old ginseng. I'll take it. Young master, that one looked barely a decade old. I ignored my guide. Look, young master, this ancient bronze bow was once wielded by an immortal. Nice, I'll take it. Young master, it was rusted from sitting out in the rain too long. How about my jade imperial seal? It's been in my family for generations, and legends say that it was once used by the cousin of an uncle of an acquaintance of someone in the heavenly courts. Ooh, pretty. I'll take it. It has a made in China mark half scratched off. This million-year-old immortal spirit herb, gathered form the peak of Kunlun, where immortal fairies sung under the moonlight for 10,000 years, wearing nothing but. Too long, I'll take it. That was a weed he pulled from the side of the road seconds ago. I just went around and grabbed whatever was in everyone's hand, giving them a modest sum for. Finally, I threw my arms up, letting a bit of gold hit the ground as they scrambled to claim it, giving me an opportunity to step out of the crowd. My trusty guide followed behind me dutifully. Well, that was fun. I said wistfully. Truly, I am a generous young master. That is certainly a word that can be used in some circumstances. My guide said dryly. Hey everyone, some idiot is buying any random crap. I heard a shout from the other side of the crowd. Hey, I wonder who they're talking about. Looks like someone is going to get scammed. I hummed. Unfortunately, they will never be as wise and intelligent as you, young master. Ah, I loved compliments. Oh, that shop looks nice. A new thing grabbed my attention. This shop is rather famous, young master. Please be careful, they have the backing of. I didn't need to hear anything else. I ignored the guards standing outside and pushed the door open. And once more, a shop owner greeted me immediately upon entering. Welcome, young master. He said with a glint in his eyes. Please, browse at your leisure, if you desire anything in particular, I will do anything I can to provide. My inner young master instincts flared up as I wanted to immediately buy everything, but I was actually taken back by the quality of stuff here. Walking towards the immediate selection, I picked up a piece of jewelry that caught my eye. This is beautiful. I held it up to the light. It was a necklace with a purple amethyst in the center with two birds, presumably phoenixes, wrapped around it, both a light red-orange that offset the center amethyst surprisingly well. Honestly, the color reminded me of my mom's eyes. Now that I thought about it, I think Venelana's eyes caught my attention so much because my mom had a similar eye color. I was honestly so caught up in my own head that I didn't even realize that someone entered the shop as well until I heard a surprised shout. It's perfect! A younger girl exclaimed, pointing right at me, rather the piece of jewelry I held in my hand. Shopkeep, wrap it up, I'll buy it right now. She said, still pointing at the necklace in my hand. I'm sorry, young miss. The shopkeep politely bowed. But this young master has picked it first. The young lady frowned. The intimidating-looking burly man behind her reminded me to quickly slip back into my young master persona. You, state your price. She demanded, obviously addressing me. No thanks, I'm buying it. I denied her. Do you know who I am? Nope. I found my excitement building back up again. Hand it over, or else. Or else, what? I said, challengingly. I'll. She built herself up, but the bodyguard put a gentle hand on her shoulder and all the tension immediately deflated. Young miss, you know better than to use your status to bully someone to give you what you want. He said gently. I know. She relented. It would have been perfect for Mom's birthday. She let out a sigh. Fine, I'm sorry. She said softly towards me, presumably at her borderline harassment. Let's go somewhere else, maybe we can still find something good. The madam would be thrilled with anything you find, young miss. He attempted to soothe her. Guide. I whispered. Is she another paragon of virtue in the city that I should be aware of? The Bai clan is known for being generous and virtuous. Rumors say that the young miss is cold, but secretly warm to those in need. They say that many people she crossed paths with that were down on their luck mysteriously received help from unknown sources. God damn it! What's with my shitty luck? I let out a long sigh of my own. Wait, you can have it. I held up the necklace. Young master, why do you seem to be in a bad mood? The Bai clan's promise of a favor owed is not a small matter, even if it's from the young miss of the clan. I sighed even harder. Just, is there something fun around here that attracts a lot of people? The arena. Pass. I rejected. Skathik was probably having fun there, I didn't want to intrude. At most, I would check up on her later. There is a jade stone cutting gambling den nearby. He said almost uncertainly. But I found a new burst of motivation. Excellent. The guide, for some reason, wasn't as enthusiastic about it. But another handful of gold did light a fire under his butt. He quickly led me through a few alleys into, I didn't want to call it unsavory, but certainly a step or two off the beaten path. The people around definitely had a rougher look about them. More were carrying weapons openly, not that it was dissuaded anywhere. But it was more predominant around here. I, of course, flung my fan open once many gazes landed upon me. As a young master, I must present myself properly at all times. Here we are, young master. My guide said as we approached I almost wanted to call it a shop, but it was a bit more open. Not quite a stall either, but perhaps a mix between them. Lots of tables, lots of rocks strewn about. Stone gambling was weird. Interesting, but undeniably a weird pastime that people get into for some reason. Essentially, you have a bunch of rocks that may or may not have jade inside of them. You pay for the rock and gamble on that by cutting it open. Simple and easy to understand. Young master, please don't buy all the rocks. While the owners will allow it, you would be unwelcome back and cause annoyances to others. Do you really think I would stoop to such means? I harumphed, slapped my fan closed. This young master was born with innate luck. I choose that rock. I pointed at a random rock. My guide, for some reason, didn't look like he believed me. He walked up, paid for the rock on my behalf and practically plopped it into my hand. This is going to be worth a fortune, just watch. I said proudly. Do you care to wager, friend? A voice I didn't recognize approached. A man with a small ensemble came forward. He had very delicate features and practically screamed young master vibes. You dare bet with this younger master? I held my head up high. The young guy sort of blanked for a moment. Yes. He looked confused and then looked at my guide who gave him a shrug for some reason. We each open our stones, loser pays the winner twice the stone's price. Very well, I accept your wager. I gestured for him. The young man carefully used a knife to cut open his stone, splitting it open, he revealed a small jade core. Not bad. He held it up for everyone to see. Do you need to use my knife? He held it out. I took it hesitantly. Because I realized in this moment, that I had no idea how I was supposed to do this. I stared at the knife and at my rock, and did the most logical thing. I threw my stone at the ground, shattering it. They were stunned by my resourcefulness. But probably also the fist-sized jade that was also broken along with the stone. It was about 3 times the size of his own jade. Well, looks like I'm the winner. I said smugly. The guy looked at the stone on the ground and frowned, looking back up at me. Something wrong? I raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to inevitably renege on his bet. Oddly, he did not. Instead, he let out a small sigh, squatting down and scooping up the pieces of jade that shattered. How unfortunate, that was a nice piece of jade. It would have made a wonderful carving. If you didn't know how to open it, all you had to do was ask. If you want I can show you. He offered, rather politely in all honesty. Oh, let's calculate how much I owe you first. With how easily he just accepted the loss, once more, I felt all my bubbling excitement die down. I was just playing, you can keep the jade if you want. Sorry for making a mess. I couldn't help but apologize, essentially calling off the wager after the fact. Was I just meant not to have my own Xiangxia adventure? I won't take your jade for nothing. He laughed. Keep my knife, it's a little less than the jade, even shattered as is, but hopefully my friendship can even them out. Well, he seemed nice. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Or something like that, I don't really remember and my Chinese idioms aren't really up to par. I was about to go to a restaurant, Immortal Cloud Restaurant. My guide stated for me. Yeah, that. I nodded. If all else failed, I was 100% sure that I would have a restaurant encounter. There was absolutely no way in hell that I wouldn't run into someone there that wouldn't start something so I could court death. And the food would probably be delicious. I was no Artoria, but I was still a bit of a glutton. Did you not hear? He tilted his head. I blinked. The Immortal Cloud restaurant was nearly destroyed not hours ago. Rumors are that some unsavory people started a fight with a young woman and caused the destruction of the restaurant. My new friend informed me. Great. Just, fuck my luck. With another long sigh, I sagged my shoulder. Just forget it then. I need to go to the arena to see. The arena is closed. My new friend also informed me. I heard that someone destroyed it earlier as well. Just, take me to the Mount Rentals. I'm done. I'm just going to wait for Artoria and Skathik to finish up whatever it is they're doing. The rental place wasn't that far away, and I didn't care to play around anymore. My disappointment was immeasurable and my day was ruined. Why did not a single person accost me? Was it so much to ask that some asshole young master start a fight, then lose, then call his many times great-grandpa to get revenge for some tiny slight that escalated into some ridiculous scenario so that I'm fighting 10 immortal sects? Apparently. Bright side, apparently Artoria and Skathik were already here and waiting for me. Thanks for putting up with me. I tossed my guide a big bag of gold. Shit, for this much money, I would call you my grandfather. His tone and character immediately dropped after I basically told him his job was done. Even so, I couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it from his perspective. Regardless, I ignored the sights, the various beasts and devices that stimulated flight and just went straight for my head into Skathika's chest. Student, did you have a pleasant evening? She asked, accepting me without complaint. No. I didn't whine. Did you two have fun at least? Artoria and Skathik looked at each other. It was interesting. Artoria said cryptically. What did you two do? We separated early on. Artoria informed me. I sought out a meal. It was strange, a young man approached me and continuously tried to dine with me. I rejected him, but he further brought people over to attempt to persuade me. Did he eventually try to force you? Yes. Artoria tiled her head. How did you know? Lucky guess. I forced out. I was unfortunately forced to fight. They were no threat, but they brought about much destruction to the restaurant. I compensated the owner, of course. But it was a most confusing experience. And suddenly, some things made sense. What about you? I looked up from between Skathika's bosom. I separated from the last to go explore this arena of theirs. She replied. It left much to be desired, but I allowed myself to fight equal to any opponents I came across to make it more enjoyable. I heard the arena was destroyed. I pointed out. She smiled wistfully. Yes, some brat came to me and demanded that I throw a fight due to some passing of money. And you rejected, I assume. No, I accepted but still won. She grinned. Ha! How'd that end? The brat attempted to send one of his bodyguards to attack me. I felled him easily and taught the boy a harsh lesson, but allowed him to leave with his life. He did not take my warnings to heart and gathered a greater force some time later. I once more dispatched them, but he called for his father. Let me guess, he was part of some big clan. Skathik tilted her head similarly to Artoria. Yes. He would not stop speaking about it as well, and using their name to try and threaten me. Truthfully, it only made me hit him harder. And that's how the arena got destroyed. Yes. She nodded. And it didn't end there, did it? She shook her head. They would not leave me be, so I sought out their home and had words with some ancestor of theirs until they relented. It was not an unpleasant afternoon. She said simply. Yet it sounds like it. Is something wrong, Wilhelm? Artoria looked at me. You seem depressed about something. It's nothing. I waved it off. So, you guys already get a ride or? Yes, we procured a mode of transportation. Skathik informed me. Come, it is waiting for us. She grabbed my hand and led me to the side. There was no one really guarding or waiting, only a large kite-like wooden contraption floating above the clouds below. They both stepped onto it without any fanfare, and I followed suit. Come, it is a mild ride to our destination. Skathik said, patting the surface as she sat down on it. Tell us of your day. What mischief did you get up to? I sat down between both of them as our thing started flying away from the city. It was going fairly fast, all things considered. And the more I looked at it, the more it looked like an oversized kite. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Why do you sound disappointed, student? Scathach quirked an eyebrow. I may have had certain expectations that were dashed. It's fine, it was just a stupid thing. In all honesty, I was being a bit silly to expect things to unfold like some bad novel. Come, student, place your head upon this Scathach's thigh. She patted her leg. Well, I certainly wouldn't say no. It would be a bit of a flight, so I could relax until then. Only, as soon as I put my head down, she grabbed hold of me. What are you? Lass, you take off his bottoms, and we will switch halfway. Very well. Artoria smiled. And I was about to question what she was talking about until she started pulling off my robes. I guess today wasn't so bad after all. I quickly fixed my clothes. As the destination was getting close, both of them started fixing theirs as well. It would be kind of awkward if we arrived mid-compromising positions. The destination, if it could be called that, was a mountain. Again. The people here really liked their mountains. I can't say it didn't look majestic from a distance. Because holy shit did it look like something out of a fairy tale. There were literal dragons flying at the summit. Or, members of the dragon race. I think those were flood dragons, so wherever those land on the hierarchy. But it was quite the sight. Even with what we've seen already, this place had more of an ethereal vibe to it. Sacred, if you will. The clouds parted a bit more and we got a better view of why it was called Nuwa's Palace. The mountain was apparently more of a decoration in comparison. Because the palace itself, while looking somewhat rudimentary and basic at a distance, it still held a sort of regal and archaic feeling to it that made someone unconsciously give it a certain respect. Regardless, I wanted something good to make up for this trip. Not that the last 2 hours with Artoria and Scathach didn't make up for my disappointment thus far, but I wanted something new and shiny. My inner dragon demanded it. Yo! Hey! Hey Drake, did you ever have a big hoard? Yeah, but that white asshole spat his poison all over it way long ago. One of the reasons we fought, I think, maybe we started fighting before that. It's been a long ass time. Hey! Neat. Great dragon that lives in my head, what advice do you have for me? Never heard much about Nuwa. Probably shouldn't try to flirt with her though. Thank you, oh great dragon. The giant flying kite landed at a platform? Some dedicated place to land I would presume considering that everyone has to fly here. As soon as we stepped off, the kite turned around and flew away. How convenient. Do you have any expectations here? Artoria asked. We came in a much more casual manner than I would expect. Expectations? I repeated, pursing my lips. Well, she already knew we were on our way. It was an opening invitation, which around here was basically a come when you have time type deal. It was expected that we come within a certain time frame to not be rude. As for my own expectations, she seemed nice. I doubt anything will happen. Even when I tried to look for trouble, it didn't find me. I doubt we will have any problems here. Right, easy matter. Pop in, say our pleasantries, she gives me something to absolve her of any perceived debt, and we go our separate ways, maybe to cross paths again in the future. Well, it was nice scenery if nothing else. I was tempted to start taking pictures to share back home but, I didn't want to be rude in someone else's house. By how the guide reacted when I mentioned Nuwa, she was revered pretty heavily, so I didn't want to be disrespectful here. There was a winding path up to her manor with a gate blocking. As well as a single person blocking said gate. Halt, this place is forbidden, return from whence you came. A feminine but cold voice resounded, coming from the woman who blocked the path. She wore white robes and a veil covering her face with a sword at her hip. I thought you said we were expected. Artoria looked at me with an eyebrow raised. We are. I furrowed my own. Nuwa is expecting us. I directed towards the woman. The woman was about to respond, with something presumably the same as before, but a little paper crane came flying through the air, handing on her shoulder. She looked at it, as if it was relaying a message. I couldn't see her expressions behind her veil, but I could vaguely tell she didn't look pleased. The goddess is expecting your arrival. She suddenly changed demeanor, bowing politely. The gate behind her opened. Please enter. As we all walked forward, her sword flashed out and it was held up in front of me. You are not welcomed. Pardon. I looked at her. Men are not allowed inside. She sniffed. You will wait outside. The other two may enter. Are you being serious? I was honestly at a loss for words. For a culture that places such a huge emphasis on face and respect, this was a gigantic slap in the face for a supposed guest. Fuck it, I'm not dealing with any of this nonsense, let's go home. I decided. Whatever games were being played, I wanted no part of it. How dare you? The woman's voice was raised. You were summoned as guests, she said, directed towards Artoria and Skathik, who weren't really giving her the attention she probably wanted. And you, will wait outside. I looked her dead in the presumed eyes, and flicked my hand, producing a portal. I'm going home. You will wait here. She growled with a strange anger in her tone. Right, this wasn't fucking suspicious at all. And I'm fairly sure she was used to being able to boss people around due to her position. Or what? I narrowed my eyes. Are you going to kill someone that Nuwa invited as a guest? I rolled my eyes. I instead turned around and began to walk to my portal. Almost as if on cue, another person came flying over at extreme speeds. One of the women that I recalled was at Nuwa's side at the meeting. Junior sister, you overstep. She called out, intentionally loud as to probably halt my attempts at leaving. Senior sister, I return to the palace for punishment, I will escort our guests. She said sternly. The woman who held her sword up trembled slightly, before sheathing it and bowing her head in acceptance. She rose up into the air, flying back to the palace on her own. I apologize on my junior sister's behalf. The woman, I don't even know her name, bowed politely to us. Give me a reason why we shouldn't leave. I cut right to the chase. The woman seemed surprised by my bluntness. Which, wasn't that surprising in hindsight, their culture emphasizes polite overtures even when insulted and insulting others. The goddess will give you a suitable explanation. I waved my hand, dismissing the portal. Fine, let's see what your goddess has to say. Artoria and Skathik would follow my lead. I was insulted on her doorstep, so I better be given a proper explanation. Nuwa didn't seem like the type of person to burn a bridge like this for no reason, so we'll see. The goddess prepared a banquet for your arrival. She spoke, not commenting on my words, instead, politely leading us up the path to her palace. Normally, I would be all for the sightseeing some more, but at the moment, I was understandably peeved. She led us through the front door, but obviously no one was in a chatting mood, so she didn't stop or narrate our walk. Instead, she directly brought us to this supposed banquet hall. There were many women lined up on either side. Along with the goddess herself center back, elevated to a higher position. Some looked at us curiously, some disdainfully, some uncaring. But the goddess herself looked amused. There was no grand entrance or introductions, instead our guide led us to seats next to Nuwa in a place of honor by their standards. I didn't immediately cause a scene, and instead knelt down at my spot like everyone. As per tradition, there were no chairs, and the tables were small, one-person tables in front of each spot. It was very similar to Japanese tradition in this regard. Without a chance to speak, everyone had a bowl of rice put in front of them. It may have seemed odd, for something as grandiose as Nuwa's palace, but even from this distance, I could feel the aura this mere rice radiated. Looking at the people in the hall, they were eating the rice grain by grain. Curiously, I took my chopsticks and ate a grain. As soon as I swallowed it, I felt something flow inside of me. It wasn't a lot, but something permeated my innards, something warm and welcoming. Artoria and Skathik also casually ate, obviously noticing as well, but they were also not perturbed because it was entirely beneficial. If a regular human ate this bowl of rice, if they didn't die, they would probably become superhuman. You certainly are not one that acts according to customs. Nuwa's voice reached my ears. It was, not quiet, but it was obvious she did something to make sure others couldn't hear other than us and my girls. Do you mean when you had someone intentionally sit at the gate to greet us that would be disrespectful? I replied casually. And you are certainly blunt. She giggled. Customs indicate a similar standard of social values. I am not from your part of the world, I don't hold what you hold in values. My perspective and experience are vastly different from what you are used to dealing with. I explained calmly. Did you expect me to fight her? I did. She didn't deny it. You wanted me to humble her then. I could put two and two together. It was my intent. She once more didn't deny it. I would have sent my dear disciple to arrive in time to save her junior sister after a sufficient humbling. She seemed amused by my wording. Then I would have offered you a proper apology as per our ways. But then I was just going to up and leave without you being able to correct the offense you gave me. I mused. As I said, you do not act how one would expect. She again spoke openly about her intentions. The quickest way to become my enemy is to attempt to manipulate me. I put my chopsticks down. I despise when others attempt to secretly dictate my actions or subtly manipulate me. If you had simply asked, I would have helped you happily. I caught her amused expression shift ever so slightly. Her snake-like tail that was swaying behind her came to a stop. It seems I have erred. I apologize. I nodded, accepting it. It was a miscommunication based on differing cultures. And I would leave it at that. You specifically wanted me to do it. Does it have anything to do with me being a man? I asked. You are perceptive. She answered. Little Wei Xiaoling is very talented, perhaps the most talented disciple I've taken in the past several centuries. Unfortunately, her life was not an easy one and her views mirror it. Ah, I can see where this is going. It's not hard to guess what a woman who has a hatred towards the opposite sex had to experience. She didn't quite elaborate, so I didn't ask. Even if I didn't like that icy girl, I wasn't going to pry into that kind of thing. There are two factions within my palace. I've taken in only women. It originally wasn't intentional, but it simply turned out this way. One side is open, knowing of the world, and not caring about divisions. The others are like little Linger who see our segregation as just and proper. By extension, they also do not wish to join the gathering of other factions. I intended to have her join with the younger generation of children as per the meeting, but there has been pushback. So you wanted me to fight the supposed genius disciple you were raising, humble her, have her look beyond this little corner of the world. That isn't wrong. She nodded. Made sense, multiple birds with one stone with my arrival. Why me? I asked. Besides the obvious of me being here. I'm sure you could have found someone who practices similar cultivation. Or hell, ask Odin to send someone. You barely know me. You are young, extremely so. Even Linger approaches her third decade, but you vastly outstrip her in power. I do not know if I would be able to defeat you in battle. I wanted her to understand that there are taller mountains that she can climb, but she refuses to see past this one. She paused for a moment. And you were chosen because you have a very interesting ability. I was betting there was more to it than that. Some inter-palace politics that she was settling in place. Sure, she could order all her people how she wished, but that only built resentment. And she seemed to genuinely care about everyone under her, so she was trying to be soft in her approach. And what ability of mine caught your fancy? I noticed it from the gathering. You have a very impressive ability to infuriate anyone you desire. She responded with the same bluntness returned to me. Thank you. I took it as a compliment. You're welcome. She returned to her previous humor. He's not that bad. Artoria frowned. I am on the fence. Skathik noted. Goddess Nuwa, are you sure this is the wisest method? The woman who had led us here, she was at Nuwa's side and was apparently one of her confidants because she was listening in this entire time. I believe he is up to the task. Nuwa stated. But can I get a fork to eat my rice? I interjected randomly. You could just see the slowly built disgust form on her face as she registered what I said. I retract my words. She relented. Nuwa just nodded with a hint of smugness. One of them will bring up the issue, and it will inevitably devolve into a contest of strength. I will have little Linger represent them as she is the closest to your age. Any restrictions? I asked. Please do not maim or kill. She replied. And I will offer a suitable reward to you afterwards, along with an additional gift as an apology. Well, it seemed that young Master Schweinorg wasn't quite done yet. As I said, it's not a Xiangxia arc, it's like 2 chapters then back to the main stuff. Anyways, if you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty for people who can't use the above with the same name. Chapter 481. Artoria Pendragon POV. This had been an interesting experience thus far. The Grail, upon my summoning, provided me with the barest context for the culture I found myself in. Thankfully, I was not the center of attention, and I was content to stay quiet and observe as Wilhelm navigated the situation. For better or worse. The latter was far more likely. For a being of this goddess caliber, she was very calm and soft when speaking. Despite the awkwardness of our entrance, and my own opinions on such schemes around us, she treated us well as guests. Specifically, it felt as though she treated Wilhelm as an equal. Perhaps one much younger and less experienced, understandably so, but an equal all the same. And I believe this is the first time I have ever seen someone ask Wilhelm to cause trouble. I didn't know if I should laugh or prepare for the worst. Wilhelm has always been a trouble magnet. I love him dearly, but where he went, trouble will follow, by his hand or not. At least this time, it did not entail a being of the goddess caliber in conflict. His last conflict with a god of such strength caused a commotion that was hard to manage. I could not fault him for the situation, and even respect his decision to intercede on behalf of his enemy. He liked to say he was not a good person, but he has a very specific sense of honor that I can sympathize with. And I cannot say I would not have acted the same if I were present. Izanami was reclusive and perhaps introverted. However, I considered her a friend and I enjoyed her company. I did not allow anyone to cause her problems in my presence. However, that did not dismiss the situation that resulted from Wilhelm's actions. It was the reason Skathik and I decided to come along. We decided the two of us were the correct choice when meeting another being on the same level with unknown intentions. Even so, this was a particularly strange situation. The goddess stood up from her seat and everyone in the room quieted down. A solemn reverence that they all carried. A single word, a simple gesture, and they would gladly die for her. I could see it the same way I could all the years ago with my own people. Everyone, I believe it's time to address the issue of our gathering. She turned, gesturing to us. We welcome guests from afar to preside over our discussions. We have Scathatch, hailing from Ireland far to the west. We have Artoria Pendragon from a neighbouring country of England, and we have Wilhelm Schweinorg from our own neighbour, Japan. She introduced us to everyone. The topic of this debate is whether to join with outsiders. You all know the contents, so I will not elaborate on that. I will listen to arguments and decide. An interesting stance to take. Even though a simple word of hers would settle any debates, she allowed them to argue for their own views. I found myself agreeing with her position. It would be easy to simply force her own opinion, perhaps she would do so in any other situation. However, this matter pertained to their own situation, thus she was allowing them some autonomy. This would soften the inevitable dissatisfaction of the losing side. It shows her care for her people by taking this measure. It was easy to order and dictate. It was harder to listen to one's subjects and move their hearts in accordance with your desires. Her opinion was, however, obvious from what she asked of Wilhelm. It was easy to see the divide. One side was looking at us with disdain and annoyance, mayhaps bordering hatred. The other, indifference or even interest and curiosity. I Xining will speak against it. A woman from one side stood up, the opposition. The woman standing near Nuwa who spoke before looked at someone on the opposite side. As if rehearsed, she stood up as well. And I Xiaoziawai will speak in support. They were wearing identical garb as far as I could discern with little difference. Perhaps a uniform for those who practice within this palace? It was hard to say and they both gave off a chilly atmosphere. Not merely the unspoken tension between them, as I akin it to a genuine coldness that permeated them both. I do not know what methods they utilize, but I could guess it involved coldness to some extent, perhaps magic based on that? No, they had swords at their sides. I was unsure of how they would fight and found myself curious. Why must we support some barbaric outsiders? The one named Xining coldly snorted with disdain. How ignorant, did you not even bother to read the parchments provided? Xiaoziawai countered. If you can't even understand the most simplistic reasoning, why even stand up at all? She harumphed. We lend aid, because aid is needed. We stand on the side of righteousness, and to protect the mortal realm. Equivocation. The other denied. You try to muddle everyone's head with words such as righteousness. What righteousness? What protecting of the mortal world? Is the mortal world threatened? Is there some great demon that is wreaking havoc that we are unaware of? Why does the heavenly courts not settle it? Why must we get involved? The one in favor smiled. They are involved. She paused, looking around. The heavenly courts have even become involved in mortal affairs for the first time in a millennia. They ally with outsiders, they combine resources and gather heroes. Does this not speak of the direness of the situation? If the heavenly courts are involved, then we are unneeded. Are you saying that Nuwa's palace is irrelevant? You put words into my mouth. Another cold snort echoed out. We are not the golden armored soldiers of the Jade Emperor, we do not march off into war. Why do you want to sacrifice our sisters for some conflict that does not encompass our borders? Sacrifice? Do you believe our sisters so weak? Weak? Perhaps not. But I do not trust outsiders to not scheme and sacrifice our sisters for their own gain. So you want us to bury our heads in the sand like cowards? Cowards? A dragon is not a coward for ignoring the stirring of ants. You believe that outside of this palace are ants? Humph, barbarians and mortals. Why care for them? No one dares to cause trouble for the goddess. She said dismissively. I see, so you believe the guests that the goddess personally invited here are barbarians and ants. The one in opposition narrowed her eyes, realizing the trap she walked into. We cultivators of Nuwa's palace need not get involved. You do not use a rock to smash an egg, why send our sisters? Do you dare back up your words? Why would I not? Then let us settle it properly. You think that we are above them? Then I invite one of our guests to fight any of our sisters. Words are empty, let strength speak for us now. If what you said is true, then you should have no trouble defeating one of our barbaric guests without trouble. Why you dare to disrupt the peace of the goddess banquet, you? I approve. The goddess interrupted. My disciples have stayed within these halls for many years, they have become ignorant of the outside world. It is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons and to see what exists beyond our own borders. The opposition frowned. I believe it is obvious to everyone where the goddess leaned at this point. A verbal argument was never going to settle a matter such as this. The opposition stands aloof, considering of nothing outside of this place. They look down on us outsiders, and refuse to acknowledge us. I was tempted to offer myself up to teach them a lesson, but I knew this battle belonged to Wilhelm. Despite not outwardly showing much expression, I have known him enough to see the hidden excitement in his eyes. I would not take that away from him, especially if it led to no trouble. Let the youngest fight. Goddess Nuwa stated. Linger, where are you? I am here, goddess. A familiar voice sounded from the back of the opposition. The same woman who barred our path and insulted Wilhelm so blatantly. Wilhelm, would you be inclined to join her for a spar? The goddess asked. This young master will accompany her. Wilhelm stood up. I resisted the urge to palm my face. Thankfully, the goddess only found amusement in it. The center of the hall was wide and open, and it was easy for them to spar without problems. However, even so, the goddess moved her hand and a barrier was erected over them. Wilhelm decided to take out his staff, it seemed, focusing more on magic. Do you believe this is a good idea? I asked. Let him have his fun. Skadek replied. He is young, he is allowed to play around like this. For some reason, I was recalling the spars I had with Kay when we were younger. Despite Kay always losing the spar, he would make up reasons and argue that he actually in fact won due to some strange reasoning, and yet, I could never beat him in an argument. Wilhelm was giving me the same feeling right now. I didn't dislike seeing Wilhelm having fun like this. I was not against him finding trouble the majority of the time either. It would be very hypocritical of me to say that he should never get involved in matters with how often my own knights found themselves in the strangest of situations. No, in fact, it was a good contrast to how downtrodden he was from earlier. I really did not like seeing Wilhelm being sad for any reason, even if it was something as nonsensical as not finding trouble during his evening. He has far too many burdens for someone his age. Let him have his fun when it comes. Yes. I agreed. Come, I will allow you to have the first 10,000 moves. Wilhelm declared. And I found myself sighing in my heart. I loved him dearly, but he needed a smack upside the head every now and then. Ignorant. The girl hissed, already getting upset, and he barely started. Skadek was smiling and giggling under her breath. Was it him having fun or was it you? Truly, you both are far too similar in certain aspects. You court death, She drew her blade. Yes, I did. He said proudly. The girl was confused and didn't get it, and I could guess he was referring to Izanami in this situation because he was looking much too pleased with himself. Do they really not know Wilhelm? He should be rather famous at this point. And even so, does this girl not recognize she is outmatched? I shook my head. Most of my disciples do not care about the outside world. Even within the immortal world, they are isolated, let alone the mortal world. And as for measuring her opponent's strength, she is far too used to using her own cultivation as a method of measurement. She has never experienced someone who does not utilize the same system of power as her. The goddess answered my question. Ah, the reasoning does make sense. She is hesitant due to the situation, and perhaps an instinctual regard for her opponent, but no threshold to measure Wilhelm's strength that she is familiar with. Yes, they have grown up too isolated, and being unable to measure her opponent properly will lead to her death if she is not careful. The woman started off, propelling herself forward with a good speed, stabbing towards Wilhelm. He of course erected a barrier as her sword clashed with it, unmoving. You have eyes, yet you are unable to recognize Mount Tai. Wilhelm declared. And, I have no idea what that meant, but for some reason, the girl tensed up in what appeared to be a hint of anger. Blooming Lotus! The girl shouted, and ice gathered around her blade, forming sharp figures of flows. She slashed at him, they expanded outward, increasing the power behind her strike exponentially. Wilhelm's shield shattered, but he didn't move. Zunhalayak! Wilhelm casually spoke. The draconic words recognizable to me at this point. The girl's sword went flying away. Her eyes widened in surprise, but to her credit, she threw out a palm strike. Lotus blooms twice. Another icy lotus appeared within her palm and it exploded outward, enveloping the entire area. Fem Sie Gran. Wilhelm's words were not loud, but still audible above everything. He turned intangible and the attack simply passed him through. The girl took the opportunity to grab her weapon again, taking a defensive stance a fair distance away. Petty tricks! She declared, swinging her sword, producing an attack similar to Wilhelm's. The slashes carried a distance towards him. So this is where he learned it from? Interesting. Fem Sie Gran. Wilhelm said again, once more turning intangible, and the attacks passed him helplessly. The girl almost stumbled at him using it again. Perhaps she believed it was not something he could use continuously? Do you dare use any other moves? She tried to goad him. Zunhalayak! He answered her with the earlier words, her sword went flying out of her grasp once more. Why you? She found herself at a loss of words momentarily. Mayhaps, I felt the tiniest bit of sympathy for her. But she also insulted the man I loved, so I found myself leaning more towards a deserving lesson. I will whip you 1,000 times after I defeat you. Kinky. Wilhelm replied. Shameless. The girl's tinged red face was clear even behind the veil she wore. You're the one who said it. Wilhelm harumphed. A mere toad wanting to eat swan meat. He accused. For some reason, Goddess Nuwa was stifling a laugh and looking like she was trying her best to not show it. Ah! The girl shouted, retrieving her sword again. Jade Ice Dragon! She shouted again, and an ethereal dragon appeared behind the girl, enveloping her and her sword. Her aura magnified several degrees. Take this! She shouted. Boop! Wilhelm tapped his staff against the ground, and the stone beneath the girl turned to stand, making her feet sink as she was about to move, so she instead fumbled and fell down, her attack, as it were, shot off awkwardly into the side of the barrier. It was certainly majestic. You're courting death! She all but screamed, repositioning herself upward from the slight embarrassment. You already said that one, try something else. Wilhelm hummed, putting his staff over his shoulder. What about you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Or the path of heaven was before you, but you chose hell. For some reason, I do not believe Wilhelm's advice was taken to heart. The girl suddenly exploded outward with more power. Oh dear! The goddess sighed. She's really going to use something like that in a fight with no stakes. The goddess didn't stop her, nor explain, but she looked dissatisfied. The girl raised her sword up, and the hall changed. A blue moon appeared overhead along with a starry sky. Azure moon reflecting the winter's radiance. She shouted, and a deathly cold permeated the surroundings. The original barrier of Nuwas was apparently not enough and she redoubled her efforts to contain it. I noticed why the goddess was displeased as blood seeped from the girl's mouth and nose. Did she harm herself to use that? It was not worth it for a spar. You're a frog in a well. She sneered. Humph, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Wilhelm shouted. Does he know what that phrase means? The goddess looked at us. Most likely, but I believe he is just saying random things to annoy your disciple. Skadek answered. That does sound like something Wilhelm would do. Ah! The girl yelled, swinging her sword, bringing with it an avalanche of snow and ice. I'll teach you how to write the word death. Joke's on you, I dropped out of school. Wilhelm, don't gloat about that. Our shared lover is certainly talented. Skadek noted from the goddess's earlier comment about him being talented in angering people. Do you reject your allowance? No. Skadek shook her head. He is enjoying himself, so I do not. However, I will give him a thorough beating later. As deserved. I nodded. It turns out you were actually pretending to be a tiger to eat the pig. Wilhelm held his staff up. That's not how it goes. The girl's screech was audible over the oncoming torrent of cold. Still, the goddess hid her laughing at her disciple's increasing anger. Do you dare take this attack head-on? The girl challenged. This young master will take your challenge. Wilhelm declared. If I take a half step back or avoid your attack, I will write my name backwards. Then die. Fem Sie Gron. He became ethereal again, the attack passing right through him. Should I have expected anything different? Shameless! The girl yelled in indignation. Zunhal. Her sword went flying out of her grasp again. Her anger was palpable at this point. I don't need my sword. She raised her hands up. Let's see how long you can avoid me. The ice and cold swirled around like a storm. Actually, I don't like the cold. Let's change the weather. Wilhelm's relaxed appearance was certainly sending alarms to the girl. What? Lock Vakor. Wilhelm spoke again, an invisible ripple shook the surroundings, forcibly dispersing the strange sky that appeared, returning everything to normal as the girl's control of the cold diminished significantly. The girl, well, all her fighting spirit nearly collapsed. Shameless, dishonorable. You rely on small tricks and don't dare to fight me. All of you are the same. Wilhelm tilted his head, then glanced at the goddess. I believe it's a good time to stop playing. Please show your true strength. The goddess spoke. Silently, Wilhelm's demeanor shifted and a new weight descended down onto the room. I was aware of what he did, shifting his source of power to his spiritual aspect, pushing it down on everyone so they could physically gauge how strong Wilhelm was. A good portion of the room faltered, falling if not outright passing out from the pressure. There were a few that barely even reacted. Perhaps only the ones closest to the goddess. As Nuwa herself did nothing to dissuade the pressure. The girl he fought, she turned pale and pressed to the ground. To her credit, she did not immediately lose consciousness. He took slow steps as he approached her. Taking out his original sword, he stabbed it into the ground next to her head. That's right, I was just playing. He said simply, releasing the pressure from the room. Do you see? Nuwa spoke once everyone had a breath to regain their composure. What did she say? Petty tricks? That's right, Linger was defeated by petty tricks. Things that those outside our home can do with ease. And you fell for them so easily. Goddess, that's not fair. The woman who argued against from earlier spoke up. He's younger than Linger. Nuwa spoke, shutting up the other woman. He's younger than Linger yet, he has fought the likes of Susanoo no Mikoto from our neighbors to the east. The storm god of Japan, for those of you unaware. He emerged victorious. There was silence. They stared at the goddess with a mix of shock and confusion. Later, and most recently, he fought along with the storm god against Indra. Nuwa emphasized the name of the Hindu deity, and they seemed much more receptive to his name over the Japanese god. Even the Jade Emperor would respectfully greet him and treat him as an honored guest. She stood up, walking to the girl Wilhelm fought. She placed a hand on her, and her pale complexion alleviated slightly. A few words and you were foolish enough to harm yourself for what? A friendly spar. Nuwa shook her head, addressing the room again. I will give you all the evening to contemplate what you've learned. We will reconvene and properly discuss the next course of action. With that, another word and she gestured for us to follow her out of the room. Wilhelm POV. That was certainly something. Nuwa mused as we walked through her palace. Thanks, I try my best. The goddess snorted. Yes, I'm sure. Well, it didn't go as expected, but I'm satisfied. Ah. What? Artoria asked. I never got to finish my rice. I realized. Unfortunate, it was very tasty. My adorable knight smiled brightly. It might seem odd to call a simple bowl of rice a banquet, but I was sure that bowl was worth more than what a normal person in this realm could afford after saving for years. I was hoping that one of those would interfere in your fight so I would have an excuse to join in. My teacher let out a small sigh. Your group seems fun. The goddess just watched us out of the corner of her eye as we walked. There will not be a problem with Wilhelm humiliating your disciples, will there? Artoria asked. No, it was within what I expected. Even if I did not anticipate his enthusiasm. She pursed her lips. But it will do them good. They've become arrogant and content. Odin mentioned something similar with his own. Artoria nodded in understanding. Perhaps you should keep far away from Lingr though. The goddess added. After what happened, I believe she's going to tie her weapon to her hand and look for ways to cut immaterial things after she recovers. Hat. It's unfortunate that disarming my opponents isn't something that works all the time. The strong you become, the more difficult it is. It's a great shout to create an opening, but rarely does it just disable an opponent of mine so easily. It's been a long time since I've fought someone on her level. She was what? A high class by the majority of the world's standards. But she had very little true combat experience. I would bet she's spent most of her time training. But it didn't really matter to me, I washed my hands of the mess here. For thanks from the gathering, I wanted to offer you a reward. Nuwa spoke again. My treasure pavilion is not the greatest, but I have collected quite a bit over the years. So I will give you an option, it has 3 floors. The first floor has the lowest level of treasures, and the third floor is where I keep the more exquisite and powerful pieces. You may either pick 3 treasures on the first floor, 2 on the second, or 1 on the third. And as an additional apology, you may pick 1 additional treasure on the first floor regardless of what you choose. Generous. I mused. Maybe, maybe not. The goddess replied. I have seen the quality of your own treasures. You also wield the spear of the biblical god, and the great Welsh himself. The treasures of that quality are far and few, most of which I possess are in my personal collection. There is nothing within that can match them. That's to be expected. As far as weapons go, they're at the peak of the world. Where would you like to go first? Let's start on the 3rd floor. I may as well see what she considered the best of this place. Nuwa merely gestured and the walls around us reconfigured. They opened up revealing a wide array of tables with all sorts of valuables presented. Weapons that glittered and shined, artifacts that radiated power, and odd trinkets that could give off strange feelings. The first thing to grab my attention was an arrow on a podium. Not bad. I looked it over. It is impressive. Skathik agreed. It does give off a dangerous feeling. Ah, an arrow crafted personally by Ho Yi. Nuwa replied. It has the ability to contain fire and suppress the sun and kill immortals. Unfortunately, half of its power is sealed without the bow. You wouldn't happen to have the bow? I asked. Nuwa laughed. If I had the bow, it would not be up here for anyone to take. And the arrow would be retained by me. Fair. That bow would be on the level of the spear, easily. There were more weapons, many powerful and wonderful ones. But, they were all inferior to my own. Even my worst sword was barely equaled by what I had glanced over so far. Wilhelm. Artoria called out to me and I followed. 2 swords sat side by side. At merely a glance, I could tell that these swords were of a high quality and on par with what I'm used to. Ganjong and Mo Yat. Nuwa introduced. The swords of love. I vaguely recalled the story of the blacksmith whose wife threw herself into the forge so he could complete the commission to the emperor and not be executed. The very same. Nuwa nodded. I was tempted, they were good swords. May I? I asked. Go ahead. I picked one of them up, and immediately, I realized that I had to hold the other one, otherwise it would reject me. I held both of them within my hands, feeling their weight. They're good swords, but they're not for me. I'm not much of a dual wielder, and having to wield both of them simultaneously was a big downside to someone like me who switches between weapons depending on the situation. There were certainly plenty of treasures I wanted, but there was only really one more that drew my attention. It was a sword, or what remained of one. I ran a finger along the hilt up to where the blade was shattered. Xian Yuan. Nuo introduced again. The sword of the Yellow Emperor. She spoke and there was an odd, nostalgic and loving tone in her words. I would almost liken it to a proud mother. Even broken, I was tempted to take this. A broken sword could always be reforged, and even if it was a degree less than its original form, it would still be a sword worth wielding next to my other ones. I could only guess what it was originally like before it broke. But, I decided against it. Let's see the second floor. With another wave of her hand, another wall opened revealing what I assume was the second floor. It's funny, I'm pretty sure they were actually separate floors, but Nuo probably couldn't be bothered to walk up and down whatever stairs existed, so she was doing this for us. There are significantly more things on this floor. Also, I noticed the rows of scrolls and, were those jade slips? Basically, what cultivators used instead of books. But there were many. Nuo seemed to notice my gaze. This is where we keep the majority of our techniques and spells as well. Makes sense. Third floor was for the really spicy things. Second floor was more of the main storage, while first floor was probably more of an introduction or less impressive stuff or important stuff. The quality noticeably dipped, but that didn't curb my enthusiasm. But there was a lot. Would it be improper of me to ask for a suggestion? I wondered what she thought I might want. Nuo didn't look perturbed. Do you practice on Myoji? Somewhat. I can't say it's ever been my main focus. I know a few spells, but it's something I use when a sealing spell is needed. But most of what I know is, well, it can't really keep up with the opponents I fight these days. Really, the spell I use most there is the 5 elements mutual generation to amplify my other stuff. Nuo tapped her chin in thought. The third shelf, middle section, I think there may be some things there that will interest you. They are not exactly the same, but they have a similar history and origin, so it would not be too difficult for you to learn. Artoria and Skathik had wandered to the sides, looking at things, so I went to look at her suggestion. Third shelf, middle section, there were scrolls, parchments, and jade slips littering it. 12 flood dragons. I muttered the name of one particular scroll and pushed it back. Heavenly Cicada's Evening Song. 1 dragon soaring the heavens. 5 elements sealing the heavens. Fire dragon's fury. I was starting to see a pattern here. I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but, well. I at least took a look at the 5 elements sealing the heavens. It was, at its basic it was similar to my 5 elements mutual generator at first glance, but instead of amplifying a spell, it instead reversed it to seal away the immaterial. Interesting, but not something I particularly needed. I glanced to the side to see Skathik join me out of curiosity. Too delicate. She pushed a scroll away. Too flamboyant. She said to another. Fancy and hollow. Interesting, but too complicated. Weak. She kept dismissing them. Here, student, this one only requires that you sever your manhood, but it is rather interesting. I want to be petty and do it just to spite you. Humph, as if I would ever allow you to take your cock away from me. My Skathik snorted with a laugh. She looking through several more until she stopped. This one. She said, reading over it. It fills a spot in your repertoire. She handed it to me unceremoniously. I trusted her judgment and immediately began reading it. Mountain Sealing Incantation. A sealing spell? I schemed it over. It wasn't too complicated at first glance either, and while it used principles I did not practice, I was sure I could substitute them for other things. Well, color me intrigued. I'll hold on to this and see if we can't find anything better. Skathik hummed and didn't respond, merely a nod as she continued to look through. I went the opposite direction, finding some rather odd things thrown about on the shelves. Funny enough, I found a dusty tome on Western magic. Out of curiosity I flipped through it. It was rather basic, perhaps even intermediate at some points. Maybe I was being too harsh, it would suffice for someone to practice for a good portion of their life. If they learned everything in it well enough, I could see a magician becoming high class in strength, at the higher end of the spectrum. Pushing it away, I noticed something peculiar. A strange aura nearby, a few feet down. A thin layer of dust, and nearly hidden by other things. I pushed them to the side to reveal a rather thick rolled parchment made of unknown material, but it was strange. As soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't created by mortal hands. There was power here, a significant power, but it was muted, depleted even. There was nothing on it from the outside. I unfurled it, and the first words written in an archaic text made my breathing nearly come to a stop. It was worn, barely eligible, but I could recognize the words, and the feeling it gave didn't make me question its authenticity. "Why do you have this?" My voice wasn't particularly loud, but it was enough that Nuwa, who wasn't taking much of an interest, suddenly looked over. "Oh, I forgot that was here. It was given to me for something that happened many years ago, but at that point, well, you can feel it yourself. Its purpose was fulfilled, and it lost all of its power, so it's just a decoration at this point." Nuwa replied nonchalantly. "Student, what did you find?" Skathik was peering over my shoulder. "Did you find something valuable?" Artoria asked. "Can I take this?" I asked Nuwa. "If you want that old thing, fine." She waved her hand dismissively. "I only kept it because of the sentimental aspect. It's not even worth putting on the top floor." I took one last glance at the first words on it. "God's investiture list." "I'm taking this, I don't know why, but I feel like it could be extremely useful in the future." "Right, then I'll take this and the mountain sealing incantation," I said. Good choice. That's a good spell, and if it's cultivated to its highest level, it's quite powerful." Nuwa nodded. "Now, shall we take a look at the first floor?" Skathik and Artoria didn't question me. I would explain more later when we had more time. I nodded to her and she did the same thing as before, opening a path to the first floor from where we stood. Once again, it opened up to a much wider area containing a wide array of miscellaneous objects. And about what you would expect. This floor, I wouldn't call it trash by any means, but this was probably where they stored everything they found that could be considered a treasure that couldn't make it to higher floors. The quality was about what the majority of the things I kept as my own treasures in my storage. Good enchanted swords that I found in Skyrim? That was basically the same quality as what could be found here. It may have taken a long time to find something worth it in here. If it weren't for the fact that my eyes immediately landed on what I wanted. It was magic, in that, it was the variety I was familiar with. I analyzed it from sight alone, its enchantments and engravings I could decipher with my eyes closed. Flight capabilities, enhanced durability. Offensive spells. Lots of more miscellaneous things for it to work, but I saw it all. Oh, the spellcraft was utter shit, but that could be fixed later. I ran up and immediately hugged it. "It's beautiful." "Wilhelm, are you serious?" Artoria asked me. "I want it. There are other things that may catch your eyes. Please, I want this." "What are you going to even use it for?" "I'll think of something," I pleaded. "Please let me have this, I want it." Artoria let out a sigh. "If it truly makes you happy, then I will not object." I happily hugged my new boat. Rather, it was not just a boat. It was a pirate ship. A medium-sized one, I didn't know the specific term or model of it. But it was like straight out of a movie. Sure, it was a bit damaged and weathered from the ages, but it even had a Jolly Roger. A flying magical pirate ship. I took Sir Wiggles out, placing him on Artoria's head, much to her chagrin. "First mate Sir Wiggles. This is what you chose?" Nuwa asked. "Yes," I said happily. Nuwa let out a laugh. "I didn't think this would ever get taken out of here. It appeared some centuries ago off the coast of China, causing some trouble for the mortals. One of my disciples at the time happened across them and took care of the people involved. I believe this ship is the source of the legends in the West. What was its name again? The Flying Dutchman. It took all of my self-control not to squee. Today was a good day. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit myp.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty under the same name for people who can't use the above. Chapter 482. Isn't my POV? I arrived at Wilhelm's home to see him running out the door to the backyard carrying all sorts of materials in his arms. I don't think he even registered my presence. "Is he?" Jin excitedly called out, running at me with arms wide open. The girl was always eager to give everyone a hug. I accepted, of course. Helly, dear. I replied back. A good portion of us were here at the moment, even Meridia despite her circumstances. The only ones absent were Ray Cow, Salem, and Venelana. We were interrupted again as Wilhelm burst through the door, running to some far corner of the house. There were crashing sounds and sounds of things hitting walls when he bolted out again, holding more materials. Is he okay? I finally asked. He is fine. Skathik reassured me. Just as she finished that, he stomped into the room again, eyes sweeping around. They landed on Jin and he quickly grabbed the girl, threw her over his shoulder and ran away. Jin of course didn't mind and was laughing the entire time. Very well. I pursed my lips. He ran away with Medea earlier. Yasaka commented. You need not worry, he is merely being. Artoria paused. A boy. Skathik offered. Yes, that is an apt way to explain it. She nodded. I feel out of the loop. I spoke. They just got back from Nuwa's palace. Yasaka informed me. Yes. I looked at her. And I assume that is why we gathered? Nothing went wrong, I hope? He has a record of getting into fights against powerful entities he meets. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Meridia gave a small snort. Our lover even brought back a few new toys. Yasaka stated. One of which happened to be a magical flying pirate ship. Hence. She swept her arm, gesturing to the surroundings. Ah, that would certainly do it. I can fill in the rest. Should we interrupt him? Yasaka asked. No. Skathik shook her head. I enjoy seeing him having fun like this. That's true, there was something pleasant about seeing just his genuine enthusiasm and joy he was expressing. He came and went again, still utterly ignoring everyone and focusing single-mindedly on whatever it is he was doing. I bet I can flash my tits and he won't even notice. Yasaka suddenly said. Skathik raised her eyebrow. I will take that wager. Terms? What do you desire? Threesome. Skathik tilted her head. Agreeable. However, if I win, you can only watch. She grinned. Oh, you bitch. Yasaka shared a similar amused look. Two perverts. Wilhelm came stomping up again, and quickly, Yasaka pulled down the hem of her kimono, letting her impressive bosom bounce free for everyone to see. No one spoke any words, and Wilhelm just continued onwards. That boy is going to receive a beating. Skathik said under her breath as he left the house again. I am, surprised. Artoria said softly, stealing glances at Yasaka's chest, flushing slightly. I couldn't blame her, they were impressive and I found myself taking a glance or two as well. I'm happy I won, but I'm kind of conflicted that he didn't stop. Yasaka admitted. Who's next? Isn't I? How about you flash your tits, see if he'll stop. Don't bring me into your perverted games. I huffed, making her just laugh. Meridia, she said melodiously, looking at the unfathomable woman. Do you think you can get him to stop? Meridia raised an eyebrow similarly to Skathik. Do you dare wager something with me? If I win? Yasaka considered. I want to dress you up for a day. Meridia seemingly did not expect that. Honestly, I expected something perverted once more. And if I win? She asked. Well, I could always spend a day between your legs. Humph, so you wish to be rewarded for losing. Oh, you're funny. Yasaka grinned mischievously. The same as the previous bet. Meridia crossed her arms. You are only allowed to watch and nothing else. You both are mean. Yasaka's ears flattened. Fine, fine. She huffed. Very well, we have an accord. Meridia acknowledged. As Wilhelm approached again, she pulled up the hem of her dress, revealing her very beautiful legs. And he completely ignored what was happening and went further into the back of the house. Yasaka's smug grin was only equaled by the scowl shown by Meridia. Before he could return, she put her leg up onto the side of the couch, pulling her dress up until there was very little left to the imagination. Wilhelm walked back, almost to the door, until he stopped, turning around to look at us and his eyes landed on Meridia. He basically dropped what he was doing and ran to her. Oh, I see how it is, you ignore my boobs, but her legs are what gets your attention. Yasaka said in mock offense. Hey, what? Wilhelm looked around, holding Meridia tightly. Is something wrong? Meridia suddenly shouted something into my head and I ran over. Everyone stopped and looked at her. Yasaka in particular narrowed her eyes. "You cheating bitch!" Meridia, with all her splendor and immense power, looked away with an embarrassed flush. Despite the wide spectrum of origins, and how different we all were, it felt very warm here. Wilhelm POV. "I'm confused at what's happening." "Nothing." Meridia huffed. "Just look forward to tonight." Yasaka shot a grin towards Skathuk. I didn't know what was happening still, but whatever. I let go of Meridia and then went to my other goddess. "Izzy." I quickly hugged her. "Hello." She said simply, but there was that hint of happiness to it. Even when she wasn't being very expressive, I've come to be able to glean her emotions. "Did you have fun at Nuwa's palace?" "I did." I nodded. "I got some neat stuff." "So I've heard." Her lips thinned. "What dare I ask, what will you do with a flying pirate ship?" "Isn't it obvious?" I questioned. "Plunder some booty." I may or may not have put my hands on her plump rear. "Cute," she said flatly, but she didn't get upset, so I took that as acceptance. "Not as cute as you. But I got some other things too," I said, reluctantly releasing her butt. "Got a cool spell that I'll need to figure out." I held up the scroll. Izzy looked at it, taking it from my hands. She unfurled it, adjusting it from side to side as she read it. "I see, that should be decent." "Yup, it looked pretty good to me too." Even Skathuk thought it was a good pick. Seemed like it had a high ceiling as well. In that, it was something I could use even against gods if I practiced it correctly. "And I got this." I handed over the other thing I picked up. Izzy casually took it again, unfurled it, but she immediately went stiff. "Why do you have this?" I may have let out a laugh at her response. "That's exactly the same response I gave Nuwa." "What is it?" Yasaka asked, peeking over her shoulder. "What an odd object." Meridia joined in, curiously looking at it up close. "It's the gods' investiture list," I revealed. Yasaka went silent for a second. "By that, do you mean the actual list, the one from the legends? The actual list that was hung in the heavenly courts and was used to appoint the gods there? The same thing that defined an era of a whole region known as the investiture of the gods? That thing?" "Yup." "Okay, just checking." Yasaka sat down on the couch. "I am unfamiliar with this object, even the knowledge bestowed upon me, I only know the name in passing." Artoria furrowed her brow. "What is the significance?" "It's..." Izzy even stopped. "It's difficult to explain because it requires further going into details about how the workings of the Chinese heavens and territory operate. I would also like to know, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about this world." Meridia stated. "I can feel something strange from it. Like, a powerful object that lost its spark? As if it no longer has a purpose to it. I don't quite know how to explain it." That actually hits the nail right on the head. Should I even be surprised that Meridia could see through its essence? Okay, I'll do my best to explain. Oh geez, where to even start? Alright, let's start at the very beginning. China had its own, primordial, for lack of a better term. That's the best way to describe it for people more familiar with Western cosmologies. You have Pangu, the giant god that was born in the chaos, just like the Greek primordials, and even the ones who came before Izzy. Speaking of. I glanced at her. They returned to their origins. Izzy said cryptically. It is taboo to speak too deeply of their existence. Ominous. Even if they are your parents. Artoria tilted her head. They are not. Izzy frowned. We do not have that kind of relationship. I do not know how to explain it in mortal terms. They were not expressive like people, they were more extensions of the primordial laws of the world. They had no emotions. She let out a breath. Which, by extension, makes Pangu far different, but with a similar origin. They looked back at me and I continued. Pangu existed by himself. He became lonely. Or so the legends went. I can't claim to know what happened, but according to the stories, he split the chaos, and separated heaven from earth, creating what is the basis for the Chinese cosmology. In doing this, he sacrificed himself to breathe life into this new place. His body parts actually pop up in different forms, creating new entities and such. Particularly, one aspect of his will became known as the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is, you can think of it as an autonomous system that oversees the Chinese cosmology. It's the reason why they have their own unique method of power even if it's derived from the same sources that are known across the world. This system rewards good, and punishes evil. It gives trials to those trying to ascend, and punishes those who fail. It treats everyone fairly within the rules it operates under. If a god commits heinous deeds, it will invoke a tribulation of punishment and provoke bad luck, that sort of thing. It's not omnipotent, but it's fairly close. That's being extremely broad in its explanation. Izzy interjected. But it's also not incorrect. All the gods, everything there is beneath the Heavenly Dao. How strong was this primordial deity? Skadik asked. If you claim that merely his left-behind will supports the modern gods and sits above them. That was actually an interesting question. Don't know. I shrugged. If I had to guess, at the very least, on par with Shiva. I think that was a fair estimate to say at a minimum he would exist at that level. But we're getting off topic. So you have the Heavenly Dao, and thousands of years ago, many powerful people sprang up. Immortals became more common, and everyone still interacted with the mortals in the mortal world. It wasn't even long after humanity in the region sprang up and carved out their own foothold. Around this point, the Heavenly Court came into existence, and the Jade Emperor rose to his position. That's a whole other thing I'm not going to get into. But suffice to say, there were very few gods during this point and the courts were nearly empty. Things started to go wrong. You see, the immortals and demons and what have you started to fight. Things began to escalate, and chaos took hold. Innocents were suffering and dying every day and finally, it reached a point where the Heavenly Dao interceded. It sent down a tribulation as punishment for the wanton chaos and slaughtering of mortals caused by the conflicts of immortals. The Heavenly Dao created the gods' investiture list, giving it to the Jade Emperor at the height of the conflict. Both as punishment and for meritorious services, it forced the ones fighting into the positions of godhood in the Heavenly Court, suppressing them in part, but also filling in the missing spots to bring peace and stability to the place. There was so much to cover, I don't think for a second I was doing it justice. It's like saying, oh, the Second World War happened because of Hitler, and it was resolved because the Americans dropped a bomb on Japan, then add no other context. I can glean an understanding. Artoria nodded. It was an object that facilitated the positions of godhood at its roots. That's a fair statement. Even if the godly positions there were a bit different than other places. They're more like government positions, while still retaining the whole godly authority aspect. But it doesn't matter, this information means very little to them than to just give some context. And why did you choose it? Artoria asked. You seemed intent the moment you saw it. I honestly can't answer that question. I said, looking at the list. I just felt like it was something I should have. As interesting as this is, I am here to drop off the thing you asked of me. Meridia shifted topics. It wasn't her being impatient, but she's someone who can be very blunt about her intentions sometimes. You found something I could use. I felt my eyes light up. I believe this will help you. She flipped her hand over, producing a tree branch with nothing particularly noteworthy about it on the surface. But I could feel the life force of the thing from here. It's from the Gildergreen tree in Whiterun. Which in turn was born from a branch of an Eldergleam tree that is blessed by Kynareth. It's one of the oldest things still living in Tamriel. You didn't have any trouble getting this, did you? I hesitantly took it into my hand. It was very neutral, I think the right word was. It didn't lean towards any end of the spectrum in regards to light or dark. Basically, exactly what I asked for. No, I made a small deal with Kynareth to infuse the tree with a speck of my power to breathe life back into it. It was dying and rotting while sitting in the mortal city for so long. Her priestesses were being foolish and were not allowing it to properly die, and they did many things to attempt to preserve it and instead tainted it away from its proper path. It's supposed to die and be rebirthed in time as is natural. I merely cleansed it of all the nonsense they infused into it and let it proceed back to how it should be while giving it another lifetime. She shrugged as if it were the simplest thing possible. Thank you. I quickly enveloped her into a big hug. It is no trouble. She smiled lightly. You may rely upon me for such matters. And I knew she meant it in a heartfelt way. Would it be rude if I asked you for another favor? You may ask anything of me, always. She said softly. Can I have a strand of your hair? Diluted to the level that a mortal could process and handle it. Meridia looked thoughtful for a moment. You intend to use my hair for crafting? That's my intention. I didn't hide it from her. She, without reservation, plucked a thin strand of hair from her head. As long as the final item remains in your possession, I do not mind. She offered it up. It may seem infantile on the surface, but she was literally giving me a piece of herself. Everything about her was carefully crafted from her own divine power. It should be weak enough for a mortal to handle with care. She explained. Izzy. I turned my head to my other goddess. Would you mind if I asked for a strand of your hair as well? A small thing. She dismissed, unceremoniously plucking a strand from her own head. It should be equal to hers, if I had guessed your intentions. Thank you. I said wholeheartedly. There is no need for thanks. It is far from the limit of what I would give you if you asked. Izzy was being cute. I now had the materials I needed to make a wand. Did I actually need the wand intentionally for anything? No. But I also don't like to do things by halves. I could probably find a proper use for it later, and I had an idea off the top of my head, but I would need to experiment. What's Media's stance? Yasaka asked, realizing what I was prepared for. We should head out, tomorrow I want to say. Is Media going to take you up on the offer? I talked to her a little bit when I was showing her my new boat. She's hesitantly on board. I relayed. She has trouble accepting goodwill. Artoria said quietly. I do not claim to know her thoughts, but if she is even partially interested, then I believe she truly does want to give it a try. That's a good analysis. Media did better when we worked off of transactions. Just blunt generosity without any expectation of reciprocation threw her for a loop. She's certainly gotten better though from what I recalled of her during the Grail War. We can head out tomorrow. I'll give Media a heads up so she can have one more night to talk it over with her fiancé. Fluffy floof. I was keeping myself occupied with one of Yasaka's tales. Kunu was playing with both Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles as she loves to do. It didn't take long for Media and Kazuki to finally arrive. Both of them were wearing their normal attire, Kazuki with his suit, and Media clad in her servant stuff. Which would oddly make her fit in more than her fiancé and even myself in all honesty. Immediately, I could see there was a smidge of excitement in her eyes, even if she wasn't being very emotive about it. Kazuki carried with him a briefcase which made me think that they were fully on board. Can I take it that you both are accepting the interview? I questioned. We'll give it a shot. Media nodded. Worst case, we can just leave at any moment. That's entirely true. I was making a big enough donation that losing a couple teacher mid-school year wouldn't be too horrendous. Do you mind? I glanced at Kunu. Media's expression softened. I will gladly look after her while we're there. She agreed. It was genuinely hard to dislike Kunu. Even the Witch of Betrayal had a soft spot for the fluffy little fox. Well, first stop, we're going to the bank. It should be a good opportunity for you guys to open an account and vault. You can probably exchange other gold for their specific coinage. And it helps with other matters. While we're there, I'll send a letter to the headmaster to give him a small heads up about your impending arrival. Which he knew about. It was one of those things, where they expected their arrival for an interview today, or a letter of rejection. Set up ahead of time to not be rude either way, obviously. Sounds good, boyo. Media said, clearly on board now. I think the idea of her watching Kunu made her feel better because she was paying us back or some other nonsense. I wouldn't poke at her because of it, people handle their own issues in their own ways. Ready to go, Kunu? Yasaka asked. I'm ready, Mama. Kunu hopped over, both bunnies on her shoulders. Then, without further ado, I opened a portal right outside the bank, making sure to calculate for any organic matter as to just not walk on top of someone. And a slight trick to not allow anyone from the other side to see into our side. Ladies. I offered. Yes, you're such a gentleman. Media rolled her eyes, grabbing her fiancé's arm and happily walking through with Yasaka and Kunu right behind. And lastly, I went through last, shutting it behind me. The sun annoyed me for the most minuscule of moments, going from indoors to outdoors without a buffer, but I quickly ignored it. People were staring, surprised, and whatnot, but I ignored them. It wasn't uncommon for people to teleport here, it's just our method was something utterly different than what they're used to. I gave Medea and Kazuki a moment to take in the new sights before gently pointing them towards the bank building. The 2 goblin guards standing outside were a dead giveaway, as they had been warned about the residents here. I picked up Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles, giving them the letter intended for Dumbledore, and let them fly off to deliver it. Come on. I gently nudged the Witch of Betrayal. How strange. She muttered, but they all followed along as I pushed open the doors. Bank first, then let Medea and Kazuki go to their interview, and then we could do some shopping with Kunu. It was going to be a wonderful day. The goblins were keen on our arrival, some light whispers as if they were expecting us, and some messages were passed as the teller behind the counter jumped down, ran around the back door to the front to meet us. Mr. Schweinorg. He paused, looking at everyone else. And guests. The bank manager is expecting you. He was quick to usher us away from the main floor. I shrugged, not caring. The faster the better. He led us right to the manager's office that I remembered from my first visit. He knocked once, and didn't wait for a response before pushing the door open. The goblin behind the desk looked initially annoyed but brightened up a smidge seeing us enter. Mr. Schweinorg, you've returned. Ragnok greeted, shooing away the other goblin out of the room. And you brought others with you. His lips thinned, pushing himself off the chair. He almost became diplomatic in his mannerism as he approached Yasaka. On behalf of the Goblin Nation, we welcome you into our borders. He did a slight, but polite bow. Yasaka perked up a tiny bit. On behalf of the Kyoto Yokai, I thank you for your hospitality. Well, certain niceties needed to be observed for first-time meetings. Yasaka, as I told them previously, was a ruler, and the goblins consider this their own nation. And this little one, I assume she is going to be attending Hogwarts? Ragnok asked. And I was genuinely surprised at the tone and demeanor of his. Previously, he was crude, blunt, but now it's like a complete 180. Then again, he did say they loathe wizards and witches, which, Yasaka and Kunu certainly were not. A sort of camaraderie that is reserved for non-humans around these parts. Hi, I'm Kunu. My daughter introduced herself. Hello, Kunu. I am Ragnok, manager for this branch of Gringotts. I will be taking care of any of your banking needs during your stay at Hogwarts. He did something resembling a smile, I think. It was hard to tell. But he was noticeably more gentle with her than even Yasaka. I have a couple friends here as well. I gestured to the others. They're potentially going to be teachers for Hogwarts this year, and potentially more. Ragnok paused, looking at Kazuki, sizing him up. You have the stance of a killer. I was an assassin. Kazuki bluntly replied. Ragnok didn't even blink, just nodded with a smidge of respect. A muggle, how rare. He said under his breath. And you have the stench of old magic. Very old magic. He said, looking at Medea. Medea pulled down her hood. Is there a problem? She narrowed her eyes. Ragnok recoiled ever so slightly under her gaze. Gringotts doesn't care about the matters of wizards and witches. He quickly reaffirmed. As long as you abide by our rules within our nation. Humph. Medea crossed her arms. I will open a vault after you are done with. She waved her hand flippantly. This. He looked unsure of how to respond to her and just nodded. He cleared his throat, moving to a shelf behind his desk. I assume you are here to retrieve your sword. If it's ready. Which, considering the shape and size of the box, it was more rhetorical. It was finished a few days prior. He gently took it down and walked over to me. It's one of my finer works, I am very proud of it. He opened it up, revealing a glint that shined under the lights within the room. It was certainly not the color of steel. It had that lighter tone associated with silver, but even then, it didn't quite look like normal silver either. Perhaps a tiny bit almost like pearl in its coloring and sheen over normal silver. The guard looked to be made of a bronze I didn't recognize, but certainly not normal bronze either. The handle was wrapped in a black leather strap, for which I didn't know which animal it came from as well. A Hanjian style sword. Yasaka looked at me. I'm surprised you wanted this style. I picked it up, gently taking it from the box. I have a katana in my zanpakut, and I have several Western style swords, I like variety. I replied. It's funny, it's almost becoming a pattern now that I left China, yet I also commissioned a Chinese-type sword. Completely happenstance, but regardless, I was more than happy with how it turned out. It's pretty. Kunu gave her opinion on it. I think it's pretty as well. I chuckled, giving her a quick pat on the head. I took a step to the side, away from everyone to give it a few swings followed by a thrust, and I combined several movements in quick succession to get a feel for it. The balance is impeccable. The weight feels perfect as well. This is a very well forged blade. I was utterly sincere with my praise, it was more than earned. It's a nice sword. Medea inspected. May I? I offered it up for her to hold. She was someone I trusted enough to hold my important treasures. She took it in her hand, and nearly expertly swung it a few times. A witch she may be, but you did not survive in her time period without knowing your way around a sword or other weapons, at least to a modest degree. It has a strange principle about it. She looked at the blade itself after another couple swings. Goblin steel. I replied. From what I've been told, it has an impressive greed-infused concept that takes in stronger things to make itself stronger. Medea raised an eyebrow, handing it back to me. And what's your plan with this thing? You already have plenty of weapons as is. That's true, but I would never turn down more treasures. But this in particular, well. The image of the Mage King popped into my head. How he effortlessly dispelled my own magecraft and countered with his own. The teacher of even Gramps. I was going to find any and all anti-magic materials I could and let the sword eat them all up. By the time I was finished, I was going to make it the natural predator to any and all things magic. But even so, even if it could ignore magic, a pointy metal blade wouldn't do much against the king of magecraft. And after becoming so heavily anti-magic, obviously, I couldn't enchant it further nor use my own magic to enhance it, thus I needed a different way to increase its lethality. If it can take in things to make it stronger, well, then I would feed it all the most heinous and vile poisons and venoms I could get my hands on. A blade that can ignore magic and contains some of the most dangerous poisons ever conceived. I'm going to turn it into the ultimate mage killer. Non-canon Omake, Through the Looking Glass, Part 2. Teleportation circles lit up in the room as a bunch of familiar faces appeared. Some I've seen from the outside, one I've only seen in the mirror. Mom. Miss Shimoda. Big Sis. They all filled into the room, ready for battle. Noticing the non-threatening situation, they sort of fumbled, but then immediately noticed me, the stranger, and were about to charge in for a fight again. I admit, it was odd seeing myself like this. I mean, I've fought my copies through my Zanpakuto and Bankai training, but this just felt different. Especially because it was a younger me. Mom, who is that? My younger self pointed at me. God, I forgot how short I used to have my hair. I'm your long-lost twin brother. I just randomly blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. Wah! Stop making things confusing. My mom slapped my arm. The truth is, I'm actually you from the future. I've come back in time to warn you about. Stop it. Mom slapped my again. One more time. She warned me with that look. He does look a lot like you. Venelana's daughter said skeptically. That's stupid, there's no way he's me from the future. My younger self rolled his eyes. Wanna know where he keeps his stash of porn? I looked towards my mom. It's in his closet, under the... Shut up. My younger self turned red and his voice cracked slightly. Oh, stop. My mom rolled her own eyes. And besides, I already knew about the hiding spot under that loose floorboard in your closet. Mom. He squeaked out. Miss Shimoda. Sana Satrai pushed up her glasses. Perhaps we should discuss the pertinent subject. Like how a stranger bypassed your house's defenses. That was like, hours ago. Where have you been? Don't. Mom was about to chastise me, then she paused, her expression blanking for a second. Wait, that was a while ago, why are you just getting here now? What? They only went off a few minutes ago. Sana looked confused. Mom looked at her then at me. Yeah, I fucked with them. I shrugged. Language. She slapped my arm. Mom, stop hitting me. I huffed. Wait, Mom. My alternate self repeated. Whoops. I realized my slip-up. Guess that cat's out of the bag. Wait, is he actually my long-lost brother? Takao, don't be silly. Sana interjected. There has to be some reasonable explanation. He's not your long-lost brother, he's not a time traveler. That's just absurd. I'm him from an alternate reality. I just ripped the band-aid right off. Everyone looked at me, then at my mom. What? He's telling the truth this time. My mom defended. That's ridiculous. My younger self proclaimed. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty similarly right now. I agreed. This is new to you too? Rias questioned. Oh no, I do this all the time. I shook my head. I'm talking about the fact that my other self is apparently dating that thing. I pointed at Sana. What is that supposed to mean? Said girl all but growled. I'm glad you asked. Mom slapped my arm again. Takao. She warned. Ugh, fine. I stopped, on behalf of my mom. But, I couldn't help myself. By the way, all his porn is about girls with big boobs. I shot once more towards her. Mom hit me again. Sana's eyes widened, and she turned towards her apparent boyfriend. He's lying. Actually, he's not. Mom. We'll talk about it later. Sana huffed, pushing up her glasses again, then turned to me. Honestly, it just sounds like overt jealousy. She turned up her nose. I covered my mouth. Takao, is something wrong? My mom looked at me in concern. Sorry, just threw up a little when she insinuated that I was jealous. Why do you keep insulting my girlfriend? My alternate self was seemingly getting upset. Sorry, threw up a little more in my mouth. Takao Shimoda. My mom raised her voice. What? Not you, the other Takao. She corrected after my alternate self blurted out. This is confusing. Rias grumbled. Well, to make things easier, I don't go by Takao. I replied, because it was getting annoying. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I properly introduced myself. Why do you have a German name? Sana asked. What's wrong with my name? I frowned. It's from my grandfather. Sorta, kinda. Grandpazo. Takao spoke up. What does he have to do with anything? Who else? Mom's dad is dead. He snorted. My grandfather. I shrugged. Adopted. Well, I think it's a lovely name. Mom interrupted, and being the best mom ever, she easily accepted and didn't question my choices. Now, tell me more about my grandbabies. Wait, what? You're pregnant? Rias screeched, looking at Sana. I'm still a virgin. Sana squeaked back. Oh wow, younger me, you can't do anything right, can you? Mom decided that I deserved my cheek to be pinched. I wasn't talking about Sana. Mom clarified. Thank God for that. I muttered, even at the expense of further mom cheek pulls. Wait, what? Sana did a near-about face. I was expressing my gratitude at the mercies of the universe that my children didn't come from you. I clarified. That's not what I was talking about. She hissed. I'm talking about how you can invoke that name without any problems. Even if you're a half-devil, Takao still can't do that. Oh, she's right. You devils get hurt from saying God, right? Mom looked confused now too. Are you not a half-devil? I am. I shrugged. Then how are you ignoring it? Rias asked. Have you tried praying? I offered. Maybe if you ask nicely it'll go away. Ow. My other self suddenly held his head in pain. Wait, did you really just fucking try to pray? Language. Mom pinched me again. And Takao, don't listen to obviously misleading things. How was I supposed to know he was lying? He's me. And if he tried to sell you drugs, would you take them? Mom huffed, then looked at me with eyes narrowed. Don't even start. I was not going to say anything. I know that face. She held a finger up at me. And be honest. Once you get strong enough, it won't matter. I said simply. Brother can say it too. Rias muttered. How strong are you? My alternate self looked wide-eyed. I've been training in magic, but I'm still having trouble getting the hang of it. Sana's a genius, but even so, I'm pretty average. Right, genius. I rolled my eyes. I'm one of the most talented in the pillar families. Sana defended herself. And? I asked. She twitched a bit aggressively. Wait, if you're not together with Sana, who are you with? My other self asked. It's Akino, isn't it? The stripper. The what? Rias exclaimed. Then who? Why does it matter? I shrugged. Don't listen to him, he's obviously making it up. Sana harumphed. Whatever. Seriously, who did you end up with? If you're like, a future me or whatever. Takao kept pushing. What's wrong, are you embarrassed to tell mama about your little sweetheart? Even my mom was nudging me. Harem. Hey. My mom tilted her head. I said, I have a harem. I clarified. Wait, like a real harem. My other self went wide-eyed. Like with multiple girls. Yup. Bullshit. Takao, language. Mom chastised. But I agree, in less abrasive terms and with more motherly affection. I took my phone out and flicked it a few times to get to the pictures and slid it over to them. They all seemed to crowd around Takao as he picked it up and started swiping. Wait, stop. Sana said. Isn't that the Yukai leader? Yasaka. I nodded as that was probably one of the only faces they would recognize immediately. They continued to flip through the pictures until Rias made a very strange noise. Besides that, they all went deathly silent. Mom. Rias then blurted out. Son. Mom's tone had a fearful sternness. Why is there a picture of your grandmother here with the others? Oh wow, look at the time. I stood up. I think I should head home now. I don't want to disturb you any longer. Sit down. Yes, Mom. My butt became glued to the seat. Rias. Yes, big sis. Rias stiffened. Go call your brother. And your mother. I think we have something important to talk about. Why you? Our grandmother. Takao blurted out. Don't look at me like that, I'm not fucking ashamed. I crossed my arms, only realizing seconds later that I said the wrong thing. Please don't take off your sandal, Mom. A/N. Next up, we get to see Medea in her fiancé interview with Dumbledore. It will obviously be a very boring and normal interview, I'm sure V. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I have a boosty for people who can't use the above, same name. Chapter 483, Interlude 34. Dumbledore POV. I found myself surprisingly excited. Enough so that I even put on my nicest robes. Yes, when that letter arrived not long ago, I knew that I had made the correct choice. I was rather hopeful that these individuals would be coming for a proper interview. I knew that my lucky socks would not fail me. Sure, our coffers were now flush with gold, but that couldn't immediately solve the problem of competent teachers. I begrudgingly accepted Gilderoy Lockhart, mostly because I couldn't retract the acceptance so close to the start of the school year. It would reflect very poorly if we dumped him once another windfall came our way. And it certainly didn't have anything to do with the fact that he had a rabid following and a few words from him could cause quite the headache from a certain age group of witches. Yes, certainly not for that reason. Unfortunately, he would have to leave after the year. That pesky curse on the defense of the dark arts position. Thankfully, Professor Flitwick agreed to start up the dueling club again this year. Now that we suddenly have the funding to support all the necessities. And wouldn't you have it, they will be reviewing the same material from the standard textbooks each lesson. On an additional and completely unrelated mental note, I will need to change the charter to amend the portion about teachers having free rein to decide their teaching material. With all these new responsibilities, I'm glad I could finally give our staff an increase in their wages. And it helped that Professor Hooch and Madame Poppy would no longer nag me about our older brooms. Personally, I felt like they built character. The writing class was only needed for mostly Muggleborns, as all the children that came from magical backgrounds had their parents teach them from early ages. And there's nothing that instills more respect for your broom than using one of those old things. Perhaps I could add some enchantments to randomly throw the children off their broom with an additional spell that catches them right before they hit the ground? I could always blame it on the Weasley twins. Maybe add a word activation? Some of the not-so-pleasant racist terms that seem to be circulated amongst the most esteemed members of our illustrious society. It works so well with the moving staircases, perhaps it's something I should look into? But I digressed. I found myself excited and my mind tended to wander when I didn't have an immediate avenue to express it. Fox gave me a side-eye glance as I merrily tapped away on my desk, but he tended to do that any time I initiated any kind of musical tone. Who knew that phoenixes were disdainful of any other melodies other than their own songs? Yes, the less people remember about the time I took Fox to the opera the better. I adjusted myself in my seat as I felt the statue in front of my office move as I finally had my guests arrive. Well, arrive at my office, that is. I was immediately aware of their presence as soon as they stepped upon Hogwarts ground. It took a great deal of restraint not to peep. I wanted an honest first impression for a potential new hire in such an unorthodox situation. Minerva politely knocked once she got up to my door. "Come in, come in," I quickly answered, even though she didn't even wait for a response to open the door. "Headmaster, your guests have arrived," Minerva stated. Yes, they had. My eyes took in every detail I could. The woman was my first priority. She practically radiated magic. It was as if the magic of the world moved according to her will. She had an odd color to her hair, a very light blue, perhaps bordering purple in the right light. Though the primary thought was how natural it appeared, as I did not believe it was dyed or changed via any magical effects. And almost immediately, her ears were the new focus of mine. Particularly, the fact that they were pointed, denoting an ancestry that was not entirely human. I was not one to care for such trifles, but it was important to at least note. Overall, I had one important summarization for this woman. She was exceedingly dangerous. And I did not need Fox all but yelling through the link we shared to give me that warning. Sure, he was quiet and unmoving on the surface, but he was doing the equivalent of smacking me upside the head with a proverbial hand through our intimate bond. But, it was, restrained, unintentional, I believe. I do not think Minerva even noticed, she was not as keen on such things. As great a witch as she was, she never fought in the wars and against the true monsters of the world like what I had. As for the man, he wore normal, if not standard, muggle clothes. A well-kept suit, a well-trimmed haircut, and overall a well-kept appearance. There was nothing unique about him at first glance, a Japanese man without any noticeable features you could pick out of a crowd. However, there was something unsettling about him and I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. The way he held himself, everything looked too normal, so I simply dismissed the feeling. I gave a warm smile. "Welcome," I said with as polite a tone as I could, gesturing to the seats in front of my desk. I was waiting for Minerva to excuse herself, but it seems she decided she was going to sit in on the interview as she stood behind me. "Shall we begin with introductions?" I asked, more rhetorical than a true question. "I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thank you for having us." The woman, surprisingly, had a sort of chipper tone. "Excitement? How curious. I'm Medea and this. Kyuzuki Soichiro." The man introduced himself expressionlessly. "Pardon me for asking, but what is your family name?" I looked at the woman who introduced herself as Medea. "I don't have one," she immediately replied, shifting through a couple looks, as if trying to keep a pleasant smile on her face. Was she nervous? "You don't have one?" I stroked my beard. "It wasn't common in my time." She paused. "I mean, it wasn't common where I'm from." She awkwardly corrected herself. "At least until I marry hubby." She practically swooned over him, a stark contrast to his expressionless face. "I see. Very well then, some small talk before we begin? How did you like the walk through the castle? It's always fun to hear the first impressions of adults when they come here. And it's a good icebreaker to begin with. The bounded fields are impressive. Some of them look to be centuries old, yet they still operate without any degradation. The outermost bounded fields, however, were showing signs of weathering, and there were spots I could have snuck through without casting any spells. They did not appear to be localized onto the same location as the majority, an addition that was added in recent years. A simple touch-up would fix that issue. I also noticed that there were no defenses preventing animals and familiars from infiltrating the castle. A consideration, since any magus worth their salt can create a deniable familiar form a basic animal nearby even without much talent in the field. I was impressed by the anti-scrying, however. Using an astrology tower to act as a conduit for a thaumaturgical resonance and parsing index to navigate the rotation of the world's axis in correlation to the stars to counter any attempts to scry or predict the castle and its occupants. Rather ingenious, since astrology is the oldest method of prediction and scrying in the world, Any other methods would still find itself at odds with the defenses due to inherited deficiencies. But I don't need to get into that, you probably know more about the setup than I do with just a look. She chuckled. Yes, I blinked, having been lost about halfway through what she said. I cleared my throat. Apologies, I meant your impressions on the castle itself, not the wards. Oh. She said in a tinge of embarrassment. Ahem. It's very beautiful. She awkwardly pushed out. I like the scenery. Thank you, Miss Medea. I looked at the muggle. What about you, Mr. Suichiro? I paused for a moment. Oh dear, I didn't even think about trying to pronounce his name. I hope I got it correct, or at least close enough without appearing rude. The castle appeared large enough to house an equally large number of students. He stated. Yes, it's a large castle. My lips thinned. I have concerns about the travel time between classes. Such a large castle means that there is potential for students to be late. However, I am impressed by the size of land available for recreational activities by the students. There have been many case studies done that indicate a healthy learning environment includes physical exertion through a normalized routine. Equally important are the social interactions between students. A large castle provides a means for students an allowance of freedom while retaining a firm institutional standard of barriers and rules. As a boarding school, there must be a foundation of a home in addition to the strictness of a classroom, yet a separation of both to provide the healthiest and most productive environment to teach. My first impression is that this school achieves this, in part, due to its inordinate size. He finished. Well then. I was at a loss for words. I quite honestly did not know what to say in response. Normally, muggles would be in awe at the paintings, the ghosts, the structure itself. But here he analyzed our school's academic foundation based on its size. It sounded like a compliment as well. You have a keen eye, Mr. Sushiro. Minerva praised. I almost did a double take because she looked genuinely impressed. He nodded. In a personal opinion, I found the ghosts interesting. Ah, there it is. Me too. Medea suddenly added as well. It's a good idea, enslaving a group of spirits to act as the school's familiars. What? Did you kill them yourself or did you bring them from somewhere else? To have such vivid apparitions, I would assume that you had to personally facilitate their grudges so they would appear upon their deaths. She rubbed her chin. Now that I think about it, they did not appear to be malevolent. Ah, a contract then? I heard that there is a nearby town connected to the school. Do you collect their souls after death as payment? Quite the interesting method, it would explain the lack of a noticeable grudge and malevolence. There is enough magical energy in the castle to sustain a half-corporeal form that they appeared with. Maybe. Miss Medea. I interrupted, because I had a strange feeling I would not like where this went to next. We do not harvest souls nor kill people for their ghosts. Oh, right. She sounded insincere, as if she thought I was simply being coy. Let's move on. I would review these memories later. Before we begin with the intricacies of teaching here, I would like you both to be aware of the proclivities of the school. Beyond being educators, every teacher here had a duty to the students. Between classes, we offer guidance, and outside of studies, we supervise and counsel. I love kids. I have much experience operating outside the definitions of a history teacher. The standard for Japanese schooling emphasizes an approachable position even during non-class hours. Could be worse answers. And, while I hate to say it, there may come a time where the safety of the students is paramount. I'll kill anyone who tries to harm my students. Medea spoke with an oddly chilly tone to accompany it. We try our best not to resort to killing as the first response. Don't worry, I'm skilled at keeping prisoners alive despite what wounds they've suffered. Wonderful. I glanced at Mr. Suichiro and he looked proud of her. It was hard to tell because he didn't express himself much on the surface. Let's talk about the positions. I put my hands together. Miss Medea, you want to be hired for the position of magical theory, yes? I already knew the answer. May I ask what your experience is with teaching, and overall with the concept? Oh, I've taught a few times over the years. Never anything standardized, mostly just a random person here or there that I found interesting. As for my own experience with magical theory, the basics I've read about mostly line up with spell creation, I believe. I've created hundreds of spells myself over my life and have a thorough understanding of the intricacies of spell crafting. She puffed up, seemingly proud of herself. I admit, it was somewhat endearing to see her like that compared to just a moment prior. And where did you learn from? A question I felt I needed to ask. I learned from Circe, and had some lessons from Hecate. She revealed without any hesitation. And by Circe you mean? My aunt. She clarified, or not really. She lived on the island of Aeaea. I see. What was I supposed to say in response to that nugget of information? I would need to put out some feelers to verify later, if that was possible. But it didn't feel like she was lying to me. I had no idea how to feel at the moment. And you, Mr. Suichiro? I needed a palate cleanser. In response, the stoic man reached to the side of the chair, and lifted up the briefcase he brought with him. With a few clicks it opened up, and he began to retrieve papers from it. Here is my resume, he stated, placing it on the table. Here are the documents verifying my education background. My achievements in college. My graduation records. My community service records. Community service records. I blurted out as he placed all this stuff in front of me. A well-rounded educator should have experience serving their community. He pushed up his glasses with a stern look. A copy of my diploma. Here are my accolades I received upon graduation. There was a neat stack of papers now piled up. Thank you, Mr. Suichiro, I will gladly pour through all of this. I suppose it's a nice alternative to the usual methods we use to employ new teachers. I would never be upset that our staff were too qualified. Even if I'm going to spend the evening trying to make sense of this muggle paperwork. I am not fished. It's quite all right. Here is my proof of former employment. My proof of residency in Japan. My family registry. My tax documents for the past 5 years. My employment contract. My quarterly reviews for the past 5 years. And my recommendations with background notes for each signature. Thank you, Mr. Sushiro, this is detailed. I looked at the now several stacks of paperwork I was going to have to dedicate a few evenings to sort through. With regards to the position itself, do you have any questions or concerns? I am pleased that you asked, he said, pushing his glasses up again, and I felt a strange sense of foreboding in my chest. He took out a textbook from his briefcase. I have obtained the teaching material from a previous year and I have found it undesirable. With the assumption that the current curriculum mirrors the lessons taught within this book, I have taken the liberty of drafting my own curriculum. He replied, taking out a very thick stack of paper bound together and putting it on my desk. My desk shook from him dropping it onto it. Wonderful. I forced out, staring at the additional stack of papers I was no doubt going to be forced to look through after the whole debacle with Lockhart. Well, I can certainly say you have come prepared. I only took his resume to glance over. I wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the Muggle's method of interviews, and a brief summary of his achievements and work history was an excellent document to have. If I may ask, what did you do before teaching? There appears to be a period of years into your adulthood from before your college days. I noted after skimming his resume. I admit, even with the additional work this was going to put me through, it was certainly a relief to have an educator with a solid background in teaching. For once, in quite a few years, we wouldn't be scraping the bottom of the barrel to fill any new positions. Yes, he certainly had the demeanor of a teacher, and I could see a potential where we would accept Muggles into this position in the future. There are just some things you can't fake, and some things that bridge barriers such as magical and Muggle. A teacher is a teacher, and that's all that matters. I was an assassin. Wonderful. Non-canon Omake, Chaldea-sponsored Master and Servant Relationship Seminar. Romani Archamon POV. Alright everyone, thank you for coming. I blinked, looking around the room. This is for Masters only, Caster, and Berserker. Rider, and Mash, why are you 5 here? I won't leave my Ankin even for a second. Ritsuka Fujimaru looked rather stressed by that statement. I felt like I should be here to protect Master. Mash said softly, glancing at Kiyohime. I had no argument against that. Miss Tamamo. I looked at the other servant hanging off of Samuel's arm. Master needs his foxy wifey. He mouthed something to me, but I didn't quite get it. It probably wasn't important. See you Kulane. I looked at the odd one out of the bunch. Like hell I'm missing this dumpster fire. Okay then. My self-esteem took a large hit. And, Marie. I was curious. The happy and expressive French queen exclaimed. Who knows, it might come in handy. All right. That was much easier to deal with. And frankly, it's the whole reason I was holding this per the director's orders. Before we begin. The door was literally blown open. Saber came marching in with the director screaming behind her. Why can't you use the door like a normal person? Saber ignored her, her gaze landing on me. Am I in the correct place? How would I know? I whispered. Her eyes narrowed as she read what words I wrote on the whiteboard behind me. I have a question for you, pathetic man. Hey, there's no need to be mean. Does this knowledge you bestow only correspond to the bond between a servant and master, or does it work elsewhere? Well. I scratched my head. I guess it doesn't only relate to. She ignored me and took a seat. You have my permission to continue. Very subtle. See, you snorted. Be quiet. She hissed back. I let out a sigh. Is there anyone else coming? Miss Hinako peeked her head through the door. Come in. I sighed again. I was being sarcastic. Just for the record, I don't actually need this. But my servant wouldn't stop bugging me. Hinako strolled in with a certain Avenger right behind. Bitch, I never said anything like that. The former dragon witch scowled, stomping in as well. She seated, but took a seat in the corner, pretending to look put off by this whole thing. Well, this was certainly more people than I anticipated, makes it feel a bit awkward too. Then, let us begin. Am I late? Medea practically slid into the room. I almost lost track of time. Why are you here? Pierre grumbled. Master, don't you want to deepen our bond? She laughed. No. Good, cause I'm just here to watch the fun. She chuckled, taking a seat too. All right, is there anyone else? Da Vinci, are you going to be coming too? I asked, to no one in particular. I'm watching from my workshop. Her voice sounded from the intercoms. Why am I the one forced to do this? We're starting. I declared, taking up the marker. May as well get this over with. All right, let's begin. Today, we're going to be talking about harems. Since, well, with how many servants have been summoned already, we should tackle this issue before problems arise. Now, to start off, many people think the emphasis is on sexual relations, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You see, the inclusion of many members of what is termed a harem provides a structured and consistent method of emotional and instrumental support. Outside of the intimate nature of a relationship built upon more than two members, there becomes a cross-emotional bonding that does not always indicate a reciprocation of sexual or romantic feelings. Usually, like with most groups, one person becomes dominant outside of the owner of the harem. But this doesn't mean you have to foster a type of leadership within the harem. On the flip side, this can lead to the development of a strong undercurrent of sub-political influence among the members vying for a perceived notion of power over the other members. We'll cover this portion later and discuss how to properly manage inter-harem politics that crop up. And you also must understand that this does imply that all within the group must like one another. However, there needs to be a form of mutual respect among every person involved. Trust and communication are the most important facet of a well-maintained harem. You must understand that comfort is not universal. I emphasized. You need to make sure that every single person involved has their own individual preferences met. Without the concept of comfort being met within the harem, it turns into competition. And don't think this can be avoided by sex. It doesn't matter how good you are in bed, trust me. That's why you need to foster a positive relationship between everyone involved. I wrote some more things on the board, circling them for them to see properly. That brings us to the next part, what constitutes comfort? Well, the main points will be emotional support, security and... I stopped, looking at the room as it was oddly quiet, which differed heavily from earlier. Why are you all looking at me like that? I asked. Chapter 484. Where to first, dear? Yasaka's tail found its way around my waist, as per usual. Well, first off, we should go get her a wand. I may have winced a little after recalling my last foray into wand procurement. A wand? Can I choose it? Kunu's eyes lit up. I want a pretty one. Oh geez, I always hated to rain on her parade. From what I've been told, the wand chooses the person. Oh. Her ears flattened a tiny bit. It's okay, there are some made from dragons. And unicorns, and even phoenix. I reassured her. Immediately, it was as if she forgot she was sad. I want one made from all of them. We'll see. I just pat her head, not wanting to ruin her excitement anymore. Kind of sad that Media and Kyuzuki went off for their interview already. I think she would have loved to see this for herself. Not that she can't take a look any other time, but I was curious about her insights from her first impressions. But alas, more important things for them to take care of. I was genuinely rooting for them. Thankfully, Ollivanders' wand shop wasn't too far away. And it didn't have any holes in the building. It saved me from answering some awkward questions and giving Kunu ideas. Regardless, it's not like I felt guilty. The amount of gold I paid in compensation dwarfed the actual damages that spontaneously appeared, completely without my prompt. Kunu apparently didn't wait at all and pushed the door right open. The little bell was still there as we went in. My eyes landed on Ollivander as he was about to address Kunu, but he then looked at me and his expression turned very sour. "Oh, it's you. What could he possibly mean by that?" Yasaka raised an eyebrow, looking at me. I've never met this man before in my life. I quickly defended myself. Speaking of, I have the materials to make the wand we talked about. Clearly, you are strangers. Yasaka drawled. He perked up, but glanced at Kunu and seemingly pushed that to the side. Important matters first. I assume you are here for your first wand, young lady. His tone shifted noticeably as he addressed Kunu. Not to mention, he didn't even bat an eye at her features. That won him some major points in my book. Yuhui. Kunu nodded. Can I have a dragon wand? Also I want it to be a unicorn. And make it red like a firebird. Ollivander let out a chuckle. I'm afraid that's not how wands work. You see, wands are peculiar things, they are. They have a special bit of magic in them, and they choose the witch or wizard just as they are chosen in turn. But I want my wand to be special. Kunu pouted. It will be special, my dear, do you know why? Why? Because it will be your wand. He smiled, rather grandfatherly. Because just like you, the wand is one of a kind. And it's been waiting a very long time to meet you. Really? Kunu's eyes widened. Most certainly. He nodded. Would you like to help me find it? Yes. All right, I officially like this guy. Anyone who treated Kunu so kindly and genuinely will receive my goodwill. Woe be to anyone who tries anything against him. Now, let's just hope you are not like your father. He said quietly. Nah, I'm gonna be like daddy. Oh dear. His smile became rather strained. I'll pay. I said awkwardly. Yes, I'm sure you will. His lips thinned. Let us get started. What's your wand hand, my dear? Right. Kunu held up her right hand. Left. Yasaka corrected. Her left hand is her dominant hand, but she's fairly decent at using her right as well. Ollivander nodded and went to the shelves that were stacked with wand cases. Dare we start with a dragon core? Dragon, dragon. Kunu demanded. Dragon it is. He smiled despite his previous reluctance. I could tell there was a genuine care and enthusiasm he had about his work. Made with a good solid oak wood from a 4,000-year-old grandfather oak. He took it out, holding it up for her. Go ahead, give it a nice flick. Kunu grabbed it. Look daddy, I have my own wand now. She casually swung it around, and a ball of fire molded into the shape of a fox burst out through the nearby window. That wasn't me. Is that good or bad? Yasaka asked. That's normal. I responded. Normal is subjective in this case. Ollivander quickly took the wand back from Kunu's grasp. There was something here, but it was a tad too volatile. It was a good first try. He put it away in its case. Let's try another wood, how about dragon heartstring and ebony? He produced another beautifully crafted wand. A wand for someone steadfast in their beliefs and willing to blaze their own path. Do I do the thing again? Kunu held it up hesitantly. Go ahead, give it another flick. Ollivander smiled calmly, despite ducking behind shelter. Kunu flicked it again, rather than fire, a torrent of water shot at the shelf, soaking everything in the vicinity before the magical water receded. Joy, more water damage. He said dryly. I'm sorry. Kunu's ears flattened. Oh, my dear, it is most certainly not your fault. He quickly reassured her, despite retrieving the wand from her possession. This is entirely normal. Both Yasaka and I could tell he wasn't being entirely truthful there. Despite that, we were thankful. However, I believe we are close. Dragon Heartstring is a good match, and the wand was almost a match. He hummed. It might have even accepted you if push came to shove. But regardless, there is a better wand amongst these present. He paused, snapping his fingers. What is your birthday, my dear? My birthday? Kunu tilted her head. It's in 9 days. Ollivandre's eyes lit up and he quickly searched through the small pile of boxes, fishing out another wand. Then let me be the first to wish you a happy birthday with your new wand. He presented it to her. Go ahead, I have a feeling this one will be a bit different. Kunu took it into her hand, and a colorful array of lights enveloped her. They swirled around a few moments before settling it. It's happy. Kunu looked down at her wand. Daddy, I have a wand. You sure do. So that's what it looked like when a wand accepted an owner. Dragon Heartstring core with rowan wood. Fierce, yet kind. Protective, but that doesn't always mean defensive. For all the years that my family has made wands, I can boast that not a single one of my rowan wands has gone on to do devil in the world. This wand will serve your daughter well. Thank you. I said with full sincerity. It's always a pleasure to help young ones find their companions, Mr. Schweinorg. I noticed you said young ones. I pointed out. Indeed I did. His expression turned sour again. That will be 7 galleons for the wand. Do you want anything else? A wand cleaning kit. There are kits to clean your wand. Yasaka blinked. Oh my, let me add a book on wand maintenance as well, I feel as though it will be needed. Give us everything you think she'll need, don't worry about the cost. Yasaka agreed. Wonderful. He clapped his hands. And I believe you have materials for me. Wordlessly, I pulled out the 2 strands of hair, one from Izzy, and one from Meridia, as well as the piece of wood that Meridia got for me. Ollivander looked at what I handed him, then sighed. What? I questioned. What did I do wrong? You did not do anything wrong, Mr. Schweinorg, I am just lamenting my workshop in its final moments. Ordinary materials can be extremely volatile. And while I do not recognize what you hold, I have been crafting wands for many years, I can recognize powerful reagents when I see them. He carefully took them from my hands, as if they were the most dangerous of weapons. I can't promise this will be done soon. We'll be in town next when dropping Kunu off for school. That should suffice. He nodded. Let me ring everything up and store away any potential hazardous materials. That was fun, where to next? Yasaka asked as we walked back out onto the street. Many more people were gawking at us as they walked by. While the place wasn't particularly crowded, there were a good number of people coming and going. I held up her letter. Let's see, we need to get some stuff for potions class. I'm a bit curious about their alchemy practices myself, so let's go to the potion shop next. That's boring, let's go see the magic animals. Kunu tugged at my sleeve. Dad, I want a familiar like you. How about we finish everything we need, then we can shop around. Yasaka gently nudged her forward between us. And then, after we're done, we can get some ice cream. I heard they have a lot more flavors than we're used to back home. But, that's if you're a good girl. I'll be good. Kunu quickly affirmed. Despite how much I loved seeing my daughter act like a sweet little girl, it also strained my heart knowing she was going to have to grow up a tad during her stay at Hogwarts. Yasaka and I have talked about her at length. It's not a secret that she was a bit immature at times. Not that she can't be, she's nearing only 11 years old. But she lagged behind a little bit for other people her age it seems. Yasaka said that older species tended to grow at different rates, which reassured me. And apparently my presence also did something to have her acting a bit younger than her age would imply. But we've been watching it closely, making sure there's nothing wrong. In hindsight, it made sense for her wanting to be childish more often than not. She's also had plenty of responsibilities thrust on her throughout her short life. Being the child of the literal ruler of her people can do that to someone. Apparently, it's not much of a problem back at school when Rei Kao was looking after her there. Just her prerogative to be our little girl whenever we're around. Thus, we're both happy she's going to have the chance to mature organically among people her own age. Overall, this will be a very good experience for her. Dad, teach me some magic! Kunu exclaimed, holding her wand up. I want to shoot lightning like you do. Pew pew. She started waving her wand around. I think Yasaka and I both sort of jerked at her sudden movements, recalling what she did before. But surprisingly, there was no errant magic being shot off accidentally. How about I teach you the first spell you're going to learn in school? I offered. Her eyes lit up. Teach me. Hold your wand up and say Lumos. Lumos. Kunu said, and a tiny flickering light appeared and disappeared just as quickly. The visible excitement overtook her. Lumos, 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 Lumos. She started saying without a second thought. Yasaka looked at me, a growing grin as her tail found my waist again. Well done. Thank you. There were tiny little flickers appearing over and over as she tried to cast. But Yasaka was praising me for my ability to distract her from wanting to shoot lightning. Thankfully, it was a short walk to the closest potion shop. Slug and Jigger's Apothecary. It sounded like names, in which case, who named their child Slug? That's even weird by my own standards, and I visited a world where people thought hard on how to give their children unique names based on colors. Kunu curiously poked her head inside and we had to gently nudge her forward. The letter itself recommended this shop as they basically catered to new students preparing for Hogwarts for the first year. There weren't many people inside, which was nice. Welcome, welcome. Someone was quick to greet us with that patented salesperson fake smile. His eyes also lingered on both Yasaka and Kunu, no doubt their unique features. Here to browse, or do you have something particular in mind? Our daughter is going to be attending Hogwarts for her first year. Yasaka smiled, looking down at Kunu. Congratulations! He clapped his hands. We're having a sale on all the first year supplies, as it were. We can get that all packed up neatly, no trouble at all. That would be wonderful. Do you mind if we look around? I asked. No at all, feel free to peruse at your leisure, I'll have your supplies ready at the counter in a few minutes. Since we get new students the most, we keep a sample of each potion we have in stock with a description and effect next to them. If you see anything that catches your eye, just give us a holler and we'll add it to your costs. Simple enough. Yasaka quickly grabbed onto Kunu. Why don't we look together? Best to nip any mischief in the bud in such a situation. Well, I also began to peruse as he said. I admit, my desire here wasn't entirely set on Kunu's errands. My mage killer needed the right juice to get it started. I couldn't just find Hydra Venom and dip my new sword into it. It needed to build up to something that powerful. Right now, it was probably the weakest sword I had, but it could grow. Let's see. A beautification potion, met. It was only temporary. A befuddlement draft, that's interesting. If the user drinks it, they become confused and reckless. I wonder if we could alter it to turn it into a vapor if it touches air? Make it a throwable weapon. Bulgai potion, makes the user's eyes swell? Okay, that's strange. Boondimum secretution, oh, a magical cleaner, that's actually very convenient, I'll need to get a good supply of that to experiment with. Many people wouldn't understand how difficult it is to clean up after certain experiments involving magical materials. If it works out well, we could make a mint back at the Mages Association. They were ordered alphabetically. I turned the next aisle. Madame Glossy's silver polish, another magical cleaner. I'm making another note. Memory potion, enhanced the user's memory for a spell. Now that sounds extremely useful and worth picking up. I skipped a few aisles because I wasn't finding anything particularly useful. I decided just to start at the first and work my way down instead of randomly bouncing around. My eyes skimmed the first few of the A section and I came to a screeching halt. Amortentia, otherwise known as the world's strongest love potion. Just mentally reading the words made my nostrils flare up. It doesn't create real love, just a powerful obsession. And they're just selling it openly. What the fuck? Note to self, enhance Kunu's protections to account for ingested mental alterations. Especially love potions. I'm going to need to tell Medea about this shit, and she is most definitely not going to be happy. Dear, find anything interesting? I didn't even realize Yasaka was poking her head over my shoulder. Oh dear. She realized what I was staring at. Already on it. I reassured her. Good. She gave me a kiss on the cheek. I would rather not burn down this country. And that wasn't hyperbole. What? Kunu pushed between us. Nothing, sweetie, just some icky potions. Did you know they add live frogs to some of these? I grinned at her. You, Dad. She made gagging noises, and walked away. I couldn't help but chuckle. I'll go pay for everything. I gave one of Yasaka's tails a little squeeze as I walked towards the front counter. The same guy from before was sorting things out, putting them on the counter. I presumed they were what we needed, but my eyes were drawn to something else. Similar as the lines of potions from behind me, there was another potion sitting on the counter, but it was locked away with noticeable enchantments to protect it. A very thin vial containing a golden liquid. Felix Felicis, also called liquid luck. A potion that made the drinker lucky for a period of time. That sounded like complete bullshit. Luck was a nebulous concept. It was hard to conceptualize, not to mention measure and alter in the form of a potion. Ah, liquid luck caught your eye. The salesperson grinned from behind the counter. Not many people have actually seen it properly brewed. We only get a tiny bit every now and then, and it's bloody expensive. How much? I asked. For that right there, that'd be costing about 5,000 galleons. He responded. I'll buy all of it that you have. Honestly, I really wanted to investigate the claims. Sorry mate, no can do. One of the ministry's regulated substances, not allowed to sell more than that to a person. It's toxic in large quantities, and banned in almost everything. He shrugged. Well, that's unfortunate. Slowly, I put my hand on the counter, producing a small stack of gold. And there's nothing you can do. The guy, he paused, looking at the gold for a long moment. He stretched his hand out, sliding it over to himself and putting it into his pocket. Unfortunately, the ministry is thorough in their checks of our supplies. However, I did hear rumors that certain shops in Nocturne Alley are not as closely monitored. He replied. Interesting. By happenstance, do these shops you've heard rumors of, do they also have other potions, such as poisons and the like? My good sir, I could not comment on what they sell and do not sell. Only that for some reason they remain open, catering to a large audience even though we sell everything anyone could want with a clear conscience. Well, if I couldn't understand the hidden subtext there, I didn't deserve it. I wouldn't be surprised if the owners of this place didn't own a shop over there as well, and they sell the less savory things out of prying eyes. Thank you for your explanations. I added another tip. It's my pleasure, sir. And here are the items you requested: a beginner's set of crystal vials, a brass scale for measuring ingredients, one basic potions ingredients kit, complete with everything you will need for the first year. We also included the books needed, if you haven't already purchased them. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and magical drafts and potions. Will there be anything else, sir? Can you add in a few different cleaning potions? The kind for removing magical stains, and the like. I don't care about cost or whatever, just give me your best. Also, give me a bottle of Amortentia. I want to see how it works so I can make a counter, just in case. Coming right up. He didn't even bat an eye when I said I want to buy a love potion that induces obsession. Yet, the other thing is regulated. The more I learn about this place, the more I find it confusing to my morals and sensibilities. That was certainly interesting. Yasaka commented as we left the shop. I saw a potion that apparently turned your tongue into a snake's. Oh. I looked her way. Does it give you ideas? A wide grin slowly tugged its way up her face. It's certainly something we'll have to play with. You, why would you want a snake tongue? Kunu made an ick noise. I liked the one that turned your head into a pumpkin. Can we get that later? Well, you'll be getting your own allowance while you're at school, so if that's something you want to get, you're allowed to. Yasaka forced a smile. One of the things we agreed on was to not limit Kunu's spending. That is to say, she had a limit on the amount, but what she purchased was up to her. Teach her a bit of responsible spending by her own hand. Obviously all her needs would be taken care of, and if something came up, Medea was there for certain things. We were almost positive she was going to blow her first allowance. We were doing it twice a year within the first week, and would have to wait nearly 6 months for a refill. Let's see, next should be getting outfitted for robes. And that's probably going to be just as fun as it sounds. Robes. Yasaka scrunched her nose. Despite the continuous stares the people were giving us, we didn't really dwell on it all too much. But in the same vein, we could see what robes really entailed while looking at the normal attire here. I like them. Kunu exclaimed. I suppose that's all that matters. Yasaka pursed her lips. It was basically right across the street from where we were. Do you mind if I step away for a few minutes while you get started? Got something you want to do? Yasaka asked. Yeah, there's apparently the more unsavory parts of this place that sell some things I need, and I didn't want to disrupt anything, nor, well. I glanced at Kunu who was staring into the window of the clothing place. Go take care of it, but come back soon. She gave me another kiss on the cheek. Will do. Come on sweetie, Daddy needs to run a quick errand, so we're going to find some nice clothes that you can model for him when he comes back. Yasaka took her hand. Okay, Mama. Kunu accepted it and she was led into the clothing store. I waited a moment before making sure they were fine, then cast a quick illusion over myself to gradually blend into the surroundings. Once I noticed no one noticed me, I used Shunpo to move quickly across the alley, as I vaguely recalled where the entrance to Nocturne Alley was. For some reason it was spooky looking. Very few people were nearby at this point, and I just shrugged, walking down it. It was definitely less kept than Diagon Alley, that was for certain. Even the cobblestone road was uneven, pieces of stock sticking out, cracked and shattered in other places. There were some destroyed buildings that were slowly rotting and falling apart, while others showed exuberance that came from lots of traffic and use. There was also graffiti, which was something I didn't expect from a magical place. There seemed to be more people as I went deeper. Lots of people with covered faces, and hoods. And not everyone was human either. I think I saw a hag walking on the other side of the street. Turning the corner, I stopped because someone was pressing a wand to my throat. Did I notice them there? Yes, I did. Did I care? No, I did not. Why don't you? I jabbed him in the throat and grabbed his wand, snapping it in half before tossing it onto his prone body after he fell to the ground. It was enough that the other people who had been eyeing me turned away and went about their own business. Yeah, I knew how places like this operated. I could guess what they thought, that I was some rich kid in their eyes with more money than brains. Once I showed that I was more than able to deal with problems that came up, they stopped caring too much. But regardless, I eyed what I came here for. There were no names present, but a wooden sign overhead with the picture of a cauldron told me all that I needed to know. I wasted no time entering, but I took a moment to take in my surroundings once I stepped foot inside. There was the peculiar scent of death inside. Perhaps that was from the hanging dead animals that were decorating one side of the wall. Welcome. A rather smooth voice brushed against my ears. I saw the person sitting behind the counter. He looked probably about 30 years old, a bit pale. At least, that would be for a normal person, I would assume. I could see through his magical disguise. The red eyes, the elongated teeth when he opened his mouth. A vampire, hey? I idly commented. He stiffened, surprised that I said it. I think I momentarily put him at a loss for words. Well, I suppose his disguise worked the vast majority of the time. I can't smell any blood on your hands, so I'm guessing you don't go around freely for your meals. It's rather easy to tell when someone kills frivolously once you reach a certain point. I don't care as long as you are not causing problems. While I can't claim to have any love for vampires as a whole, it would be very hypocritical of me to deny him his life because of simply what he was. Objectively, I believe the fact that I'm a half-devil trumped him being a vampire. He seemed to ease up a tad. I don't think he's been a vampire for very long. Relatively speaking, of course, vampires are very long-lived. A couple centuries is basically a baby in the eyes of the really old ones. Well, since the charade was dropped, and he realized I wasn't here to do anything, a slowly forming smile grew on his face. Welcome to Nighttime Tonics. We have a wide selection of potions and herbs for any occasion. And I accept payment in many forms. Blood, if you would be so inclined, is one of my favorites. You're not getting my blood. I immediately denied that avenue. A shame, I can smell it from here, and it's intoxicating. You can always try taking it forcibly. I raised an eyebrow. I much prefer my life, thank you. He quickly responded. Well, don't let it be said that vampires can't have good instincts. Well, let's get down to business. You wouldn't happen to have some Felix Felicis, would you? A curious choice. He hummed. I do have half a flask of it remaining. It's going to be twice as expensive than if you purchased it elsewhere. He emphasized. I casually waved it off. Money isn't an issue. Ah, my favorite sort of customer. He perked up. And what else can I do for you? I began to wander between the shelves he had stocked. Poisons. I have a large variety. I want them all. All of them. A flask of each. I clarified. Do you have any particularly potent ones? I just happened to get a small vial of basilisk venom. He revealed. Basilisk venom. One of the most potent venoms in the world. However, it is very expensive. And highly illegal to possess without the proper documents and ministry oversight. Well, good thing I don't live here under the ministry. I shrugged. Price isn't an issue. Feel free to throw in anything else in that same vein. Allow me a moment, I will prepare your purchase. He was moving all around behind the counter, and into a small back room, taking things out, setting them on the counter as they piled up. I have a question if you don't mind. I leaned against the counter. Information comes with a price. He casually responded. For a vampire, you sure care a lot about money. Being a vampire does not absolve me of needing to make a living. Hey. I pondered that. What was it like? Becoming a vampire, then realizing that you still needed to work. One of the worst days of my existence. He snorted. Do you know what the worst part about finding work as a vampire is? Discrimination. No, well yes. He tilted his head. You get used to the looks and such after a while. But no, it's that you're expected to work overtime without additional pay. Just because I'm a nocturnal being does not mean I don't have a life. He sniffed. That's a shame. I said with full sincerity. But that wasn't the only question I wanted to ask. I was curious about your opinion on Felix Felicis. My opinion? He questioned. I'm mostly just buying it just to see if I can't understand it better. Do a bit of research, that whole thing. Many people have attempted to decipher the potion over the years. Even the original creator Zygmunt Butch couldn't claim that the potion was entirely his doing. What, like it was an accident? Perhaps. Or maybe that the potion wished to be created. He said cryptically. Well, if luck is an actual measurable and quantifiable factor, that means that it's possible for it to retroactively activate and give birth to its own existence. Such that he would obviously test his own creation, thus the first time he used it, it was in fact, the potion itself that let him accidentally create it previously. I just spoke my thoughts aloud. You would not be the first to have that theory. He set another flask and vial onto the counter. Hey, I guess there are proper researchers in this world then. So, what can I expect if I drink this? I held up the vial I purchased from the other place. He paused, looking at the vial. 12 hours of unmitigated good luck. He said evenly. Give or take 15 minutes. If you merely wish to test the initial effects, I suggest only drinking half of it. Any less and the effects become drastically reduced. I was admittedly skeptical about this. I would need to do some thorough testing before I used it in a more dubious situation. And there was the consideration if the luck it bestowed could stand up to things that were, let's just say, higher up on the food chain than the run-of-the-mill wizard or witch that prances around here. Probability manipulation wasn't exactly an uncommon concept used among my cohorts. So it's assuredly good luck. Most assuredly. He nodded. Even if the situation appears to be detrimental, you can be assured that it is to your overall benefit. I once heard a story of a wizard who drank a phial, then was stabbed by a non-magical mugger. He quickly apparated to the nearest hospital, and they found out the vial he drank contained poison. He would have never found out had he not been stabbed. Hey! Speaking of poison, you will have enough to put down several giants. He swept his arms around at the many containers littering his counter. I merely waved my hand, and an equal number of bags of gold dropped onto the free space left. His eyes sparkled. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I'll be back if I need anything else. I quickly collected my new stuff and left. I admit I was a little anxious to get started on my new sword. Heck, I haven't even thought of a proper name yet. Maybe something like greed, since it continuously takes in things to strengthen itself? Was that too on the nose? Considering that it contained a purer concept of greed itself? I admit I liked a more simple naming convention. Whisper, Mirage, etc. I would need to ask my girls for their opinions, I don't think I'm really the best at naming things. With a burst of shunpo, I was back at the entrance to Nocturne Alley, ready to head back. I stopped though, and looked at the vial of Felix Felicis in my hand. He said it was purely good luck, so, how about we give it a shot? I popped the lid off and downed half of it in one god. Tasted like a mix between apple and strawberry. I waited for something to happen, for something in me to change. I felt nothing, and nothing around me was out of place. I gave it a second, looking around curiously, but there didn't appear to be any response. With a shrug, I took a step back into Diagon Alley, and immediately I heard an explosion in the direction of where Yasaka and Kunu were. Well done. Drake noted. How the hell is that in any way my fault? Let's be honest, something was bound to blow up around you with or without a magical luck potion to facilitate it. Fuck you. I quickly used another burst of shunpo to check up on my girls. This wasn't my fault this time. Shurei. It wasn't. I totally believe you. Chapter 485. It didn't take me long to find the source of the noise. Lo and behold, it led me right to where I had left Yasaka and Kunu beforehand. It hadn't even been that long, like 20 minutes or so. I caught the tail end of some people running in the opposite directions but ignored them. I now stood out in the middle of the street, where several buildings had holes in them, walls were broken, windows were shattered, and some craters littered the cobblestone walkway. There was a person covered in a black hood and weird skull-like mask that was planted firmly in a stone wall not far away. He looked to be in particularly bad shape. Another looked like he got thrown through a different wall, the stone around him shattered and half his limp body hung over the remaining blocks. And perhaps a handful more scattered around, mostly unmoving if not slightly twitching with some groans barely audible amongst the ensuing chaos. But most eye-catching of all was Yasaka, holding one struggling man up by his neck as he gasped for breath while pinning another under her foot, whining and begging as he sunk further into the ground. She noticed me as I arrived and I gave her a curious look. There was no anxiety on her face, so it was safe to say Kunu was in no way harmed or in danger. Did something happen? I casually strode over. Oh, just taking out some trash. She said equally unceremoniously. I glanced at the under beneath her foot that was trying very desperately to crawl away. You know, I think there's a lot of people back home that would pay a lot of money for that privilege. I pointed out. Oh hush. She snorted. So, what happened? We were just shopping, and these people suddenly burst through the door, magic started flying and they tried to. Before she could finish there were numerous popping sounds as the space around us became turbulent and the infamous nature of this place's method of teleportation reared its ugly head by the dozens. A good amount of people appeared quickly, wands drawn and ready for battle. Release them, drop your wand, and put your hands up. The shout quickly followed. Did they not realize she had no wand, or was it just a sort of automated response and assumption? Friendlies, I held my hands up as the magical popo treated us like criminals right off the bat. Yasaka, for her part, did drop the person she was holding, rather abruptly. And she released the person she was pinning down with her foot. She basically shrugged, taking a few steps back as what I assume were the Aurors took the two people into custody, protection. One or both of those. I doubt they're going to just let them run away, they need to figure out what happened. Still, they were hesitantly still holding their wands up, pointed at Yasaka. For good reason, mind you. She was certainly one of the most dangerous beings in the vicinity, and ignoring the side of virtue she stood on, they had to treat the situation properly. What are you doing? They're clearly unarmed and not making any threatening gestures. A woman pushed through. Secure the area, take everyone that has their faces covered into custody and treat their wounds, prioritize any civilians that were hurt. Shacklebolt, you're in charge of the perimeter, I don't want anyone from the news sneaking inside or it's your wand. Williamson, you're on witness roundup, hop to it. I didn't know who this woman was, but she was obviously high up enough to immediately take charge. Auntie! Came a shout from the clothing store, perhaps the only store still relatively whole. A little head poked out, and followed was a girl, perhaps only a year older than Kunu. She ran out to one of the people in the lead. Susan. The woman replied as she gladly accepted a hug. What happened, are you okay? Kunu followed right after, running up to us. Mama, did you beat up all the bad guys? I sure did. Yasaka was completely unfazed by the looks and went back to doting parent mode. Isn't your mama strong? Mama is the strongest. Kunu said with a big grin. I kept a side eye on the supposed orers, because I wasn't entirely trusting of them to not do something stupid, but they sort of began working around us to settle everything. Obvious skepticism and hesitance thrown our way, and a look or two of disdain as well that was hard to hide. However, it didn't seem like someone was going to randomly throw out spells. Well, glad Kunu wasn't scared at all. Frankly, she was treating it as a fun show to watch. Finally, it seemed like we were important enough for someone to approach us. A man came up, noticeably weary still, but he had a hand on his wand and a notebook out. I'm going to need to get your statement. And I'm going to need your registration numbers. He held up his wand like he was about to use it as a pen. Pardon, registration numbers. Yasaka blinked. He didn't answer her and instead looked at me. The registration numbers for the magical beasts you're keeping with you. I need to see all the papers regarding your authorization to bring them into the country. Magical beasts. I repeated, dropping my usual tone for something a bit more sharp. Are you referring to my daughter, or her mother, the woman I'm in a relationship with? There was a flash of something resembling disgust across his face as I said that. If you don't have the proper registration, we're going to have to confiscate your magical beasts for further investigation. They will be assigned a danger level, processed, and if found to not be a danger to Wizarding Society, they will be released back into your custody after a thorough examination. Wilhelm. Yasaka said with a blank face. Yes. Deal with him, otherwise I'm going to do something I regret. She grit out. No need. The woman from before stepped forward. Mr. Roberts, I will take their statements. You are dismissed. But, they're an unregistered dangerous beast, according to. You are dismissed. She hissed. The guy shuddered and quickly bailed away from her vicinity. I deeply apologize for that. He was very out of line, and he does not represent the DMLE. Oh, so I'm not a dangerous beast that needs to be caged. Yasaka snorted, crossing her arms. I'm guessing by your accent and the fact that your lips aren't moving in accordance with your words, that you're not speaking English. In addition to your clothes, I can summarize that you're not from around here. We're from Japan. She answered, still unenthused. The woman nodded. Let me introduce myself, I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The correct interpretation of the laws he was trying to leverage were in the case of magical beasts that did not possess intelligence to understand their actions. She muttered something that sounded like pure blood ponds under her breath in reference to him. Again, I apologize for the treatment you received. But, if you would be so kind, I need to ask you some questions. Very well. Yasaka let out a sigh. I understand the necessity of your job. She added with a flippant hand wave. I would like to first ask your identities and what you're doing in the country. I can't say we regulate every individual that passes through, but I'm almost certain I would have heard rumors about your peculiarities. Yasaka relaxed a little, perhaps accepting the apology. I was letting her take the lead here as it seemed appropriate. I'm Yasaka, I'm the ruler of half of Japan's yokai population. This is Kunu. She said, gesturing to the little fox. Our daughter, she's going to be enrolling in Hogwarts for this upcoming year, we were here to shop for her. Amelia Bones was taking in that information but she sort of froze. Pardon, can you repeat what you said? About what? You said you're the ruler of. I rule over half the Japanese yokai. Yasaka said with a growing smile. I'm sorry, was that not clear? By your interpretation, you can consider me a queen. But we're just a small group, only numbering in the millions. We can't really compete with humans. Yet, she knew exactly what she was doing. I'm pretty sure that the entirety of the English wizard and witch community doesn't break 100,000. Is there a reason you didn't go through the proper channels when visiting? The ministry would have treated a foreign leader very well. The woman got over her initial stupor and donned back her more authoritative look. I didn't think there was a need, I'm here as a mother, not as a queen. Yasaka emphasized again, using terminology that would resonate more with her. Though, if it matters, I can call upon my armies to make a proper showing of myself. We wouldn't want anyone to think I'm a dangerous beast. What better way than for everyone in this country to know who I am? Yasaka smiled kindly, contradicting her statements very much. Amelia Bones cleared her throat. There is no law restricting foreign leaders from vacationing within magical Britain. She settled on. And she once more muttered something under her breath, something about strangling that old goat for not giving her a heads up about a new student he's getting. It's funny, I don't think she even knew what yokai were, only that they were apparently strong by Yasaka's obvious actions, and that they weren't human. But at least she had a good head on her shoulders and took the matter seriously. She then looked at me. And, your name, Mr. Schweinorg. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself. She blinked for a moment. Why does that name sound familiar? Who knows? I shrugged. Once again, I thank you for your help and apologize for the rudeness of my orer. I assure you that these incidents do not represent magical Britain as a whole. Well, we'll see about that, won't we? Yasaka didn't sound too convinced. The department head smiled awkward, she held her hand out and that same younger girl from before awkwardly shuttled over into her grasp. And I would like to thank you as the lady of house bones. Susan here is my niece and I'm her guardian, she's the only family I have left. She tells me you were protecting her? Would you mind giving me the details? Yasaka, properly relaxed a little at that. A shared sentiment there that even let her release the frustration she had from the earlier encounter. I was taking my daughter to get some custom robes made, considering the obvious. Yet, it must be hard to get clothes made specifically for their tails. And this sweet little girl here came up, complimenting our tails. Yasaka's tone turned a genuine warmness as she smiled at Susan. The younger girl blushed a tiny bit. They're pretty. She muttered. Kunu also peeked out from behind Yasaka. Hi, I'm Kunu. I'm Susan. The other girl responded, a tiny bit of awkwardness there. I like your tails and ears. Said ears on Kunu's head twitched excitedly. Thank you. Kunu hurriedly replied, tinged with a speck of embarrassment and shyness. I like your hair too. Funny enough, none of us the adults that has interrupted them despite the situation not being appropriate for them to, well, this. Are you a first year? Susan asked. Ahoy. Kunu nodded. I'm going to be a second year. Susan said proudly. But, if you need anything, you can come to me. I'm in Hufflepuff and, well, you'll be sorted into a house when you get to Hogwarts. It's great, you're going to love it. Once the initial nervousness wore off, she was quick to open up. We're getting a new D.A.D.A teacher this year, Gilderoy Lockhart, you've read his books, right? They're amazing, he's amazing, I can't wait. Well, we might be in different years, but that doesn't mean we can't hang out at school. I'll show you around everywhere, it'll be great. Susan. Amelia put a light hand on her hand. Time and place, dear. Oh. She shrunk back a tad. Sorry, Auntie. Did Kunu just make a friend? Back on topic. Amelia Bones spoke. Can you tell me what happened specifically? Well, it was so sudden. Almost right after that happened, a bunch of people just burst in through the door, wearing costumes that screamed I'm not a good person. Yasaka replied. Not to mention they reek of alcohol, I wouldn't be surprised if half of them won't even remember what happened by tomorrow. Death Eaters. Her lips thinned. Pardon. Right, you probably wouldn't know. They're terrorists. She seemingly chose her words carefully. They were all black with the skull masks. How droll. Yasaka said dryly. But yes, they swept in, started throwing around some spells, mostly to cause chaos and confusion, but they seemed eager to abduct Susan over there, however it seemed like a spur-of-the-moment thing by their reactions. I wasn't going to stand by and watch a child be harmed, so I intervened. And, well, you can see the result. The woman let out a short sigh. I should have anticipated something like this. Piss someone off. Yasaka hummed. Amelia Bones grunted in frustration. Politics. We were able to push through some reformations that a certain faction of our society doesn't approve of. And this is what happens when they can't bribe or intimidate their way to legislate their views. Bold of them to go after the niece of the magical police chief, isn't it? I questioned. You say bold, I say stupid. She snorted herself. As much as I don't want to give them credit, they wouldn't have had the stones to do anything to Susan. Not that this makes it better. She frowned. But they would have just used her as leverage to get me to vote a certain way for matters of law, then probably released her. Otherwise, the ministry would have come down on them with the might of Merlin himself. Makes sense, I suppose. Then again, I don't really know nor care much about their politics. You seem familiar. She changed thoughts quickly. Not just your name, I could have sworn I've seen your face before. In your dreams, maybe. I smiled. The DMLE direction barked out a laugh. Aren't you a smooth one? You should keep him on a short leash. Believe me, you have no idea. Yasaka shared a small laugh. Well, that's all I need. I'll make a note that you cooperated fully and you acted completely in self-defense and in the defense of others. There shouldn't be an issue, but just in case, if anything happens, you're more than welcome to contact me. Well, hint taken then. She was basically saying that she would be behind us then as thanks. I wouldn't say no to having the head of the magical popo in our back pockets, so to speak. I'm sure there won't be any other problems. Honestly, I'm more concerned about our little Kunu and to make sure nothing comes her way that she shouldn't have to deal with. Yasaka replied. Amelia glanced down at our little fox, a warm smiling appearing on her face. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep an eye on things throughout the year. Hey, maybe that potion wasn't bullshit? I waved my hand as two familiar people entered the building. Medea and Kyuzuki saw us and came over quickly, joining us at our table. So, how'd it go? I asked, almost instantly upon them sitting down. Just straight to it, hey. Medea huffed. Not even going to let us get our own ice cream. She said, watching Kunu go to town on her 4-scoop monstrosity she was no doubt going to eat in its entirety. I'm sorry, you're right. You were very good today, Medea. Do you want some ice cream too? I rolled my eyes. Yes, I would, actually. Medea didn't rise to my teasing. Oh, stop you two. Yasaka interrupted. Seriously, how did it go? It went well. Medea happily exclaimed. There were points I believe we could have performed better. Kyuzuki pushed up his glasses. However, despite the irregularities, we were offered the positions at the end of the interview. We have accepted. Well done. You're looking at the new teachers for magical theory and Muggle studies. She paused for a second. Why is it called Muggle studies? They call non-magical people Muggles here for some reason. I shrugged. That's strange. Medea pursed her lips. I thought it was an underhanded insult at first when the headmaster said it to hubby. I was ready to rip his beard out. Right, I can't imagine why I had any doubts about you getting the position. I said rather sarcastically. Humph, he would be a fool not to hire me. But the school itself was interesting, I'm going to have fun exploring it. I was only able to get a few cursory glances to see how it works. And did you notice how many ley lines intersect right below it? I know, I noticed that too. It's better than the temple. I'm going to make an amazing workshop in some far corner and tap into those babies. We should celebrate though. This is wonderful news, I'm happy for you, Medea. I said with full sincerity and without the previous mocking or teasing. Thanks. She muttered with a tinge of happiness mixed in. She's not good at this sort of genuine praise. Auntie Medea is going to school with me then? Kunu asked. We both are, you adorable cutie. Medea cooed, reaching over to rub her head. We'll need to settle all the logistics though. I can find a spot to connect the house, but I don't want to put it too close to the school. I want Kunu to have her sense of independence without us being in her proverbial backyard. Just make a list of things you think you need help with, I'll help you wherever I can. We both will. Yasaka added, her tail finding my waist again. Whatever you need, we're here to help. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Kyuzuki lightly bowed his head. We're going to need to learn more about this place. Medea said licking an ice cream cone which. Where did you get that? I looked at her. She just grinned evilly and pulled her hood down over her face, not bothering to answer. Make sure to pay before we leave. Yes hubby. She scares me sometimes. Our day was a bit uneventful. Yasaka hummed. I had to step on a few people, but it wasn't too difficult. I bought a lot of good things too. I remembered the very important thing too. Also, have you finished a certain item you told me you were going to create with a certain feather? I haven't completed it yet. Someone disturbed me and had me start helping with their stupid boat. Medea huffed. Shut up, you were just as excited to play with the ship as I was. Humph. She didn't bother to deny it. But what do you need? We'll talk about it later. Found something unsavory here that needs to be accounted for. I didn't want to spring that kind of thing on her with her being so happy right now. Oh, but I also found something neat, I said, taking out the vial of golden liquid. Look at this, they call it Felix Felicis, or liquid luck. It's supposed to make you lucky for a period of time. How absurd! Medea immediately commented. But she grabbed it off the table to inspect closely. That's strange. I should mention that I drank a little bit. Of course you did. The first thing you do when you find something you don't know, is to put it inside your body. She scoffed. But it doesn't look harmful at least. Wait, you drank a luck potion. Yasaka looked at me. Why haven't you been getting lucky then? I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. I shrugged. Maybe that whole thing from before counted as me being lucky? I mean, it didn't directly involve me, but Kunu meeting a possibly new friend, and us becoming acquainted with the head of the DMLE and her being indebted to us can't be said to be a bad thing. So it was your fault. It was not my fault. It was definitely your fault. Medea chimed in. Partly because most things are your fault, and I don't think this potion is entirely fake either. What's wrong with the potion? Well, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. I cast a few spells to see if it's twisting fate and casualty, but that's not really what's happening. Such potions and things aren't unheard of, but they're usually very scarce and valuable. The fact that you can buy a potion like this means there's some downside to it. What are your thoughts? My first thought is that it's borrowing against your future luck, if that makes sense. She put it back down. Your luck, as vague as that is, isn't something that can be inherently measured by that. She pointed at the potion. To facilitate events around you that manipulate the fundamental laws of the world would require, well, that isn't capable of it at least. Yes. I felt there was a but coming. If I had to make a guess, like I said, it borrows from your future luck for lack of a better term. Imagine your basic luck is measured on a scale of 1 to 10. Luck fluctuates, isn't never set, and it can go up and down based on a plethora of events that can't be accounted for. Basically, say tomorrow, your luck was going to be a 10, it was going to be the luckiest day of your life. The following day, it was going to be semi-lucky as well, an 8, then followed by a 9. But today, when you drank the potion, your luck was a 4. This potion is essentially trading your future luck for your current luck, by taking a point or two off and adding them to the current you. Your 5 luck becomes a 10 by borrowing from the future. The follow days would be 7, 7, and 7 instead. This is how it gets around the recoil that a significant shift in the normal flow of worldly events would cause. Equivalent exchange. I understood. It was simply shifting my luck around, it wasn't changing anything too overtly. Right. She nodded. But there's still a downside. Your future luck is hit more detrimentally than the benefit of your current luck. There has to be a further price. The equivalence of your luck being shifted, then the actual price that is to be paid is siphoned off, perhaps a fee if you want to consider it that, for an early withdrawal. And that's your first assumption. She shrugged this time. Without experimenting with it and whatnot. I wouldn't suggest using this often. Your fate might become muddled and certain things that should have ended favorably for you in the future will become uncertain. Or you might become unlucky as punishment for something happening when it shouldn't. Things should unfold naturally. And frankly, it's not difficult to interrupt from the outside. And it probably doesn't innately work too well on something like you. I doubt it would work at all on me or another servant. It's something meant for humans, and even that is debatable. Well, it did sound too good to be true. Yet, I haven't really felt lucky all that much since drinking it. And I personally didn't notice any shift around or inside of me. Well, it's not a big deal. I don't want to rely too much on the concept of luck if it came down to me needing to drink that kind of potion in an emergency. Regardless, you all ready to go home? We already got all the things we needed for Kunu's school years, bar the robes that need to be made for her tails. It's unfortunate that we couldn't go look at the magical animals, they were closed after the whole fight. Sure, I want to get home and start packing. The school year starts soon and we need to move into our quarters and begin preparations a bit before the kids start coming. Medea stood up. And you also want to get back to the ship. Shut up. She huffed, once more not denying it. I couldn't blame her, I was excited to get to work fixing up my new ship too. As a man, a magical flying ship is something we all dream about. You ready to go, sweetie? I leaned down, kissing Kunu's forehead. MHM. She nodded, cheeks literally bulging from being stuffed with ice cream. Well, even if I wasn't super lucky, it was a good day. I got some good stuff, Kunu made a friend, and we both probably feel more comfortable about Kunu going to Hogwarts now. We just need to wrap everything up, and plan her birthday, and then she's off on her own little adventure. Daddy, I wanna see the boat. Kunu tugged at my sleeve as soon as we walked through the portal, appearing right outside the door to the house. Actually, I want to see it too. Yasaka spoke up. I have some things I want to wrap up over there, I'll show you around. Medea perked up. What about you, hubby? I would like to see it. He nodded. He kept his usual stoic demeanor, but as a fellow man, I could see the desire in his eyes. Let me grab a few things from inside and I'll come join you all. Right, there were some more resources stored inside that we needed to fix the ship up properly. It wasn't in bad condition, but a lot of it was amateurish in comparison to our usual quality. It wouldn't hold up against an attack of sufficient strength. The cannons on the ship, obviously magical in nature, also didn't pack enough of a punch. The speed wasn't as fast as we needed, and there were a plethora of other details that we wanted to add. Updated facilities and comforts haven't even been considered yet. I pushed the door open to see Jin sitting down. She wasn't exactly surprised to see me, but she seemed a little startled. Jin, I can't wear this, it's too lewd and revealing. I heard Jean's voice as she came walking down the stairs. If anyone sees me in this, I don't think. Jean stopped, staring at me. Jin stared at me too. And I stared at Jean. Because, she wasn't most certainly not wearing her normal clothes. No, she was wearing a string bikini, a very revealing string bikini that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. And by that, I mean literally strips hiding both her nipples and below. Hell, I could see that the curtains matched the drapes due to how skimpy it was. Was Jin getting Jean to try on clothes? It took a moment for Jean to react as she let out a rather adorable squawk, her face turning very red, and she quickly put a hand up to cover her chest and lower parts, turning away to run back upstairs. But even then, I was left with the amazing sight of her bubbly rear bounce as she ran away. Hey, so that's where all my luck went. Worth it. Chapter 486. I rolled the ship's wheel back and forth. Sometimes, I just need to take a moment to enjoy how weird and fun my life is. I mean, I had a pirate ship, a magical flying pirate ship. The little kid in me was wanting to shout in joy at the mere idea. So, I was humming to myself as I just moved the ship's wheel back and forth. It did absolutely nothing but move the rudder and stuff since it was still sitting in my backyard, but I was enjoying myself. Shit, if I had any less self-control I would probably be making sound effects as I played around more. I had a smidge of free time at the moment, and realistically I should be doing some training, mostly Bankai training and learning my new spell. But I just wanted a moment to relax and enjoy myself. It's alright, we will train plenty soon. You need not force yourself when your will points in another direction. My Zanpakut sounded in my ear. Half-hearted training can do more harm than good sometimes. I didn't argue with him, he was right, my heart wouldn't be into any training I did at the moment. But who cared about that? I had a ship. It truthfully made me really giddy. It was fairly average in size, I want to say, for the kind of vessel that it was. But to be honest, I didn't actually know what type of ship it was classified as. My knowledge of maritime vessels hundreds of years ago is minimal at best. I can name all the parts of the ship fluidly, but that's about it. Obviously, I'll need to educate myself on various things, but I wasn't completely ignorant about the various responsibilities that came with operating something of this size. And I'm cheating. I can actually operate everything by myself. Ahoy, permission to come aboard, Captain. I heard a shout from the side. Why did the idea of being called Captain make me feel all excited? I curiously went to the railing and peeked over to see a cast of familiar faces. Odin. I was surprised, mildly, to see him here. I was going to contact him either later today or the following day to invite him over so we could prepare in advance. It wasn't just him either, Skadik and Jin both were standing next to him. Are you gonna invite us up or not? Odin grunted. Permission denied. He shouted some things in a very old language, and they were most certainly not polite words. But the girls can come up. He returned with a certain finger fully visible and pointed up in my direction. With a chuckle, I walked to the deck and kicked the center railing where it parts for docking. There was a sort of shifting of an underbelly mechanism, and a wooden ramp was pushed out, sliding until it hit the ground, creating a perfect ramp up. Immediately, I held my arms out and Jin happily threw herself into them. "Are you still pleased with your choice, student?" Skadik asked, walking around us and giving me a quick kiss on the cheek. "Do you still fancy this boat?" "It's a ship," I corrected. "And yes, I'm very happy with it." She just smiled, lightly patting my cheek where she kissed me. So you got this thing from Nuwa's place," Odin grunted, taking it in. I shrugged. "I got other things too, but compared to what I could get equivalently to the ship in particular, this seemed like the best choice." "Well, even if there was something a little better on that floor of her treasure house, I probably would have still picked the boat. It ain't much compared to the Skblanir. I'm sorry that my boat doesn't compare to something made by godly hands." I snorted. "You're forgiven. Get off my boat." He apparently ignored me and kept looking around. "Wood isn't very good." I dropped the faux offense I was holding against him. "Yeah, the wood is pretty mundane. I couldn't deny that. Can't really change that, but wood isn't the worst material for enchantments. Besides, the creator did do something rather clever." "Look at the nails." Curiously, Odin crouched down and looked at the nearest nail, barely noticeable inside the wooden board. "Brass? No, that's something else. No idea what it is, but it's a very good conductor for magical energy and each one of them is heavily enchanting to basically keep the ship together. Some kind of composite metal. But they reinforced the entire ship acting as the magical anchor. While the wood was somewhat common material, the nails themselves turned them into something that could withstand cannon fire without any damage. And they sort of created an array network that acted as a magic circle that reinforced the entire vessel. Of course, we strengthened it a bit up to our standards. Even media was surprised at their quality. Jin pointed out. Everything else is mediocre, but that facet is enough to work off of. Odin nodded slowly. Touched up the magic. All of us did. I answered. Jin and media though, they probably did the brunt of the work. I smiled at my genie, seeing her happy for the acknowledgement. The previous enchants weren't bad, per se, but they weren't really good either. Enough to get by, probably done by some average magicians in the past. Hell, it was used by pirates, it's unlikely anyone of stature had a hand in this thing. "Weapons?" he asked. 28 cannons, 13 on either side and 2 on the front. They originally fired explosive fireballs, but they were now modified a tad. Seems awfully big without people to help. I can control nearly everything as the captain. Well, being the captain didn't really matter. I just had to take control of the magics inside for it to recognize my input as the highest authority. To emphasize my point, I held my hand up to a rope nearby and it shot over, wrapping up Jin and pulling her up the mast. She didn't fight it one bit. I also glanced at Skadik who gave me a "I dare you" look. I was tempted. "But I'm sure you didn't come here to talk about my awesome boat." I walked up the stairs to the wheel, leaning on it. "What can Captain Wilhelm Schweinorg do for you, All-Father? You finished your matters?" He cut straight to the chase. "More or less. I do have some free time." The next date would be Kuna's birthday, which was only a little bit before we dropped her off at Hogwarts, but that was still some distance away. More than enough time to settle what he needed. Odin stroked his beard in contemplation. Interested in taking a look at my side of the fence. "I already said I'd help out, didn't I?" I responded. He acknowledged it with a hum. "It might be dangerous." "We're hunting a titan, that's to be expected," I said, while Skadik perked up, with Jin floating back down besides me. "Do you require help?" Skadik asked. I tilted my head, frankly, I didn't know. "Do we?" Odin frowned a bit, not at the question itself, but more so at the circumstances if I had to guess. Things have become chaotic. The voices that side with Loki have become louder. It's becoming more difficult for Vidar to suppress that side. Simply kicking them out won't work either. I spoke mostly in rhetoric. I hate politics. Most of the time, that is. In true conflicts, I would take it all day over something like a war. But I really hated being involved in this kind of thing. If they just kicked out Loki's people, well, they'd just resort to less words and more action at that point. It was better to have dissidents within arm's reach so you could monitor them. Especially when they were godly in nature. I also tried to convince everyone to send the kids to Asgard for a field trip. He cracked a grin. Wouldn't that draw unwanted attention? I furrowed my brow. He shook his head. We're already going to get unwanted attention, brat. I stay the hell away from that crap, and you're right in the spotlight for a lot of people right now. No matter what we did, they were going to be watching us. But having those kids show up? That's a nice little smokescreen we can use. Are you using them as bait? Odin scoffed. What do you take me for? The wise and ruthless war god, Odin. I shot back. He paused, turning around to look off the bow of the ship. All right, I'll give you that one. He said with a soft tone. There was a lot of age underlining what he said, like he was almost nostalgic. I promise I'm not using them as bait or any other plans other than just to distract everyone else while they prance around Asgard. All right, I'll take that. Just know, if you are lying. I pointed at Skathuk. Skathuk had her spear out, holding it aloft. Odin looked at her and snorted in mild amusement. I was joking, I would take him at his word. If you bring a lot of people of her caliber, he pointed at Skathuk. They may just hide in some hole and we won't be able to smoke them out. That's certainly a concern. With both me and Odin rolling up, it would either make them hide, or they would want to take a swing if they had the chance. The latter is probably what Odin is hoping for. What about people who aren't known? I tried. You got some heavy hitters you're hiding. Odin raised an eyebrow. Maybe. I wouldn't speak for them, but I know a few people. I'm coming too. Jin stepped in. You wanna come? Yup. I actually haven't gone on an adventure or anything with Jin yet, but at the same time, I was hesitant. It's going to be dangerous. Jin, technically didn't hit the same marks as my other girls. Perhaps Artoria could be grabbed too, but even that was iffy due to whispers of her sword. Jin though, Jin while known, wasn't anyone of renown. It's fine, I can handle it. She reassured me. Jin, we're hunting godly beings, we will. She cut me off, her tone shifting a bit away from her playfulness. I'm not made of glass. And I know what I'll be getting into. I can take care of myself. Take the lass. Skathuk agreed. Remember what we spoke about coddling? She reminded me. Right, we had a talk a long time ago about not being overprotective and hovering, that sort of thing. It was more a prefatory talk, and it was focused on herself, but it still applies. All right. I relented. I can't tell her she's not allowed to. Good, I'll make some preparations before we go. I'll also might be able to test a spell I created. I think it should be able to kill gods. Jin said proudly. That sort of got a double take from all of us. Because Jin wasn't someone that would boast without something to back it up. If she wants to come, let her come. Odin snorted. She can handle herself. But let me take a look at the others you want to bring. If they aren't up to it, don't blame me for rejecting them. I could give him the finer details, but why not just have him meet them? Say, Odin. Have you ever flown on a magical pirate ship to another world before? Yes. He answered me with what felt like complete honesty. I felt myself deflated at his answer. I think I had the biggest grin on my face ever as the wind blew through my hair. I turned the wheel of the ship, and the whole vessel jerked, changing course. Flying in a pirate ship was amazing. Sure, it wasn't completely up to the level I wanted it at, but with Medea's help and everyone else, it was at a point where it was usable. Hell, it was technically usable as soon as I got it. It could go pretty darn fast too. I'll need to see about stealing the designs for Chaldea's monoreactor and see if I can't install a smaller version inside though. At the moment, there was a primitive sort of magical energy gathering effect throughout the ship that slowly siphoned the occupants' magical energy and stored it. I was powering it basically by myself, but it would be annoying if this was stuck this way. Sure, it wasn't much to me to keep up, but there was a degree of fail there if I was never present or I was forced away. But I ignore that for now, because this was one of the best experiences of my life. Even if Skyrim's cold air was a bit snippy, it was more refreshing in this moment. Odin was, he was taking in the sights. When I offered to bring him to another world, another true world, not just a secondary realm like one of the Norse realms, he was honestly shocked at my offer. I don't think the idea crossed his mind for one reason or another. Hell, even Izzy wasn't really clamoring for it before I offered. For gods, I think there's just something instinctive about staying in your home, so to speak. And I may or may not have intentionally entered Skyrim a fair distance away just so I could have an excuse to fly the ship. No, I fully admit it, there's no point in playing coy. Everyone here also knew I did that. All right, old man. Time to walk the plank. I walked up to Odin as he was peering over the edge. What? What did I do? Remember that comment about Jean? I stand by what I said. He harumphed. Considering I saw her in one of the most skimpy string-like bikinis I've ever seen, I'm going to reject your rejection. Ooh, dragons. Jin commented from the bow of the ship. I gave him a stay of execution for now, and joined Jin up front. We saw them as we got closer to Whiterun. Specifically, I could see someone fighting them a bit out into the fields away from the city. And 3 guesses who that would be. I glanced and saw Skaithik looking at them very intently. The desire was basically radiating off her. Or at least the bloodlust was. Which was the same thing in her book. She noticed my gaze, locking eyes with me for a long while. With a small sigh, her bloodlust dissipated. Very well, they are yours, my student. She knew what I wanted. You can fire the cannons if you want. She perked up, the corners of her lips curled. Acceptable. She made her way down below. This is nostalgic. Odin mused, watching the scene. Everything about this place that I've seen so far, it seems so familiar. Even the architecture is the same. Yet, it's not surprising that he could see the city from this distance. Even with one eye, he can see better than even the vast majority of gods. 2 dragons in total. Thorm looked like he had it well in hand. Shit, I could feel his aura from here, he's even stronger than last time. What a big cheat. If he wasn't such a lovable guy, I'd want to beat him up. Regardless, we got close enough that they noticed us. The ship turned starboard, the cannon doors opened with thump. Can I call it? Jin asked. Damn it, I really wanted to, but the look she gave me killed any attempt at rejection. Phi. Wait. I stopped her. What's wrong? Jin asked. I immediately called upon the mightiest of Wiggles to my side. My familiar answered happily, appearing on my shoulder. And I did what any self-respecting pirate captain would do. I put a tiny little pirate hat on his head. Okay, you can do it now. Jin shrugged. Fire the cannons! She shouted. There was the tiniest of delays, presumably because Skaithik was figuring out how to fire them. But the ship shook as a red-like beam of fire shot out of the first cannon, colliding with one of the dragons. That immediately got his attention. Thorm was fighting the other one in a closer combat. This second dragon, though, turned to face us. That's when the second cannon fired, and the third, and so on. The line of fire lasers collided with the massive beast. The damage would be minimal in this circumstance, but a couple lucky hits got the wings, sending it falling to the ground in a sudden frenzy. What a beautiful scene. Good first test. Cannons need a bigger oomph. And fire-based weaponry has obvious setbacks, but we just hadn't had time to tweak that too much. Mine. Odin shouted excitedly, the walking stick in his head flashed, transforming into a golden spear. I didn't even have time to take a good look before it was thrown by him, zigzagging through the air before it found the chest of the fallen dragon, both pinning it into the ground, and wiping the life out of its eyes. Ah, it's been so long since I've killed a dragon. Always a good feeling. Dick. Drake huffed within my soul. I let out a sigh. The whole point of Skaithik not killing it herself was so we could thoroughly test the ship's abilities. Thorm, seeing what happened, quickly finished off the dragon he was fighting as well. His trustgram cleaved off one of its wings before he drove it into the neck of the beast. Thorm waited there with that signature big goofy smile of his. He could presumably see me peeking over the edge as the ship started to descend. And that same phenomenon occurred as the dragon corpse he was next to began to dissolve and swirl with a golden light, shooting into his body. With the ramp to the ship coming down, I quickly debarked with a harpy Nord greeting me. My friend. He didn't even ask about anything else, rather, he was just happy to see me and grabbed me into a big hug. Hey Thorm. I found myself smiling to match him, accepting that he was now hugging me and I wasn't going anywhere. Dear Norns, boy. Did you just eat that dragon's soul? Odin asked in astonishment. Yes. Thorm answered the abrupt questions in both an affirmative, but with a healthy amount of confusion at it. Was it tasty? He asked with full sincerity. Thorm looked at me, and we both started cracking up. Chapter 487. Odin looked Thorm up and down with an inquisitive eye. Slowly, his lips curled up in a clear look of satisfaction as the second dragon was absorbed by Thorm. He walked up to the confused Nord and slapped his arms. You're a big one, ain't ye? Thorm blinked. The All-Father let out a laugh. What's your name, lad? Thorm, sir. Thorm said, respectfully. Was it instinctual, or was it just something he did towards someone he perceived as an elder? Polite one. Odin nodded. You remind me of my son. Name too, which is funny. You don't wield a hammer by chance, do you? Nay. Thorm shook his head. I never had the mind for it, elder. I prefer a sword in hand, but I can make do with an axe. Nothing wrong with that. Odin stroked his bear. That's a nice sword you got there. He admired the glowing red sword held to the side of Thorm. Thorm smiled happily. Thank you, elder. He held it up for Odin to see. 'Tis a mighty fine blade and has served me well. I'm glad you like it, I spent a lot of effort to make it. Yes, its Thorm came to a halt. Pardon, elder, but you claim to have crafted this weapon. I claim nothing, boy. Odin's spear had long become a walking stick again and he was using it to smack Thorm's shoulder. I made that sword and that is a fact. Apologies. Thorm awkwardly tried to cover himself. It wasn't particularly hard, so it's not like he was being hurt. Humph. Odin huffed. An odd thing that a sword with such a hatred for dragons ended up in the hands of a man with a dragon soul. It wouldn't be wrong to call you a dragon at this point, hey? Yet it lets you wield it. Thorm took the inquisitive words of Odin good-naturedly. Wilhelm spoke similar words. He believes that the sword is willing to be my companion since it is my duty to hunt down the dragons that menace Skyrim. He said proudly. Odin moved his head back and forth. Yeah, that sounds like that bastard. He said, with an accompanying swat of his stick at Graham. It'd be willing to do anything to kill the most amount of dragons. He muttered something like stupid sword under his breath. You know, I didn't know that Odin actually crafted Graham. I knew that he was the source of it being impaled into that tree in Legends, along with shattering in the hands of Sigurd's father, and later reforged via Sigurd. But I would have assumed that Odin just had it crafted by dwarves or something like a lot of weapons from Norse myth. I approve of you. Odin finally said. Just send it back after you enter your final sleep. Elder. Thorm nodded. I promise this sword will return to its forefathers upon my death. You're a good kid. Odin's expression softened. I wish we had more brats like you back home. He added on softly. Does he get your seal of approval? I finally interjected into Odin's inspection. He's good enough. Odin nodded. Hard to find someone of his caliber back home with his age. Less than 30 winters. He looked at Thorm. Thorm confirmed. If I had to guess, you get stronger every time you devour the soul of a dragon. Odin looked at him in a different light at this point. Your soul's fire flickered brightly for a moment and it's a tad bigger now too. Give it another few decades, and he'd be a powerhouse acknowledged by everyone back home. High praise. Thank you. Thorm was obviously lost on what was going on. It's a compliment. I lightly patted his shoulder. I wanted your help with something, we'll talk about it after settling down later. Okay. Thorm was unconcerned, and he shifted over to the others. Lady Jin, Lady Skathuk. He greeted my two girls as well. Thorm. Jin threw herself at him for a hug. The giggling genie and the dragonborn with the big goofy smile were both happy to accept each other's hugs. You have become stronger. Skathuk nodded in approval. Yes, I have had many good teachers help me. Thorm agreed. Skathuk kept a wistful smile about her as she studied him for a moment. In a different time and place. She said softly while shaking her head. My friend, you truly bring the most curious things with you. Thorm recovered from meeting everyone and threw an arm over my shoulder. A flying ship? You do not do things quietly. He laughed. You will take me for a ride, yes. Glady. I couldn't help but smile at his infectious attitude. But let's hold off for now, got some things I wanted to talk about. How about we head inside? It's been a while since I've seen everyone. Wonderful. Thorm beamed. It has been far too long since we've shared a drink. This really is just like home. Odin muttered to himself. Elder, and ladies, you are all welcome. Those that know Wilhelm are welcome friends. Well, I won't say no to a drink. Odin agreed. Actually, I need to go drop off the shipment from Yasaka to the Jarl. Jin raised her hand. I will go with her. Skadik added. Good, I didn't want Jin to be accosted by any unsavory people around these parts. Jin could handle herself, I didn't doubt that, but she didn't deserve that kind of interaction. Come, the Horvaskr is on the way. I will speak of the time we have been apart. Thorm held his arms open, spinning back towards the entrance to Whiterun where we had started pulling a bit of a crowd. Dragonborn. One of the guards greeted. Red Dragon Emperor. Another said in acknowledgement. Odin let out a snort. That lizard is probably insufferably smug, isn't he? Odin said just enough for me to hear. You have no idea. I let out a small sigh. I stopped at one of the guards as we entered. They weren't surprised by our unique appearances anymore, but that obviously didn't take into account the flying magical ship. At least, they were used to Jin and our own style of dress. I held my hand out, producing a small satchel of septims, giving it a little way before tossing it to him. Mind watching my ship? The guard caught it, looked down and weighed it himself and quickly put it away. I'll call some of the boys to keep away the folks. He nodded with a happy tone. That's why I loved Nords, they're so direct. I turned back around to see Odin standing nearby a female smith, hammering away on a sword. He watched her curiously for a moment or two, not that she minded all that much. Her forge was outside for everyone to see, she was probably used to it. Odin just silently ran a hand through his beard before he nodded to himself and walked to another site. A stall that was set up nearby, selling all kinds of fruit and such. He perused, but didn't buy or speak, merely taking it in. I think he was enjoying himself. And I didn't want to disturb him at the moment. So how have you been, Thorm? Besides those two dragons, have they been attacking a lot? I asked. The attacks have slowed down. You saw the fields of wheat outside. I did. There were farms that had recovered from when I last saw them. Thorm nodded. The last attack was well over a fortnight. And all the dragons that have attacked were not strong. I offered because Thorm wasn't really struggling with the two when we arrived. He would have handled them easily enough, just a bit awkwardly since they can, you know, fly. Thorm agreed. It worries me that they speak of their stronger brethren yet I have not met them. That is worrying. And what of the big dragon himself? Alduin. Thorm spoke the name with some trepidation. Rumors have spoken of his appearance as if a ghost. He appears in some places north for a brief moment, laying fire down upon any he gazes. But I have heard contradictions of the mighty black dragon appearing far south, much of the same. Have you considered that they're both correct? Alduin was supposedly the strongest dragon, and dragons have some bullshit magical abilities. Who's to say that he doesn't have some method to travel that far in moments? Thorm frowned. It seems my worries increase. But your words speak true, it is a possibility even if I do not understand. I'm always here if you need help. I made sure to remind him. I know I can count on you, my friend. Thorm smiled. I fear the final battle with Alduin is yet determined, the mighty dragon schemes and we will have to wait for it to appear. I was about to respond but I noticed a certain group of people and scrunched my nose in annoyance. Are they seriously still around? Thorm scratched his head. 'Tis unfortunate. My friend let out a sigh. After the last incident, the Jarl was more firm with their allowances. We have since barred them from entering the Horvaskr, but now they simply stand outside. And there's nothing you can really do about it without causing an incident that would be disfavorable for you. I could summarize the situation. Yes. Thorm nodded. They are free to accost anyone coming and going from the Horvaskr. Let me guess, they're intentionally trying to start something just so they can point fingers and escalate it. You are wise, my friend. The Jarl sent one of his to warn us of their ploys. They warned us to keep our fists away from their faces, lest we trouble ourselves further. Thorm let out a small laugh. However, they can be a mite aggravating. HOH. Odin took this opportunity to pop up between us. They causing you trouble, boy? It is merely an inconvenience, elder. Thorm replied evenly. They will bore themselves eventually and return from whence they came. Unlikely. They're intentionally trying to start things obviously non-violently on their side just for Thorm or one of the companions to throw a punch and then they can cry foul and push for something they want or perhaps arrest one of them for assaulting a Thalmor emissary. We got away with what we did last time because how did we know they were Thalmors or some other stupid shit they couldn't dispute? But now, it's probably been sorted and they're using it to their advantage. Kind of clever, in an annoying way. Nords are the type of people who will most certainly throw a punch without much provocation. Mostly for good reasons, but that doesn't really matter in this circumstance. Obviously, they want some kind of control over Thorm as he's a very hot commodity right now with the return of the dragons. I can handle them. I thought up an idea. When it comes to being shameless, they have no idea who they're messing with. Don't boast about that. Skathik pinched my side. Brat, listen to your woman. Odin chuckled. Besides, when it comes to shamelessness, you're thousands of years too early to compare with me. He puffed up. Watch a master at work. Elder, you need not interfere, it's... Hush, boy. Odin shushed him. Let a master show his craft. He grabbed his walking stick at a different position, and he started adjusting his posture. Oof, that's going to be a doozy to fix later. He let out a groan as he looked naturally hunched over. He then took his hat off, tossing it into me. He ran a hand through his hair, making it look a bit more scraggly. You say they mess with anyone coming and going? Odin asked. Thorm nodded. Humph. Odin snorted, hobbling towards the Horvaskr. We were out of sight from them, but close enough that we could hear. Hold it, state your business. One of the Thalmor elves held a hand up in front of Odin. Hey-ah. Thorm had a particular drawl to his tone that really hit a certain trigger with his act. I said, state your business. The elf reiterated. Hey-ah. I said, state your business. Hey-ah. I said, state your business. The elf raised his voice to match Odin. Why do you want to know about my fishes? Odin was being intentionally loud. It was enough that many eyes in the surroundings turned to look. I said. The elf frowned. Why are you here? He enunciated it pretty clearly with additional effort. Of course I want a beer, why else am I coming here, you idiot? This place is off limits, old-timer. The elf took a more direct stance in front of him. Why would I know what time it is? Do I look like a clock, you brat? Back in my day, young UNS had respect for the elderly. Where are your parents? I'm going to go have a talk with your mom about how you were raised. After I'm done plowing her, of course. He let out an exaggerated laugh and wheeze as if he was having trouble breathing. The elf put a hand on Odin's shoulder. That's enough. Ah! Odin let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell to the ground. Help, murder, assault. I can't feel my arm. What? I didn't. This is... I've fallen and I can't get up. At this point, a bunch of people were now circling them. It wasn't enough that you don't let us worship Talos, now you're attacking the elderly. Why don't you pick on someone that can fight back, elf? They've gone too far now. I did not do anything. The elf quickly tried to defend himself. I merely touched him and he... Odin then threw up a mouthful of blood. Wife, I'm coming to meet you. Let it be known, that this old man may be bloodied, but his head is not bowed. That only seemed to further intensify the crowd around him. I admit defeat. I said quietly. That is certainly impressive. Thorm settled on. We do not know him. Skathik decided. Let us part ways here. Alrighty, we'll be back later, Jin said happily. Let's go inside. I pat Thorm's shoulder as the crowd were focused on Odin and the Thalmor. We easily walked into the Horvaskr. Oi, milk drinker, you're back. I recognized the woman sitting down with the others as we walked inside. Before I could respond, Odin also pushed the door open, trotting inside, looking very proud of himself. You all missed the best parts. Those pointy-eared brats went running. Hey, you got those Thalmor to run away? Farkas intoned. How'd you manage that? Thorm cleared his throat. The elder is persuasive. Ha ha ha, I threw myself onto the ground when they touched me. Odin said without an ounce of shame. Now everyone's saying they beat up a poor old man. Everyone just stared at him. Fuck, I'll drink to that. Ela broke the silence. Why don't I buy you a drink, my lovely lady? Odin slid onto the table right next to her. You can show me your thanks later. Ela snorted. Can you even get it up anymore, old man? Ha, they don't call me Viral Odin for nothing. Nobody calls him that. I clarified. Brat, why you gotta block me like this? I've never had a werewolf girl before. Odin slumped. What did you say? On an opposite table, another member of their companions stood up. He was bald and wore heavy armor. I vaguely remembered his name was Skjur, one of the highest-ranking members of their group. Everyone looked at Odin, then at Thorm. And when Thorm looked confused and looked my way, I realized the issue. Don't look at me, I didn't tell him. Tell me what? That you're werewolves? Isn't it obvious? Odin said it as a matter of factly. I could smell the wet fur even before I entered the building. That's a tightly kept secret within the companions, old man. Ela warned. Question, what are the companions? Odin asked, ignoring the intense gazes he was getting. Are you serious? Ela looked at him dumbstruck. What kind of Nord are you? Vilkas spat. Watch your tone, boy. I'm older than anyone here. Odin's eye narrowed and Vilkas shuddered slightly. The companions are a group of battle-bonded that take missions for slaying monsters and protecting Skyrim. Skjur answered. Mercenaries. That isn't incorrect, but we do not put coin above our honor. Skjur answered. Admirable then. Odin stroked his beard. Who's in charge? That would be Kodlik Whitemane, the Harbinger. Farkas answered. Where's he? Odin looked around. He's downstairs. Thorm said softly. I'm afraid he won't be able to meet you, Elder. Sovngarde calls for him. Odin looked at him, then at me. Valhalla. I stated. It was enough for Odin to understand the situation. Interesting. Odin was stroking his beard again. Can I meet him? I'm curious about the caliber of warrior that created the companions. I guess he could glean that the title they carried meant something for the people around here. Thorm frowned again. Elder, it's not so simple. It's complicated. I thought Kodlik would have passed far sooner. I remember helping him extend his life for a brief period, but even that had limits. I was being polite, but he should have died a while ago. The Archmage visited. Thorm stated. He used his magics to keep the Harbinger in a state between life and death, as he said. It will not last much longer, we are preparing a ritual to You said you guys were looking for a method to remove his lycanthropy, have you still not figured anything out? I realized why they were waiting. We have been searching for the ingredients. We're only missing the head of a witch of Glenmarl. They are hags, monstrous beasts, but specifically, they must be of this order and we cannot find one. I could see the sadness on Thorm's face and the tone that carried it. I didn't really care all that much, but take me to see him, I might be able to help. I can't promise anything, but it can't hurt. If you think you can help, we would appreciate anything. Skjur was quick to agree, and as sort of the de facto highest authority here, everyone else seemed to accept that. And it's not like I was a stranger at this point, I knew them well enough being Thorm's friend and helping out by my own hand. Come on. Skjur got up, going towards the back as everyone followed behind. It didn't take long for us to go downstairs where they had beds for all the companions who stayed at the Horvaskr. It wasn't much, sort of looked like the seating arranged for the crew of my own ship. Small areas without doors, but enough room for a bed and a bit of leg room with some small dividers between them. But furthest into the corner, there was the man in question. HOH, that's pretty decent spell work. Odin admired as we both set eyes on the Harbinger, enveloped with a golden light as his body was in a sort of magical stasis. Elder, are you knowledgeable about magic? Thorm asked. I know a thing or two. Odin said rather cryptically. I mean, Thorm saw Odin one-shot that dragon, so it's obvious that Odin was far from ordinary, but I suppose that doesn't equate to magical knowledge from his perspective. My friend, can you do anything? Thorim asked. If we only had a bit more time, I'm sure we can find the things we need. It's too late. Odin answered for me. Even with this, he won't last much longer. As soon as the spells wear off, he's going to die in minutes. His spirit is all but dry and his soul is withering under the strain. I didn't deny it. What does this ritual do, boy? Odin poked Thorim. It is supposed to remove the inner wolf, they say. To allow the Harbinger into Sovngarde. Why can't he get in as a werewolf? Odin asked. Werewolves belong to Herson in the Eternal Hunt. Even if they are a Nord, they will never reach Sovngarde. He explained. Then why didn't he remove it sooner? Odin snorted. I can tell by the age of his soul, that he has been a werewolf for decades. Why did he wait for so long? The All-Father looked around. It's a useful tool. Farkas crossed his arms. It allows us to be stronger, faster, more durable. It lets us be strong enough to match the monsters around here. Odin studied him for a few moments and ended up frowning before turning to me. Boy, do you got something to give him a small oomph? I can remove that inner wolf of his, but it's pointless if he dies as soon as we remove him from the stasis. With a sigh, I searched my ring for something in particular. It was a very small vial, with only about 3 drops of liquid inside of it. That'll do it. Odin mused. It contained a few drops of juice from the Peach of Immortality. I gave the entire thing to Venelana to make some wine, but I wasn't going to forego everything about it. I did take a few drops of the juices for an emergency if the situation called for it. Odin unceremoniously destroyed the stasis spells around the Old Nord. His eyes shot open and he was about to talk, but the All-Father grabbed his mouth, holding it open. I held it over the Harbinger's mouth and let a single drop fall past his lips. The effects were almost instantaneous. The weathered and aged look in his eyes disappeared and he suddenly looked full of vigor. Sure, he didn't actually change, but this was enough energy to get him up and moving for at least the rest of the day. Who are you? Codlick Whitemane looked at Odin. Doesn't matter. Odin harumphed. I got a few questions for you, answer me, and I'll remove that wolf inside of you so you can go to Sovngarde. Codlick's eyes flashed in realization of what Odin said. The situation lent itself to confirm his words as he swept his gaze around and saw the unconcerned look of people he recognized as friends and family. What might you ask of me? You willingly became a werewolf, did you? Odin asked. Whiteman didn't deny it. And now, at the end of your life, you're trying to remove the wolf inside of you. He nodded again. Yes. So you're a coward. Odin summarized. Oi, you old bastard. Just because. Odin's walking stick jerked back, slamming into Farkas's stomach, sending the large Nord flying backwards into the wall far behind us. He was groaning from where he landed, so it was safe to assume he was only in pain and nothing was seriously harmed. Everyone became very still and quiet after that little display. You know that taking the werewolf curse would bar you from Sovngarde. I knew. He once more didn't deny. You're a coward that took the easy way out. Odin scowled. Instead of bettering yourself, you decided to become a werewolf. There were no options. No options. Odin raised his voice and his hand pointed at Thorim. That boy there is filled with magic, is that something you're not capable of? A Nord doesn't. Are you gonna tell me that a Nord doesn't use magic? Odin cut him off, but the older Nord's look basically confirmed it. Fool, idiotic, stupid. Odin threw his hands up. You sold your souls, as opposed to learning some simple magic. Oi, it was the only choice we had. No one would take us seriously if we went around throwing fireballs. A Nord is only as good as their sword hand. And good steel can't do much about the monsters out there. There are dragons, old man, what are we supposed to do against that kind of monster? Ela lost her composure and began to argue. Humph, do you think magic is only about throwing around fancy fire and lightning? There are more magics to make you stronger than you can imagine. Make your swords cut better, make your armor harder. But instead, you all took the easy way out. Odin scoffed. Selling your souls for quick and easy power, and when the bell finally tolls, and the price needs to be paid, you try to run away. I name you cowards. I didn't interrupt, partly because I was surprised that Odin worked himself up into such a huff. But I suppose it's not that strange. Odin was a god of warriors, he respected strength, conviction, honor, and valor. He would not dismiss a werewolf for being a werewolf. He would not dismiss a man for being a man. But a man who becomes a werewolf because it's an easy way to get stronger, and then tries to squeeze out of paying his dues would piss Odin off. You have no right. It's all right, Ela. The Harbinger held up a hand to stop her as he held a melancholic smile. I wanted strength, so I willingly accepted the curse of the werewolf knowing that Sovngarde would be lost to me. And here I am now, wanting to escape the consequences of my own actions after reaping the rewards it brought. I am a coward. Harbinger. My only regret is that we allowed you all to follow in our footsteps. You are now cursed, and at the end of my days, I see that we were foolish to seek this path. I will accept my fate, let my last moments of cowardice motivate you to cast off the curse. You are all splendid warriors who will brighten Sovngarde when your time comes, don't waste it like I did. Odin snorted, then shot his hand forward, it pierced into the Harbinger's chest. He retracted his hand and the Harbinger fell to the side, completely lifeless. It took a moment before the roars started. Weapons were drawn, and shouts were had, all directed at Odin. The All-Father snorted again in annoyance as everyone around him became frozen in place. He waved his hand, and gradually an outline formed, a silhouette that looked exactly like the Harbinger, a spectre, his soul form appeared standing next to his corpse. They didn't notice that the body of the Harbinger didn't have a single physical wound on it. There was no blood on the floor, and no hole in his chest. Once more, silence permeated the room. The spirit looked at himself, then at his own body, a strange expression on his ethereal face. Odin, opening his hand, the cry of a wolf resounded, muffled, but howling with pain and fury. With a flex, he crushed it. It didn't take a genius to realize what he did. Thank you. The Harbinger's spirit spoke. Humility and honor in the face of death. Odin spoke. Those are the traits of a true warrior. I, Odin, All-Father and God of Asgard, deem you fit for Sovngarde. If anyone disputes my words, they may speak now. His words weren't very loud, but they carried with them a weight. As soon as he finished, the spectre of the Harbinger turned gold, and it began to disappear. Vaguely, we could just make out the outline of gates opening for him in another plane of existence. It took several moments for everyone to snap back to their senses as the Harbinger's death was still extremely fresh on their minds. Wait. Ela's expression turned strange. Did you say God? Chapter 488. I raised a glass as Skathik and Jin rejoined us in the Horvaskr. They happily joined Thorm and myself at the table. No, then my son lost his mighty hammer. The giant tricked it from him. And of course, his brother, my brother, Loki, offered a suggestion. They would sneak in and take it back without alerting anyone and to avoid the laughter of others. Odin was mid-story. Sneak in to take back his weapon then fight them? Not a bad plan. Farkas nodded. If my foe stole my weapon through trickery, I would not feel ashamed to use trickery to get it back. There were a round of nods from everyone. If that was it, then it wouldn't have turned into a story. Odin was grinning. Loki convinced him, the best way to sneak in was to dress up as my wife, the most beautiful woman in all the land. And she would come and admit her love for the giant. Did he wear a dress? Ela asked. Yup. That was when they all broke out in laughter. Your son sounds a wee touched in the head, old man. Ela snorted, unable to hold it in himself. No, it gets better. Odin cut them off. You see, he did it too well. The giant invited everyone to the wedding. My son didn't know how to escape the situation, so lo and behold, I arrived because I was wondering, why was someone apparently marrying my wife who was by my side? And I see my son, my very obvious son, dressed up as a bride. I did what any good father would do, and I offered my congratulations and blessing to the bride and groom, ha ha ha. The alcohol was flowing pretty fast at this point. That reminds me of the time that the Harbinger needed us to sneak in through the back of a vampire den when we were young. Skjur said, looking nostalgic. We went through some tunnels and came out through a secret passage into the bedroom of the Jarl of Markarth. We didn't know at the time, but one of the vampires was the Jarl's mistress. My shield brother and I panicked, and being the foolish youth we were, we did the only sensible thing we could think at the time, we stole some dresses from the Jarl's wife and tried to pass off as maids. We thought ourselves clever, deceiving the whole place with our disguise. He took a large swag of his drink, slamming it to the table as he finished. Eventually, the Harbinger finds us, after having finished off the vampires himself after we got lost. We try to defend ourselves, explain our disguises. The Harbinger admonishes us, of course no one's going to call you out, you daft brats. There are 2 large Nords with hairy arms and legs wearing dressing that barely cover their balls with weapons on their backs. Do you think everyone's as stupid as you 2 are? Skjur let out a laugh. He made us walk back home with the dresses on. Skadik looked at us, then at the rest of the room. Did we miss something important? They're celebrating. I glanced at Ela and the others. And also drinking themselves into a stupor. I guess it was a tad awkward after what happened. This tastes like piss, what is this? Odin slammed a bottle onto the table. Nord mead. Thorim replied. I like it, I want another. Dare I assume the cause of everything? She looked at Odin. Hey, I didn't do nothin'. Odin harumphed. Yet, he decided to tell everyone that he's a god. I nodded. That was while he snubbed a Daedric lord and sent a soul on the way to the Nordic afterlife. Ah. Skadik simply nodded. Well, it's not like they didn't know I wasn't from around here. They already knew I was a Daedra, which in their terminology was basically someone from outside of Nirn. And I wasn't going to fill in the details there. And I've heard Meridia in passing saying that there were more gods than just the divines and Daedra that people worship too. And they were mourning, celebrating, the Harbinger's ascent to Sovngarde. Apparently, it's tradition for their friends and family to hold a sort of wake-type celebration to tell stories and just remember the deceased. There will of course be a bigger event once it becomes public knowledge, but that didn't really matter to me all too much. Hey Thorim, I forgot to ask, but where's Serena? I looked at my friend. She is with her mother, they have been repairing that old castle of her father's, cleaning it out and turning it into a proper home. Thorim replied casually. She's not being distant, is she? Nay. Thorim shook his head, perhaps with the tiniest tinge of a blush. She was here some days ago, but I go and visit when I can. He said with a smile. Ah. Old man, you really a god. Ela swayed a little in her spot, having put down several bottles at this point. Damn right. I'm the best god. Odin said proudly. Worship me and I'll let you into Valhalla if you die in battle. It's like, 100 times better than Sovngarde. We got Valkyries with big boobs that will serve you alcohol until the end of days. Odin held his hands out in front of his chest to emphasize this point. Nords are pretty easygoing people. PFT, all right. Why don't you? Her words abruptly ceased and she stopped moving. In fact, everyone but our group and Thorim essentially froze in place as a subtle power washed over the building. Odin grabbed his stick and a powerful aura emanated off of him. I wasn't too concerned, because I recognized the touch of it. Turning my head, I saw Meridia standing near the entrance. I got up from my seat and walked over to her, and as much as I wanted to do my normal hug and kiss, in this particular instance, I merely took her hand and gave it a gentle kiss on the back. Meridia smiled softly at me. I wouldn't embarrass her in front of other people. If it was just us and the girls and whatnot, I would be fine with making her get all huffy, but in front of other people I knew her perception was very important to her. Meridia. Jin smiled and waved. Skadik gave a polite nod towards her which she reciprocated. Lady Meridia. Thorim bowed his head respectfully as well. Child of Akatosh. Meridia acknowledged his presence. She didn't even mention the mortals in the room beyond him. Frankly, I think she froze them because she just doesn't deal with mortals in a casual way and didn't want to put in the effort. Odin watched her wearily. Meridia also cast her gaze at him before her eyes landed back on me. You bring troublesome people here again. Sorry. I offered. Did something bad happen? In regards to Odin's actions, but I don't think I needed to clarify that. Meridia lightly snorted again before looking back at Odin. You announced yourself when there are many eyes on this one. Her finger pointed at Thorim. Ah, sorry. Thorim also took the same stance as me apparently. Humph, it is in my nature. Odin merely said. Surprisingly, Meridia didn't admonish him for that kind of flippant statement. It's actually a valid explanation for entities like Odin and Meridia. Is it bad? I asked. It depends on your perspective. Herson is aware of him now. She pursed her lips. I don't know much about him. I said with honesty. He is perhaps not the worst of the others to encounter. His ideals align with the instincts and impulses of the wild and animals. He is not inherently malevolent, but he is ruthless and aggressive. You should not expect any manner of retaliation from him, as he considers that curse of his as a gift, but he is now aware. She looked back at Odin. Odin nodded. I did what I did, let the cards fall where they may. He shrugged. My lady, I am Odin, All-Father, God of Asgard. He introduced himself because this was the first time they've met face to face. I am Meridia, Lady of Light. She held herself sort of in a way that was above him in her manner of speaking, and Odin had nothing to say in response to that. He was clear in their level, and Meridia was giving him respect as a god. Is my presence here going to cause concern, Lady of Light? It was merely a whim that I arrived in these lands, I shall depart would I prove an annoyance that cannot be overlooked. It was odd seeing Odin being so obedient. What's done is done, she said simply. Just know that you now garner the attention of the gods of these lands. So we won't expect one of the divines to come down and try to smite him, I said with a bit of tongue-in-cheek. While it was half joking, Meridia shook her head seriously. It is not impossible, but it is unlikely as long as he doesn't cause too many problems. The effort they can spare is minimal in most situations, and they are but fragments of what they once were. They lent their powers in the creation of Nirn, and as a consequence, they have deteriorated substantially from their peak. That one she referred to Odin should be about equal to them in strength as they stand now. Well, that gives some perspective then. If Odin's about on par with the deteriorated divines of Nirn, then they aren't going to sacrifice to remove him unless he becomes a true menace, which he won't. It's lucky that Nirn itself rejects the outsiders of Meridia's nature, otherwise this place would have been burned down a long time ago. It's a delicate balance. Daedra can't project their full power inside of Nirn, but the divines that protect the world also are substantially weaker than them at this point. Perhaps not Akatosh. Meridia idly mused as a follow-up. I believe he is still powerful enough to thwart even myself if I was reckless enough to abandon everything and make an attempt here. However, that is regarding the one you know as Talos. He is not to be trifled with even by my standard. Hey! Makes sense, he is their chief god or whatever. Did you just come here to warn us, Meridia? Jin asked. Yes. Meridia didn't deny it. I do not casually walk the mortal world. She pursed her lips once more. Be wary of attempts at probing. Many will want to see what this new god is. I suggest leaving this place soon. We probably won't be here more than a couple days at the most, I replied. Meridia nodded. Quick question, do you think that the big dragon upstairs would cause a ruckus if we took Thorim back home for a while? I do not know. Meridia responded after a moment. You may ask him if you are concerned. Ask. Thorim's eyes widened. How? Do you not have a statue of Talos outside of this building and down the road? Go pray and ask for a response. In a matter of this in particular, he will respond. Meridia waved it off flippantly. Well, I guess we could do that. That works. Thorim muttered. Do you think that temples, statues, and idols are just for aesthetics? They are links to the god you worship. Meridia huffed. Any of us can use them as a means to connect with the world. Sounds good, let me go ask if I can borrow his baby dragon. Odin nodded. Why did I have the feeling that this wasn't going to go as expected? As expected, everyone else within the Horvasker returned to normal as Meridia left. And we simply told them we were going on a bit of an adventure and they didn't care to know more. As I thought from before, Nords as a whole are very easygoing people. They don't pry into your personal matters, they don't try to dictate anything massively about your life. They are a very live and let life sort of folk. Obviously there is a bit of a contradiction with their Nordic pride and subsequent hostility even if it settled down in recent times towards other races living in Skyrim. But I digress. They didn't care overly much and didn't ask for details. Regardless, Odin stood in front of the giant statue that was erected next to the stairs that led up to the Jarl's keep. Usually, there would be some more people walking around, but Odin easily erected his own bounded fields or his equivalent to shunt off this area from other people. Do you think he'll answer? Jin asked. I do not know. Thorim watched. Talos has not publicly answered in many years. It is to the point where many Nords are uncaring about the laws against his worship. He is a hero god, actions must be earned. Skaithik said simply. She apparently had some knowledge of him. Why would he answer the fools who ask for blessings for the mundane? That makes sense, I suppose. He would answer those who prove themselves capable, rather than blessing people who want to become capable by extension of his help. Well, Odin, do you want to ask, or should I? I stood next to the All-Father as we both stared at the statue. Let me handle this. He stood up straighter. From one god to another, this is a matter I should handle. All right then. When Odin is in proper god mode, he is a respectable and wise person. Odin held his walking stick up, and a certain presence enveloped him. He was All-Father, king of the Aesir, and god of Asgard. It was hard to deny his presence. I was curious what he was going to do to reach out to Talos. Wake up, you bastard! He started smacking the large statue with his stick. Yet, I don't know what I expected. Stop sleeping. I know you're watching and you can hear me. Odin continued as we all sort of silently watched him. My friend, I do not believe this will work. Perhaps we should attempt a more. Thorum didn't even get to finish what he was saying as another presence descended upon the area. It was heavy. It was enough that I felt it weigh down on myself. And looking at the statue, I sort of felt like something was watching me back. It's about time. Odin grunted. I want to take the brat with me, you got any objections? He jerked his thumb towards Thorum. It's strange, there were no visible changes in the statue, but once more, I felt like it turned its gaze towards Thorum. Thorum shuddered as well. I saw his eyes widen and he nearly prostrated himself onto the ground out of instinct. Aknowledged. The words that were not words. It was more like intentions and feelings conveyed through a combination of sound and divine power. I wouldn't even call them divine words, as that was meant more towards altering the world through speech. No, this was simply a non-human being communicating without lowering themselves down for a human to understand. Just from that single word, I understood a lot. It was screeching almost, and I felt a small throb in my head. The gist was that Thorum was allowed to come along with us, but he must return within a certain time frame, and in the worst case, his soul is to return to Nirn. He specified Nirn. I guess that cat is out of the bag. Yet, Meridia did say that I was known to certain entities here, but I suppose I didn't appreciate what she truly meant by that earlier. I was fairly sure I didn't understand everything that was conveyed in that singular word either, as it wasn't meant for me. Fine. Odin grumbled. And talk like a normal person next time. Odin continued to smack the statue with his stick, despite the presence still present within it. The statue ignored Odin, but I felt its gaze turn back towards me. Something shot out of it, a light, almost as if the presence was using it to reach out and touch something of mine. Rather, it targeted my storage ring. Normally, I would have done something to stop such blatant accosting of my stuff, but this was an odd situation, and I was willing to see how it played out. It found an item I didn't expect, one I hadn't yet used since acquiring it. The scroll that Jin made me, the map, that she took the effort to transcribe with all the locations she discovered and their accompanying coordinates so we weren't blind jumping or I didn't have to waste time calculating while in Skyrim. It was forced out of my ring and unfurled in the air in front of me. On one particular spot, an emblem was seared up near the top in the shape of a bow, located up northwest by Solitude. Just as quickly as the presence descended, it also disappeared back from where it came from. The map fell and I quickly caught it in my hands as everyone else sort of crowed around me. Rin and Artoria spent weeks trekking through the mountains and delving into tombs looking for clues regarding Oriel's bow. Jin commented. Yup. I said simply. And that's most likely its location. Jin said again. Yup. I responded. I guess this is literal divine providence then? It's fairly obvious I'm being told to go grab the bow. I don't know what they're thinking, being fine with me taking it, as obviously they know I'm going to probably hold onto it if the staff and other things are to go by. Not that I wouldn't let Thorum use it whenever he wanted, thus fulfilling any needs for it here in Nirn, but it's clear if they didn't want me to have it, they would have simply given Thorum the means to go after it earlier. Regardless. Rin is going to pissed. I looked up at Odin. Mind making a small detour? Divine bow get. We'll probably wrap up this little Skyrim foray in a few chapters, so don't worry. Then we're off into Yggdrasil for some shenanigans. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty under the same name for those who can't use the above. Chapter 489 I stood still for a few minutes, watching Odin go back and forth in a sort of dance as he sang sea shanties. I don't want to say that it was odd considering we were on a literal ship, but it did feel a tad out of place since we weren't actually on the sea. I merely shook my head and glanced at Thorm who was driving the boat. He had that signature goofy smile of his as he happily steered us in the right direction. I suppose it doesn't matter the time, place, or origins, people are the same. Jin was playing around in the crow's nest, just watching the scenery it seems. And Skathik was at the bow of the ship, staring off towards the mountains we were approaching. Skathik noticed me walking up and didn't fuss as I wrapped my arms around her from the back. You've been quiet since we've come. Are you bored? You don't have to stay here if you don't. She cocked her head, adopting a smile. I am enjoying myself, student. She responded with a light tone. If I did not wish to be here, I would not. Just making sure. Your concern is pleasing to me. However, do not mistake my quiet and reclusion as an indication of unhappiness. One of my greatest joys is to undergo new experiences, they need not be exciting nor thrilling. That's good then. She can be hard to read sometimes, so I just wanted to double check. Good communication is one of the cornerstones of any relationship. My friend, this is amazing, but I am confused about something. Thorm hollered from the back where he was steering. What's up? I shot back. This ship flies through magic, yes. Yup. Then, why are there sails? Because they're cool. I said with the most serious expression. Odin who stopped his playing also gave a similar nod of approval. Thorm agreed to my logic easily. Boys. Skathik shook her head. Lady Skathik, would you like a turn? Thorm offered. Yes. She said with the slightest hint of embarrassment. I reluctantly let her escape from my grasp as she made her way to the back and traded off with Thorm. What a wonderful view. Thorm smiled happily as he joined me up front. I have never seen Skyrim from the sky, this is amazing. Cold as balls. Odin grumbled. Yet you're still standing there smiling. I believe my face froze. Thorm said casually. Odin chuckled, smacking him on the back. You're a fun kid. If I may ask, Elder, what need do you have for my assistance? I am happy to help Wilhelm with anything, but I'm not sure what I'm volunteering for. Thorm asked. Right, we didn't actually cover that. I hummed. The short of it is that we're going to be hunting some gods. Oh. Thorm said quietly. Are you sure that it is wise to enlist my help? I do not know if I am strong enough to assist you. You're not weak, brat. Odin rebutted. I may not know what's all going on with you, but strength is universal. Besides, your view on godhood is skewed from only living here. There are gods far weaker than you, and those far stronger. It's not a perfect inclination of strength. Truly. Thorm didn't sound convinced. My home, the country I come from in our world, just it has millions of gods. I replied to him. Thorm blanked for a moment. How do you worship them all? I let out a snort. I don't worship any gods. Not that I don't have some I respect and will treat appropriately, but I don't put any faith in them. And it's not like their worship is universal either. There are gods of certain rivers, certain mountains, certain villages, etc. As Odin said, your views are narrow, and it's not your fault, you're used to those being called gods as the peak of the term. To put it into perspective, Meridia handled one of the strongest gods back home like she was a naughty child and put her in a timeout. Jesus Christ, is that what happened to Ophis? Odin blurted out. Yup. I paused. Wait, did you just swear to Jesus? Yup. He mimicked me. Why? Take a guess what happens when someone like me invokes his name while the feathered brat is shifting through prayers on his old man's chair. I could imagine in a sea of whispers, Odin suddenly praying in some manner would be like a foghorn in Michael's ears. You're such an asshole. I shook my head. But also Thorm, don't take this as meaning you can be cocky either. They're likely strong enough to kill both me and Odin. If you need my assistance, my friend, then I will fight any foe. Thorm pat his chest. You have a good friend, brat. Odin said quietly, directed at me of course. Besides, Odin's right, you're a lot stronger than the last time we met. I pat his shoulder. Honestly, it feels like cheating how fast you're getting this strong. Like you have any room to talk. Odin started swatting at me with his stick. Mister, oh, I'm just a 20-something-year-old kid and I threw down with Indra for shits and giggles. Thorm just laughed at Odin's antics. I am excited to see your home, my friend. Are you gathering any other allies? Yeah, we're looking for the ones I dropped off here before. Ah, they are a good choice. Thorm nodded. I have heard quite a few stories since they arrived in Skyrim. They are worthy of being your comrades, they are honorable and strong as well. We'll see if they want to join in. I don't want to force something dangerous on them, they have the right to enjoy their lives free of crap like this. If there was one thing I despised, it was forcing people that didn't want to be involved in situations like this. I originally wished to spar with you, my friend. To show you what I have learned, but perhaps it will be more pleasing to keep it a secret until we fight a strong foe. Thorm grinned, punching my shoulder. Ah, I should prepare a gift for your daughter. What does she like? I need time to find something appropriate. Geez, Kunu is absolutely spoiled at this point. How many different people dote on her? Land Hutu! Jin shouted from up above. Also, catch me. I instinctively held my arms out as a certain blue genie dropped into my arms. That's a mountain. I deadpanned. Mountain, ho! She laughed, kicking her legs happily. Also, you forgot to mention that I'm coming too. Lady Jin, your wisdom is a welcome addition to any quest. Thorm was quick with the appreciation. I bit my tongue, not wanting to say something I shouldn't. My overprotective side was trying to rear its ugly head. It was her decision, and I was going to respect it. She wasn't a child I needed to coddle. Don't worry, I have my own secret weapons. She smiled brightly, though I know for a fact she said that to reassure me again. I flipped my hand over, bringing the map out of my ring. Right, it was noted as being here, thereabouts. But we don't have an exact coordinate. What exactly are we? I barely even finished the words as they become irrelevant. High up above the land, between the crags of several mountains, and nearly covered by the peaks themselves, there is a barely visible structure of some sort. It would be impossible to see from the ground, and even from the air, it wouldn't be visible until you got extremely close due to how the mountains covered it. I think that's it. Odin stated. Thanks, I didn't get that until you pointed it out. I responded dryly. Takes us down there. I shouted, adopting my captain persona. Well, it was half-hearted. I didn't take Sir Wiggles out because he wasn't a big fan of this kind of cold. I waited several moments, only to realize that we were neither slowing down, nor were we attempting to land. I looked back at Skathik, who had a blank look on her face. I do not know how to land this vessel. I didn't even have time to respond to her as the ship collided with one of the mountain peaks. Full speed, we rammed right into it. Everyone had a moment or two to prepare for the obvious collision, and it's not like we would be hurt in any way. But even still, it was abrupt and disorientating. It immediately caused a minor avalanche, but mostly, the bowsprit, the horizontal-like mast piece that protruded from the front, impaled itself into the mountain, causing the ship to come to a complete halt, idly sitting dozens of feet above the strange structure below. Well done! I complimented her. Skathik showed a very uncharacteristic flush of embarrassment. This is my one to your many. She tried her best to scowl, but it only made her look rather cute. I'm proud of you. You're asking for a beating. She threatened, but it lacked the usual sharpness to it. Well, the ship isn't damaged, and I wouldn't expect it to be. It was so heavily reinforced, it would take something much more than a collision with a mountain to do any real damage. Still holding Jin in my hands, I walked to the edge of the ship and jumped off, landing gently onto the ground. The others followed rather quickly. Good news is that we don't have to worry about anyone stealing the ship while we're gone. Skathik made a threatening gesture towards me. My friend, you are truly a brave man. Thorm eyed from the side. Well, it's part of her charm, so I didn't mind. Dragon boy, do you recognize this place? Odin stepped forward, putting his hand on one of the stone pillars that connected to a stone bridge that led to a large monastery-like building built into the side of the mountain. This does not look like any place I have visited so far. I do not believe it to be Nordic, I can use a different and more simple style. Thorm noted. Yeah, this comes off as more elegant. I paused. No offense. It is the truth. We do not care for decadence. Thorm seemed unfazed. Unless it is a temple, but that is rare as well. Thorm looked thoughtful. I wasn't just being cheeky, the stonework was obviously different than anything Nordic I've seen thus far. And I've been into quite a few crypts and seen quite a bit of Nordic architecture. Their styles hadn't changed much in the past centuries. Hell, even the college had a certain roughness to it. This, on the other hand, was much cleaner and crisper. At least we can guess that this is where we're supposed to be. Jin stated. True. I would give her that. Walking across the stone bridge, we got a much better look at the place. A large statue stood in front, and on either side 2 staircases led up to the entrance to the building. Definitely a temple. I noted. Aye, 'tis most certainly a temple. We must be respectful here, no looting. Thorm stated. Unfortunate, but what can you do? Which god is this? Odin asked, walking up to the statue, and he was staring at a strange basin at the base of it. Considering the bow that we're coming here for, and the person who mostly likely pointed us in this direction. I looked at Thorm. Thorm nodded. I can guess the origins of this temple as well. Oriel, it is the name of Akatosh as worshipped by the ancient snow elves. His eyes trailed up to the tip of the statue that had a bronze-colored sun above its head. And a sun god. This is an ancient snow elf temple. Please tread carefully, the snow elves have long departed from Nirn, this may likely be one of the few remaining temples of theirs, I would like it to be treasured for future generations. Don't worry, we're in someone else's house, we'll be polite guests. I pat his shoulder. I don't think I needed to tell Odin, he surely heard even if he was more focused on the statue in front. And Jin and Skathik were also people who wouldn't be reckless about this sort of thing. Shall we go? I offered. Aye, let us see what hide inside. Thorm smiled, walking up the stairs. Insofar, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about this place bar the history. No deliberate traps, no guardians, nothing. Even the front entrance looked mundane. However, Thorm put his hands on it, trying to open it, but it didn't budge one iota. He put more strength into it, but it still didn't move. How about I give it a try? I offered. Don't bother, it's sealed. Odin interjected. It's connected to the statue down below, you need some kind of ritual to open the way. You figured that you from merely seeing the statue, elder? Thorm's eyes widened. I am a god of magic and wisdom, not many things can escape my eyes. Odin had a hint of pride to his tone. Jin corrected. Odin nearly fell over. No respect for the elderly. He huffed, walking up to the door, putting a hand on it. What do you think? I hummed, scanning it for any obvious signs of entry points. We could be forceful. Skathik stated. However, it would go against the goodwill we wish to express. The owner pointed us here, thus we should treat this place with the respect it deserves. Her words basically mirrored Thorm's. Yet. Odin grumbled. Hospitality is one of the oldest traditions in existence, I'm not going to break it. He straightened his back, closing his eyes. Watching him for a moment, I put my hand on the opposite side, casting a structural grasp. Oh, you're right. I could see the pathways feeding a flux of magical energy back towards the statue. That's some rejection too. As soon as I try to probe deeper into the mechanisms, it gets very aggressive. Interesting spell. Odin hummed, duplicating it at a glance. A more detailed picture, hey. I don't know why I never thought of that before, guess I never really needed it. Moriso was talking to himself. Let's see, there are several components that need to be met. The ritual seems to exist in several stages, we're going to need to trick it. There are 4 spots that need to be tricked as you put it, and we have more than enough people adept at magic here. Maybe we could reverse the criteria. Make it think that the spots that need filled need to be emptied and let it open that way. Maybe we could overload it. Substitute the ritualistic effect. Maybe. Lugbex. Thorm suddenly shouted, and by that I mean shouted. It wasn't particularly loud, but dragon shouts didn't have to be. The invisible force washed over everything and suddenly the doors shuddered, snow that had been packed around them was shaken off and the grinding of mechanisms was heard as a very loud metal clang indicated that it had become unlocked. Or that works. Odin blinked. Ah, well. Thorm scratched his cheek. Oriel is Akatosh, and I am a dragonborn, I thought it would make sense to ask it to open in Duvahzul. Right. I pursed my lips. Good job, Thorim. Jin cheered happily. Thank you, Lady Jin. Thorim answered back with that big grin of his. I can't even be upset, he's too nice of a person. My friend, why did you not just use that method of traveling to take us to the other side? Thorim tilted his head. I was being polite. I didn't want to just teleport inside of the temple. Not that I wouldn't have used that as a last resort. And I admit I am a little hesitant about doing so when it involves deities around these parts. I did learn my lesson after Meridia. Odin and I shared a look, and also shared the same sentiment right now. Simply shaking my head, I pushed the doors open, and we walked inside. Hella's frozen tits, why is it colder in here than outside? Odin blurted out, and we all sort of froze in place because we weren't alone here. It was a large open room with a shrine in the form of a sun standing in the middle, but that wasn't the most particular thing. There was a person standing there, looking just as confused by us as we were apparently by him. Hello. Jin waved at the stranger. That seemed to snap his thoughts back. The most notable features of his were his white hair and his pointy ears. He was most certainly an elf. But in addition to that he had a particular bow strapped to his back that gave me the most ominous feeling. It wasn't over-ornate, and if anything, it was very simple in design. From this distance I could see some muralistic carvings along it, but not much else. Who are you? How did you get in here? I'm Jin, and I walked through the front door. She smiled. We're adventurers. Was that the correct terminology they use here? We simply found this place and it looked abandoned, so we wanted to explore. Who are you? The person elf stiffened, studying us for a good few moments. I am Archcurate Verthur, I am tasked with watching over this temple of Auriel. A worthy goal. Thorim spoke up. May I ask, are you a snow elf? The elf clenched his hands. I am one of the few remaining snow elves, Nord. His practically hissed under his breath. But, maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, it looked like his own eyes flashed bright yellow for a moment. Right, the history was that Nords practically genocided the snow elves. This place is forbidden to outsiders. He swiped his hand through the air. Leave. Actually, we're here on orders of, Auriel. May as well try the peaceful approach. You see, Thorim here I pointed to my friend. Is the Dragonborn, a son of Akatosh also known as Auriel. The newly revealed snow elf looked at Thorim in surprise before settling down. Humph, of course. The call of the World Eater was heard even here. As it was prophesied, so too does a Dragonborn stand to face it. Slowly a smile crept up. I wonder, what would occur if the son of Akatosh failed? That is what we are trying to prevent. We had received guidance that a powerful weapon rests here, the bow of Auriel, and we were tasked to retrieve it. The snow elf stiffened again. The bow of Auriel. He reached behind himself, pulling out the bow that I noticed a moment prior. Odin nudged me, but I didn't need to understand the situation. This isn't what I had planned, but I wonder how Auriel would react to find his child felled by his own weapon. He was about to pull the bowstring back, and I felt an immediate sense of danger as the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Without thinking, one of my swords shot out, stabbing right into him. Before he could even blink, he burst into dust with a shimmer of golden light as Dawnbreaker fell to the ground next to everything else he had on him along with a pile of dust that used to be his body. Well, that was anticlimactic. Odin said dryly. I am confused. Thorim tilted his head. He was a vampire, I noticed the eyes. I shrugged. And he was about to attack, with that bow, which felt very dangerous, so I just thought fuck it, and launched Dawnbreaker. Frankly, it wasn't even a measure of his strength or how powerful he was, no one really expects swords to shoot at them. Ah! Thorim nodded in understanding. I carefully approached the corpse of his and very carefully picked up the bow. So, mission accomplished. I feel like this should have been harder. Jin came up right beside me. Oh, a journal. She clapped, fishing a worn book from under the fallen armor. She flipped through it quickly, landing a few pages. Hey, good thing we killed him, he was apparently planning on trying to kidnap Thorim's girlfriend or something to do some ritual to darken the sun or something. That sounds stupid. I blinked. Yet, his plan wasn't very good. Jin shrugged, tossing the journal into her own storage. Well, it is good we triumphed then. Thorim said proudly, before slightly slumping. Even if it was a particularly uneventful experience. Can we all taste loot his stuff? Odin asked. Odin wasted no time rummaging through his belongings, taking random things that the snow elf had on him. That bow feels dangerous, be careful student. Skadek warned me. Yes, my friend, that bow also made me feel a great sense of danger before he even drew it. We must see what it is capable of. Shit, I'm down. I held it carefully as we walked back outside. It doesn't seem like it needs arrows by the way that elf tried to use it, so do I just. I slowly drew back the string, and the sky darkened around us, sunlight condensed into the form of an arrow. I hadn't even pulled it halfway back and I was immediately regretting this decision. There was an obscene amount of power gathered at this point. I quickly pointed it upward in a panic, and let it go. One moment, the mountain peak was there, the next, it was completely gone and a bright light shot to the horizon. Jesus Christ! Odin shouted. Everyone looked at me and the bow in my hand. I very carefully put it away into my ring. Right, we're going to mark this as a use only in dangerous situations. Skadek looked at me. Well done, student. Hey, how was I supposed to know how it worked? She merely raised an eyebrow at me. Point. She didn't even need to say it to me. My ship chose that moment to fall to the ground in front of us. Thorm pat me on the shoulder. All right, let's go find the others and head back. I got the bow I wanted, now let's go see the others because it's been far too long. Then, it's off to visit the 9 realms. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. Comment. 47 Comment. Vote. Chapter 490, Chapter 445. Thormpo. What a beautiful sight. I never would have imagined even a year prior that I could have seen Skyrim like an eagle flying through the sky. It was truly a marvelous and beautiful sight to behold, and it only made me more resolved to protect it from the World Eater and his dragons. This should be cherished and preserved for future generations. It was amazing, I was on a flying ship. I was even allowed to control it. Truly, I have one of the greatest friends to allow me such an experience. Truthfully, I do not know what it would have been like had Wilhelm and I not crossed paths. The happenstance of him and I appearing on that same wagon, doomed to the block. It seems like so long ago when I think about it. Then time and time again, he came and helped when I needed it. The sword I wield was one such gift he gave. A blade that assisted me in defeating the dragons that plagued these lands. Not to mention the help he's given to the common folk. It is a strange thing, to think that so many changes happened so quickly and most of them can be traced back to him. Even the College of Mages has become a common stay amongst the Nords here and their presence no longer ridiculed. The companions dislike the use of magic, but I have not heard a word spoken of distaste to a mage we happen upon. No, if anything, they are welcomed with open arms. The help the college has provided has been too valuable and it has changed many a Nord's mind about the arcane arts. No more were mages a mysterious bunch practicing unnatural things in their secluded castle, but they were normal folk who just knew a thing or two about the mystical arts. I would not be surprised that the number of mages in Skyrim increased in the coming years. Many small children seeing the mages perform openly and with support of the older folk, and it has opened the path for them. Yet, the changes by his hand, he had not much of a presence here. Not many really knew what he had achieved. I would help him with anything he asked. After everything he's done for myself and my home, I would stand beside him no matter the enemy we fought. I admit I was nervous about fighting what Wilhelm described as gods. The elder spoke that my view was too narrow and perhaps I was being hard on myself, but I still was not sure I would be of assistance. I tried to keep my mind off of it, but seeing Wilhelm relaxed helped. He sat there, cross-legged on the deck of the ship with a sword I have never seen before laid across his lap. There was something happening with him, I felt something strange fluctuation from him at moments, only to settle down the next. He would frown, and some sweat dripped from his brow. It looked as if he was meditating, but with how Lady Skadek hovered near him very protectively, I was unsure that this was the case. I couldn't help but smile seeing Lady Skadek act protectively of him. Their relationship was amusing to witness from the side. Threats from Lady Skadek and the unrepentant teasing that Wilhelm delivers despite the imminent violence that will come. It is contradicted by the moments of gentleness they show one another, mostly when they are not directly being watched by others. Motherfucker! Wilhelm suddenly opened his mouth, falling backwards with a groan. Are you all right, my friend? I immediately became worried. Yet. He sighed, staring up at the sky. Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you like that. You lost again. Lady Scathach stated. Yup. We will review what you did wrong. Did you fight someone? I was confused. Oh, right. Wilhelm looked down at the sword in his lap. I was doing a meditation thing where I was fighting someone in my inner world. I only understood parts of that. But it sounds like he had a very convenient method of training. I am surprised and impressed that he still manages such things. And even in situations like this, he still finds time to keep training. It makes me wish to take out my sword and start swinging it. But it is also concerning to hear that he lost to someone. What foe could defeat him like this? And it sounds as if this is a common occurrence. I need to create some more talismans and practice my onmyoji more. I need to make more preparations. He's beating me on that front. He sat up properly, stretching his arms. Are we almost there? Still a bit away, my friend. I answered. Hey Thorum. Yes. How many new shouts have you learned? When you absorb a dragon soul, you inherit some things that way, you must know quite a few now. In fact, how many dragons have you beaten since we last met? Not too many. I replied. If you want, my friend, you can find out firsthand what I have learned. I cracked a smile. Oh ho, that sounds like a challenge. I felt the desire to draw my blade and test myself against him. I have always wanted to fight him. I know I would lose, but my desire would not wane. As tempted as I am, I don't think my boat would survive. That is true. I acknowledged. It would be a shame to ruin such a fine ship for a poor reason such as that. We can fight some other time. Tell me about what's been going on with Skyrim. What about you and Serena too? How are you doing with her mom? He quirked a mischievous grin. Lady Scathach quickly hit him over the head with her spear. Don't corrupt him with your perversions. She warned. He has a pure heart, he does not need you to whisper those kinds of things into his ear. I awkwardly cleared my throat. You need not worry, such things are merely a jest. He wasn't joking. She deadpanned. I wasn't joking. He agreed immediately, adding another hit of her spear. For some reason, I found it unwise of me to mention the strange situations I found myself in around Lady Vaelrica, the odd timings where one of us would walk in on the other changing. The happenstance of when she travelled with us and some battle inflicted damage upon her clothing, and other strange situations. I was sure Wilhelm would take it the wrong way. If you want to hear rumors, my friend, I have heard many that have happened around Skyrim. I certainly did not change the subject. I have heard that the Dark Brotherhood was defeated by a Khajiit and a man with a spear near Falkreath. And there are whispers of two strange warriors among the Riften people that we are now headed, one with foreign clothing and another in a full set of dark armor. Wonder who those people could be. He rolled his eyes with an amused look. Yes, we can probably guess. I nodded. There have also been stories of a traveling knight and a mage that have helped plenty of people across Skyrim. Mordred and Carrie probably. I once more agreed. They also say that a particularly powerful sorceress has been seen around the college as well. Medea. Wilhelm snorted. Geez, did anyone just take a quiet vacation? The amount of incidents have decreased as the rumors and stories propagated. Dragon attacks have become less frequent as well. However, there are signs of Alduin appearing almost randomly, it is almost as if he is searching for something. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. I agree. Unfortunately, I do not believe the dragon would be willing to reveal any plans, such that we are clueless. Have you tried asking? I have not. I admitted. Do you think that would work? Who knows? Wilhelm shrugged. Maybe we could just have a polite conversation with the titled World Eater, and ask him to politely stop his world eating. I will be sure to ask the first time we meet. I smiled as he chuckled. Hey, I forgot to ask, and forgot to check the markets. Do you happen to have any poisons on you? He asked me. Poison? I was surprised by the sudden question. I have many poisons. Awesome, what? Wait, why do you have a bunch of poisons? He said while picking through the bottles. Are you upset? I tilted my head. No, I'm not surprised that you have many. It didn't seem like something you would have, I was basically shooting in the dark here. I touched the magical artifact that Wilhelm gave me that allowed me to store a great many things in a secret spot and let the bottles fall gently onto the deck. Pick whichever you need. I didn't mind sharing. Why do you have so many? I have gained many on my adventures. It wasn't uncommon to come across certain things while traveling and delving into tombs and such. Do you just hoard everything you find in the slim chance that it'll be useful? He hesitantly asked. I perhaps do something of the sort. I awkwardly answered. Hey! Is something wrong? No, I was just surprised that you do it too. He confessed. I grinned. You never know what may be useful. Exactly. Everyone gives me crap about everything I keep stored in my ring, but who comes asking me for the random thing I kept from months ago? I understand you, my friend. I put a hand on his shoulder in solidarity. He pushed himself up to his feet, wiping off any dust or dirt. I'm going to check on the others. I nodded to him as he went to the deck below. I was nervous about the future, but for some reason, I felt confident knowing I would have my friend at my side when things turned bad. Wilhelm POV. I've made a very important realization. Picking the boat was one of the best decisions I ever made. I don't know why I never realized I needed a mode of transportation like this. I mean, sure, I can technically teleport anywhere, but this is too much fun. More practically, it's nice to have a mobile home so to speak. Perhaps I can connect it with the house and turn it more into a home than it already is. We need to do some massive renovations still, upgrade it a bit as well, but it'll be something awesome when we're done. Speaking of, I had walked below deck and I saw Odin fiddling with some of the magical stuff. What are you doing? Adding something to your boat? He said nonchalantly. Why and what? To answer your second question, I made it so the boat can create a thick fog on command. And to answer your first part, because it's cool. He nodded sagely to himself. Shit, that is cool. Carry on. I decided not to care any longer. I had a few questions though, if you don't mind. Yeah, no problem, not like this is taking much effort. Odin hummed. What ya need, brat? Well, I was about to ask about some important stuff, but I just had a thought too. Where's that Valkyrie you bring around with you? I dropped her in Kyoto. He said without any care. She'll be going to Hades' place while we're taking care of business. Well, Odin isn't blind either. I hope Rin is having a good time then. What should we expect when we get to Asgard? You're going to be judged. Don't expect the pomps and circumstances that come with a godly court immediately. Half of the ones there are not going to like you, the other half are going to be hesitant about accepting any help. Can't do anything about it, it's just the way we are. He stopped for a moment, frowning to himself. Expect to see Loki walking around unabated. I felt my hands clench in a bit of anger. I'm going to kill him. Odin also looked equally annoyed, but there was a visible look of capitulation as his shoulders slumped. I know I can't talk you out of that. If it comes down to it, do what you need to. However, don't think you can get away with that in the middle of Asgard. Despite everything, Loki is a god of Asgard, and he has enough support behind him to start a war if you somehow kill him so easily. I really don't understand. I let go of my built-up anger, letting out a sigh. You all know that he's the cause of Ragnarok, you all know that he's an asshole of the highest order, and you all know he's actively trying to get Asgard destroyed, yet he's treated well still. The bonds that tie us together are often nooses. Odin in this moment looked very tired. Love is complicated. He is my brother, my son, my friend. I would give my life for his without a second thought. But at the same time, I know that he must be killed, and if need be, I will do so with my own hands. He took off the monocle he seemed to like to wear to cover his lost eye, wiping it off. It's funny, I'm trying my best to save our world, our way of life, something that can be written and woven into stories and epics, but at this moment, I have never felt less like a god. How very human. I have never worshipped a god. But at this moment, the you I see right now, if I were to worship a god, you would be a god worth worshipping. Odin turned to look at me with an indiscernible expression before turning away again. That is one of the kindest things anyone has ever said to me. I guess even a god needed to be told they were doing a good job every now and then. I couldn't imagine how hard Odin has had it over the years, dealing with all this crap himself. Odin had been good to me. He's given me advice plenty of times, and willingly kept secrets that he had no responsibility to keep. I found that I wanted to help him as much as I could. Well, we're almost there. I heard Jin shout from near the stairs to the deck. Please make sure that Skathik isn't driving. I shot back. I heard that, student. I said it loud enough for you to hear. She's going to kick your ass. Odin snorted. Probably. I agreed. But it's rare for me to be able to poke at her in this way. That and whenever she kicks my ass it involves actual training. Which is just one of her ways of showing her affection, so I really didn't mind. I walked back up, letting the sun hit my face. Let's set down a bit away from the city. We can get away with causing a spectacle at Whiterun, but they don't really know us here. That is wise. Thorm nodded. And Riften is the city of thieves, it is best that we do not give them any ideas. Well, it's not like any of them would be able to steal my ship, but I would also be annoyed at them for trying. Or just invading my personal space. That was something I didn't realize gave me a sudden onset of anger just by picturing it. Someone sneaking into my home. Even if the boat wasn't really an extension of my home just yet. Kind of wanted another dragon to appear just so I could open fire on it again to test the cannons. I needed more data to tweak them. It wasn't really one of the biggest priorities, considering that most of us on the ship could level mountains and all, but still, I want my boat to be strong. But I digress. Jin maneuvered the boat to land on the ground easily enough. I threw my hands behind my head as we walked down the ramp. Hey Thorum, what's Riften like? Dirty. Thorum said in an uncharacteristically demeaning tone. The guards are corrupt, the Jarl looks the other way if you have enough coins and the Thieves Guild runs rampant. The only benefit is that murders are less here than the other holds. That's odd. I noted. But the Thieves Guild does not wish to run afoul the Dark Brotherhood. They have clashed once in the past, and the guild did not come out on top. I heard whispers that they made a deal to stay away from matters of killing for coin. Hey! What an odd situation. I heard that Riften suffered from Aluduin's re-emergence. Thorm nodded again. The city was burnt down, but travelers coming to Whiterun have brought word that it has been rebuilding. As he said that, we got close enough to see the outline of the town. A large wooden wall stretched out from the side of a cliff to the edge of the ocean behind it. Parts of it looked like it was being removed and replaced with stone, which showed that they were indeed slowly rebuilding. Of course, there were still marks from the original destruction. Scorch marks that still didn't allow anything to grow on the ground as we got closer. As we approached the gate, a blue shadow emerged from above. A very familiar face appeared, landing in front of the gate. Apologies, but if you wish to pass through this point, you must go through me. Are you going to block us, samurai? I looked at the assassin servant, playing along. He put a hand on the blade sheathed on his back. I am duty-bound to protect this path. Sasaki Kojiro unsheathed his sword, and it was different than I expected. Contrary to the memory I had of his sword, his was completely black. I recognized the metal of course, I had some of it myself and it was a damn strong metal. I see you upgraded. I noted. He smiled. I felt it was about time to get a weapon that wouldn't break against a stronger sword of enemy. He rested his sword against his shoulder. I also have a new sword. I held my hand out, calling upon my Ryatsuo as Muse Tenge appeared in my hand. Who? The assassin servant eyed me curiously. Hi Sasaki. Jin waved from behind. Hello Lady Jin. He smiled back, essentially killing the built-up tension. Is this one of the ones you want, brat? Odin asked with a gruff tone. Sasaki Kojiro, one of the greatest swordsmen I've ever met. I introduced. With such a compliment, I don't think I have it in me to deny you entry anymore. He laughed. But I'm simply a swordsman with too much time on his hands, I'm afraid I can't compare to many others out there. Odin stepped forward, he was still acting like an old man, using his stick to steady himself. Sasaki looked at him strangely. Without a single warning, the stick in Odin's hand shot out, and Sasaki responded, raising his blade up to block it. The resulting collision sent the assassin servant sliding back across the cobblestone pathway several feet. He blinked in surprise, and looked at Odin in a new light. Slowly a grin crept up onto his face. There didn't need to be any words exchanged between them. Odin stood up straight and twirled his stick into something resembling a loose stance and Sasaki lifted his ebony sword up to his side. Both moved nearly the same time, and a flurry of blows followed. Every swing of the ebony sword was met with an expert parry or deflect by Odin's stick. I could see Odin be genuinely surprised as he was being matched in a contest of skill as neither were losing ground. Was Odin holding back? Of course, but that didn't mean that it was any less impressive of a feat. Your movements are sharp and precise, Sasaki noted, deflecting a rather particular thrust that seemed to emerge in his blind spot, yet he still was able to escape unscratched by retreating a smidge. And your technique is fluid and ever-changing, yet has no conformed style, Odin noted. I can see why the brat gave you such high praise. You're completely self-trained, aren't you? Haha, that's one way to describe it. I simply wanted to cut an annoying bird. He laughed. Must have been some bird. Do you? Odin frowned as he spun his stick again, and 2 arrows collided with it, falling to the ground. Another few soared through the air, but it was Sasaki moving to slice them away. One of yours? Odin gruffed. Apologies, I think there is a misunderstanding here. Sasaki Kojiro. Carla, they're friends. He didn't quite shout, but his voice echoed. A woman, who seemed to blend in with the world, enough so that I had trouble perceiving her, jumped down from another portion of the wall. Rather, I was guessing it was a woman by the outline of the strange black armor she was wearing. It looked to be made of leather, accompanied by a hood and cloak. I told you not to just say my name. The woman hissed under her breath. Sasaki just laughed. Apologies for the misunderstanding. These are friends from afar, we were merely playing. The woman grumbled something in annoyance. If you're going to play around, don't do it in front of the gate. People thought we were under attack again. Ah, my apologies. The assassin servant scratched his head. At least that brute clad in ebony armor didn't come running over. She snorted. Seems like you've been making friends, samurai. I spoke up. He sheathed his sword as the moment had passed. A few. He nodded with a small smile. This is Carla, she's the leader of the Thieves Guild here in Riften. She's been trying to get me to join some organization of hers, What did you call them? Nightingales. The woman quickly did a palm to her face. That was supposed to be a secret. You could practically hear the irritation in her tone. But in this instance, I suppose it doesn't matter as my mistress beckoned me to extend an invitation to her sanctuary for your friends. Oh. I tilted my head. She stiffened for a moment and almost looked polite in her body language. Dragonborn. She looked at Thorum. Blessed of Meridia. She looked at me. And, God of Asgard. She seemed to almost stumble over herself as she said that last bit, looking at Odin in confusion and surprise. The Night Mistress extends an invitation to her personal sanctuary. Thorum, translation please. I looked at my friend. The Night Mistress refers to the Daedric Lord Nocturnal. He replied. Oh. That means she's personally looking at us right now, doesn't it? Meridia, help, Daedric Lord stranger danger.
Thanks for listening.